Just waiting on initial jobless claims data here from last week as we try to get back to, there it is, 217,000 versus a consensus 218,000, forecast 220. So a little bit downside. We were wondering 2 weeks in a row we had to move to the upside for this number specifically, but there it is, 217,000 continuing claims, 1.8 million, 1.83 million versus 1.82 expected. So on the continuing side of things, higher on the initial jobless claims number week over week, again, lower. Going to be all about what happens this afternoon down here. Fed Chair Powell coming through. This says 3 o'clock, but it's actually 2 o'clock. So we'll see Fed Chair Powell in the 2 o'clock hour at an IMF conference. He's going to be speaking there. Apparently, there's going to be questions asked. So who knows what we'll get from Fed Chair Powell on day number 2 of him giving some comments. We also get Fed's Bostic today. We get Fed's Barkin today. All before, again, at 2 o'clock when we get Fed's Chair Powell coming through. A ton of things moving around here this morning in the pre-market. A ton of earnings to get through. Bitcoin, by the way, taking out the highs. That was kind of quiet this morning. All the individual equities related, though, not really following suit. So we'll touch on that as well. It's Thursday, November 9th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, we'll see how things play out here following that initial jobless claims number. Again, if you missed it, a little bit higher, 215 versus 217 there for last week. The continuing claims, though, heading in the right direction as well. So we'll see as far as the market is concerned. But yeah, it could be a little bit of a wait and see ahead of this afternoon. Again, we get Fed's Powell coming up this afternoon. Bonds back to the upside ever so slightly here. We did manage to squeak out another win yesterday, but for the overall market. But we'll see if this streak can continue. I mean, there's dozens of earnings names this morning, a ton of things moving around. A couple of space-related names, too, I want to get to, ASTR and Virgin.
Yeah, Virgin putting the pause on for flights for now, or winding them down, looking to invest more money in a future project. We'll talk more about that. But yeah, bonds, I like how everything now, the 10-year, the 2-year, the 30-year, all below 5%. That really helps with equities, Brendo. Papa Powell also probably going to be asked today about the continuing jobless claims. He's made it very apparent that, you know, slack in the job market is needed for rates to come down. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
All right, so that didn't last too long. Again, here's the overall market. We did try to get back to the upside there on that number, but quick reversal underway here now. S&P still positive. NASDAQ just went red again. So again, could be a bit of a wait and see here, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Jobless claims.
I don't know why it took me this long to realize that we're both wearing red today, but I have a green shirt underneath my red sweater.
But
But
like,
like,
kind of mixed.
it's I suppose so. To be perfectly honest, this is a short sleeve sweater, and as I was getting dressed, I was like, "What in the heck am I doing? I need to get a sweater." And I did not want to wake up my wife and go into my closet and go back up in the room because it was early in the morning. So I just grabbed what was clean in the laundry room, and it happened to be this. So if you don't like it, then it is what it is. But I didn't
Who wouldn't like it?
No, it's just both in red. Sometimes we get flack for wearing red when everyone wants the market to go up. So I'm just saying.
I'm in the red and black lumberjack.
It is not a conscious decision that the market is going to do anything. All that said, Bitcoin 37,000 at least, or 36,881, close enough to 37,000 got breached. You broke 36, you broke 37. The crypto names are running, so even if the market doesn't look like it's doing much of anything, again, like the overnight range and the morning range has been ridiculously tiny. You have big moves in BTC. As Brendan mentioned, I didn't realize there was even 2 earnings names related to space. I knew it was Virgin Galactic, didn't remember there was Asterisk, so that's going to be in play. But Instacart, ARM, the 2 recent IPOs, we get their reports. They're both moving. There's a lot to try to digest here. That's going to be a bit of a bellwether for the chips. Nvidia's up 2% and past 470. So I guess it just wants to get to $500 after all. I really did think Nvidia would slow this move down a little bit, bouncing off 400 again, and yet you just cannot get in that stock's way. They haven't even reported yet. So a lot to get to here today. You know I'm going to have my eyeballs on a firm as well. They are possibly breaking out.
Yeah, we have a firm written on this. I mean, it's going to be an interesting day because the sticky note does have a few different names in it. I'm going to post them out pretty soon here, including AMC. We have AMC. What we're going to talk about that today. Good report from them, bouncing around $10. We'll see if that can hold that level. Yeah, and another day of the market sort of being at zeros again here as we open up. The jobless claims there 217 versus 215. I mean, you know, that doesn't really give pause or accelerate anything, in my opinion. We already know that there's no scheduled rate hikes actually at all. We looked at the Fed CME rate tool. There's no more planned rate hikes. I mean, it's there's like 20% chance, I think maybe in January, maybe. But anyways, we'll wait to see what happens. I like Disney today as well. Nice number for them as they start the year of cost cutting and so on and so forth. The year of the efficiency started off by Mr. UFC himself, Mark Zuckerberg there, and now everybody piling on that idea. And there goes Disney today, up 4%. Was up more, but you know, could get going through this 88.50 area there, and then we go. I really like this
AMC.
AMC's finally moved.
We have entered into an equity distribution agreement with Citigroup Global, Barclays, yada, yada, yada. I mean, so yeah, there you go, down 15%.
Yeah.
Well, okay, neither one of us
Equity
hit that graphic.
distribution
That's
deal.
kind of the other way there, Fabian. That's not good. They're down 15, but there you go to the downside, gates of hell. But if you look at it, yeah, that's. Again, usually it does bounce back from this. I'm just looking at like 850, something along those lines. That's a little wild. That just hit the wire. So I guess you can throw the earnings out the window for now.
Yeah, I just bought some on that dip because I'm addicted to trading. No, I don't know. It just went down there. We're going to find out what that deal is all about, but it was a name that I liked. I did have it. I was just talking about it, that this was going to be a name that's in play here. So very, very small starter position here on AMC. Play some momentum. Let's let the market try to figure this out. We're already in the money now, 20 cents. But yeah, let's just wait to see what happens right now. We bought that dip right there, came in. We saw it. Well, we didn't see the news. Neil mentioned it there. So now let's see if it can work. If we could start the day, maybe $9, and then we'll see. But yeah, this is not looking good as everything was chill with AMC and no more. So we'll wait to get more details on that story as I don't even see it yet. So here we go. It's coming back in. Watch out for an eventual bottom here. I mean, we had some consolidation around this. This is such a light position that I think you can hold it for a little bit. But yeah, break through this like 825 mark. Right there, maybe it's even 850, then you got to get out of the way. So here it comes right back in. This is going to be an exciting day. I mean, we were just talking about having to trade different names here, and AMC just went on everybody's radar if it wasn't already.
Yeah, the latest in this story continues. $350 million Class A common stock offering. There you go. For AMC, 16%. Sharif really wants to talk about Li Auto, so let's just get it right over with and get right to Li Auto. The floor is yours.
Look, I'm not going to pound the desk or anything. It's not up significantly, but it's another quarter, another beat, another really outperforming XPeng and Neo, which are its two main competitors. I don't consider BYD a competitor here. It's just far bigger than Li Auto. Let's talk about how they did though. All right, guys, here we go. Revenue up 118% from a year ago, coming in about $5.2 billion. That's revenue on the quarter. They expect to deliver about 125,000 to 128,000 cars in the final quarter of the year. Their record delivery, which was this third quarter, came in at 105,000. So they're up in that about 20,000 more cars. Net profit also came in real good here, $2.82 billion. That's higher than a year ago of 2.29 and way higher than the street was looking for. And gross margins, Brendo, this is the story here. Tesla, you just told me about 7%,
Yeah.
22% for Li Auto. So let's see how long it lasts.
Thoughts, guys?
So the thing about Li Auto, we said this yesterday, of all of the day trading, there's only 3 of the Chinese EV names that we trade because BYD's in the OTC, it doesn't do a lot of volume there. It's Li Auto, Neo, and XPeng. And of those, everybody knows Neo does more volume. It does the best volume, it has the best liquidity, so that's more heavily traded. I find the moves tend to be bigger and a little bit better sometimes on XPeng, just in terms of the volatility intraday. All of that said, there's no question about it. I mean, Li Auto is it's the best looking daily chart. I'm not gonna. Sharif knows a heck of a lot more about the company than myself, but when this pullback and flat bottom broke, it was absolutely gorgeous off the 200 period moving average, and then broke out 36 and is still holding above that flat bottom at 38. It doesn't seem like it wants to hold 40 right now because there's a lot of pressure on the stock in the pre-market on very light volume. Were it to break 40, I would just say look back at that 38 level on the daily that was previous support. Don't want to be touching this in the pre-market due to lack of volume and liquidity, and I don't think this is the kind of name that I want to be trading at 9:30 either. Like, let it sort of make a trend or form a base at a level I like. If it does that, try to trade around that where you know there'll be liquidity. Like, I'm pretty confident at 38 there's going to be liquidity. 40 maybe, but I won't know that till the open. But a good-looking daily chart, there's no question about that. It's definitely a solid one. Just because I said them, I want to go over to just a little bit of a sympathy move to the upside on an XPeng. What's interesting about them is, I don't know if this happens today, but if you look at since that big flush at 24, you've got these lower highs coming in here. It's got a bit of a channel which is forming, like lower lows, lower highs, but it has this chance to not retest the low, hold the higher low, and break out the channel, which would be right around like that $19 mark. So this one's on my radar as it could potentially do its own breakout. NEO's just a different category because it can't get off the bid.
I didn't even really look at any Chinese EV names or anything like that today. I'm going to be looking at Tesla. It's going to be on the sticky note as well. I'm just doing that up, and then plus I'm still watching this AMC. I mean, we're in a position that we're happy with here at $8.60. I mean, we put it out, came in, got the fill. Now let's wait to see where we go from here. So it went down against us about 20 cents. It went up with us about 10. And now we'll just have to wait. I'm gonna try to get a piece out here if we can at like 8.90 in case we get some kind of a spike right now. But we'll talk about the quarter when it comes through. But again, it was not a horrible one. 45% increase in revenues, -9 cents versus -38. But ongoing concerns here of having to raise money is not a great sign as we deal with the ongoing problems that AMC continues to have with dilution and everything. Remember, they've just already reverse split this name. That's why it's at $10 right now. Like, this is 80 cents, right? So if you take this back 2 or 3 months before the split, then you're at 8. I'm going to get out at this breaks 8.25, by the way, at least half of it. And it's just, look at this. I think the shareholders and the market is really speaking about this right here, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a good one. $350 million, I'm surprised. I don't even know what the market cap is of this name, but I'm surprised it's going down 17, 18% on this kind of a number. Yeah, market cap 1.6 billion, so actually it's probably pretty close to coming into the right little levels here. So we'll have to figure out some math, but there it goes. AMC, look, they're just selling it. All the pops get sold up to this 860 level again. So I think worth to try. Nothing for a huge amount of shares or anything right now. Let's just see if there is anything on the imbalance locator, and there is not. So this name probably just drifts down until eventually, until eventually it finds a bottom, and we don't know where that's going to be. Maybe $8.
The shortest could be, Sharif and I were just talking about, Raheem Alani is on his way here, but is stuck in traffic right now. So he's just letting me know that traffic in this city is terrible. And he is definitely right. He lives so close, but it takes him so long to get here every time he comes here.
8 kilometers north of here, and it takes me 45 minutes to get home on the way back.
It's crazy. Yeah. Anyways, I wanted to touch on Nvidia here real quick, because setting up for 8, count them in a row here potentially. Nice looking daily chart. They're coming up with not 2, but 3, apparently, new chips for China.
Yeah, I feel like somebody knew something about this yesterday because Nvidia was absolutely stronger than the market. We were trading this one on the midday show yesterday. It was up well over 1% while the NASDAQ was still in red territory. Let's talk about what they're doing here, because the A800 and the H800 chip, which were specifically made for export to China, are now part of the embargo imposed by the United States. They brought that forward. They made that quicker. It was supposed to take place early next year, and they sped that up. So in response now, Nvidia dropping 3 new chips, the HGX H20, the L20 PCIe, and the L2 PCIe, which is supposed to announce on November 16th. They declined to comment, but the Star Market daily news outlet in China has already made the announcement. By the way, Nvidia has 90% of the chip, the GPU AI market in China, which is about $7 billion. So they want to hold on to that.
Yeah, I mean, probably inevitable that this was going to happen. It was a matter of time, but will there be a response now to get these included on that list as well? So here we go again.
Here we go again. Good song. But Nvidia, it's now broken out at this level on the daily. So the good news here is I was pretty sure that I was going to short, or at least look for the short at 470 when it got to that price, and was saying that since the bounce at 400. But it's already popped through and it's at 475. So at least I don't have to get run over by this at the open because it's not even available. It's actually breaking out once again on the daily. There's nothing really standing in its way till you get a little tighter to the $500 level. They don't even report till the end of the month. It's like it's Nvidia and Marvell is what I wanted to say that report at the end of the report the latest out of the big cap tech. So that's not till the 21st. You got a lot of time. It's interesting. You get the holiday week when these guys are going to report. I just don't think you want to fight this when it's making these kind of trends to the upside. If you're looking for a chip name that you think can fade or will not be strong when the market's absolutely flat, I'm looking over at ARM. I think there's been a turn on Intel at 39, but this is just flying too high. And once you're through 470, I do not want to be fighting the stock above that level. It was a decent consolidation off 450 that did not last as long as I would have expected. They seem to always find a way around the naysayers, and actually that's not necessarily true. It's probably just mostly sideline, money that needed to get into this so that they don't miss the craze that just continues to have to join this at the end of the year. And I wouldn't fight this one unless it gets back under 470. That's a different story. But above that number, let it fly. If it gets near 500 today or tomorrow, I think you look for some kind of a short. Like I said, there's other names out there. Look at Intel after it rejected that 39 on the daily chart. This gets very clear here on Intel, right? It's accumulation to about 37.80. And if it breaks out the quarter, you've got a 30-cent range in here, so less than 0.5%. It breaks it out to the upside. You got resistance at 39. Breaks it to the downside. You got a flat bottom break. That's something that right away at the open should be able to materialize. Whereas Nvidia, I think you want to be patient. If it dips into 470, I think maybe some support there. But I'm not chasing the move. I'm not fighting it either for Nvidia.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I was just doing the watch list right now, and I was thinking, the sticky note, that this 115 level here on AMD, especially, again, we write things down, and then the market goes up about 70 handles here, so we're getting close right now. 70 handles, what was that, Bob? That's 75, sorry, 20 handles right there back up to the upside, so yeah, 70 would be a lot. But this 115, AMD really got going yesterday, and we were just like, I remember Neil was sitting here, I was like, oh my God, AMD, and we were all like, what the hell? And that just got going up to 115 and then stopped. And then basically made a move down the rest of the day. I mean, the market was pretty flat there, pretty much all afternoon. And AMD didn't really want to move, so today it's getting that move up. We just mentioned ARM, and we'll probably go into that a little bit more in detail later, but nice move up to 114.25. Let's see if we can hold this 115 area. That's something that I'm interested in looking at here for an AMD short. Again, 9 straight days. This is the longest win streak in the markets for the last 2 years. Will it continue? I think we could probably stay green today, but it's going to be a stock-specific market one more time. So AMD's up here. I feel like if it can get up like that 1% or whatever it's going to be up to this 115, then we can look to fade it, especially if the market's going to be kind of lame. We could probably fade bigger moves and then wait to see if there is a pullback in the market. So I'll be watching AMD. I actually sold, and it was the wrong move. I told you about this at lunchtime yesterday. I think it was 464. I sold some Nvidia just because of how far it's up. So yeah, November 21st is the earnings report. I like Nvidia, and I just think that staying long the name is prudent. So raise some capital now. See if there is a little bit of a dip down before earnings. It's still a week and a half, away at this point. But AMD is the trade for me. And then Intel was, I think it was Uber, but Intel was another top name yesterday. And here it is again, right at that 38 level. We were lucky enough to have some of this. And then the long was good as well down here at 38. So let's just see what happens now with Intel back up 38, 37.90. But yeah, more chip names today as the sector stays hot.
First 30 minutes of the show brought to you by DXV. Get up to 20% off your first month subscription for U.S. equities and futures market data now until November 15th. Visit dxv.com, use the promo code TraderTV. Take advantage of this limited time deal. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more details. Raheem is in the building. We're going to get set up with him and talk a little cannabis. Coming up, guys.
Yes, sir. You know what? It's interesting because we have missed out on some of the. There have been moves. I mean, there was some reports, and then of course the news out of Ohio. But at the end of the day, you want that legalization all the way through, and then it's going to be a little more interesting. I've seen a lot of chatter in the chat about some of the big cap tech names. Just want to note we are back to the top on the NASDAQ. So remember the number. That number came out. We had. It was about a 15 handle range on the NASDAQ. It's not much. You know what, the 60-minute chart, just not enough movement for that to matter. There's a better example. But we had this one little wick up and down inside of the range and now attempt to break out the high. This is a pretty, it's not that significant in terms of being a big round number, but remember on the Qs, you are at that big level, specifically on the NASDAQ, of resistance on the daily chart. And we've had all kinds of trouble the last couple of days getting through it. Now, the good news is while we're not breaking out of that top yet, you're actually holding out very well. So it's this weird accumulation at the top. I think it lends itself to finding some ideas that if we don't break this high on the NASDAQ futures, then there should be some shorts out there off some of those highs. And then if it's just an inside day, I don't know if that's going to be that case, but you saw the afternoon. And if you're anticipating any kind of less than 100-point range in NQ here, then you're going to want to have some solid dip buys out there. Or if you're just trading the futures, just look at the support that we've had. The range-bound days can really chop you up if you're always looking for bigger moves. And sometimes I know that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for at the open, hit this level, get in. Maybe you take some up, but you want to hold for a breakout or hold some for the extension. Well, just recognize that we haven't been getting that on the overall market, so the individual names are going to be your ticket. That's why we talk about things like Affirm and AMC, because they're almost, I don't want to say guaranteed, but they're more likely to give you those bigger breakout trades. Disney's broken out on the daily chart. That's actually one that you can put that on that list. It's been a while since I've been able to say that, but I'm happy to mention that you're in a new range on something like a Disney. So this is out and about in a range where you can expect some continuation and bigger moves. I don't know that I'm sold on the breakouts on that Qs just yet. I got to see it to believe it.
Yeah, just talking with some traders here in the chat. So shout out to John, shout out to Scott Henderson, shout out to my friend Nimit. How are you doing? Yeah, a little talk about Microsoft here, talking about a little cup and handle action. We will have Michael Noss on tomorrow. Again, CMT, I'll talk about it a little bit as the day goes, as we get set up for Raheem. But yeah, there we go. So I guess so, yeah, forming it back up. But the thing about it is, as you can see the cup and then the handle here. So I would say that, yeah, I could see a breakout. I mean, we're already talking about this being at its high of 366 and change, right? So you're right here, right now. We mentioned it yesterday. I said that we'd probably be over the all-time high by Friday. And that's might be today. So yeah, Microsoft on a march, man. Good look there, 340 straight up to 363. Just like Nvidia, maybe time to clear some of this name out, but these names continue to work in what is a hot month. The month of November is the best month in the equities. So I still say you stay long everything. The Qs still have a way to go to get to their top, and it's going to be led by Microsoft and Apple anyways. So they're already going. I feel like the moat around these companies just keeps on getting bigger and bigger, with Azure performing quite well for Softy. They just took out ATVI, as we know, and there's just many different aspects of this company with Copilot. I mean, there's a lot, and yeah, but I guess that's why it's up so much. So this was the one probably to buy on that bad quarter. for Microsoft dipping. I mean, it dipped.
It wasn't really a bad quarter.
No, that's what I'm saying. It went from 340 down to 330 on that quarter. Yeah. Now it's up to 363 again. So
what's the saying? There was a saying. It's a saying. It's like there's no such thing as good or bad earnings. There's just earnings, and the market's going to do what it does regarding those earnings. So it's like
it has to do with expectations.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can make a crap ton of money and have a ridiculous amount of growth, and the company can look fantastic, and everybody that works there is happy with it, and the CEO, and all that good stuff. But the market's going to do what it does because the price action is what it is. And I think a lot of times, we don't want to lose sight of that when you're trading, when you're investing. I think you want to be laser focused sometimes on those fundamentals. But here, price action rules the day. I think we are.
Yeah, I don't have my earpiece in, so
okay.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah, let's go to the desk.
Right.
We've got Rahim Alani at the desk.
We're having a conversation already. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Group's back with us for the first time in a while. It feels like you haven't been here for
I've missed a couple.
Yeah, a month or so, I think it is. So good to have you. We're going to touch on the cannabis sector, some psychedelic info today as well. But to start, we just went through a bit of a tax loss season. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's a period. I was going to give Sean a little shout out here in a second, and he's leaving to get coffee, but that's okay. It's so tax loss season. I'm going to analogize it to football for you, and to your Green Bay Packers. Tax loss selling.
That's why he's now running away, because he doesn't want to hear it.
I got Neil too. I got something for the Bills. Don't worry. So tax loss season, what that is we're in a period before the holidays where if you are in a position that you might have bought at, say, $1, stock is traded down to 10 cents, you've got a loss of 90 cents. Now, you might optimistically think the stock will go back up, but in this time period here before the end of the year, you in theory could sell it at the 10 cents in the event that it doesn't move back up, buy it back in at 10 cents after a 30-day period, and then ride the wave back up. So you can capture that 90-cent loss in the event that you've got a winner that's gone, say, from $1 to $2, you've got a $1 gain of tax that you're going to have to pay. So you can offset it with some of these losses. So what people do typically in this kind of month, some people start in September, October, but you'll see all the way through in the next kind of 6 weeks. You'll see stocks that might trade down. You'll see companies that have traded down. They may not put a bunch of good news out because they know they might just be putting news out into selling. And so what companies tend to do potentially is hold on to some of that news, wait till January, wait till they can rebuff the cycle. And in this period, you'll see companies that you might have an eye on as an investor that may not trade much higher than where they are because of the tax loss selling that's going on. So it might be an opportunity to pick up some of these undervalued stocks, hold on to them, and then see how they do in January. So the analogy I was going to give with football is if you accidentally made a bet on the Green Bay Packers or the Buffalo Bills, as I'm going to make a lot of money on this thing, and as my side bet, I bet on the Ravens because they may or may not do anything. You can cash out your Bills or Packers bet, take that loss, and then buy back in December in the event that Josh Allen or whoever Jordan Love tries to do something.
Well done.
Sorry, because Lamar's doing so well, I had to do it.
The new chair?
Loving it. I feel height.
Right?
I feel height normal to you guys now. So everyone probably thinks I'm like 5'1" and I'm like 5'3".
Big changes. I mean, it's such an improvement. Let's get into a few. Let's get into a few names here. OGI had some news going back to 4 days ago.
Yeah. So British Tobacco put in $124.6 million into the company. So they take in a 30% voting interest as well as 30% of the board, 45% of the overall equity. And what they've interestingly done, and this sort of goes to the theme about what we're talking about in cannabis, as you and I were talking off camera, $83 million is going into an initiative called the Jupiter Strategic Initiative. And what that will do will put money into undervalued cannabis companies that need some strategy, some advice, some money, some experience with the Organic Gram team. And so they'll be looking for some of these undervalued opportunities, as well as our investors out here that are watching are going to be looking for some of those undervalued opportunities to deploy that capital. So it's a really cool initiative, and I think there are a lot of companies that fit that category.
All right, TrueLeaf. I just realized I didn't even think it was on the OTC, but TCNNF on the OTC market as well. For anyone south of the border, you can have a look at that one. CSE listed here, TRUL.
Yep, and that's one of those ones. It's what's traded between $4.60 and $21, which is a big delta over the course of the year. So depending on your tax loss position, like we were talking about, where you are, but they're in the $6 range, and they just reported their Q3 numbers this morning. They've got $275 million in revenue, 143 million gross margin, so about a 52% gross margin, 200 million in cash. And as we talk about why do people like certain cannabis stocks, they've got over 190 retail locations across the U.S. now. They've bet big into Florida, but they do have 32% of their dispensaries outside of Florida. For instance, they've just opened in Maryland, and their Maryland foot traffic last quarter went up 235%. So you're seeing different pockets of states that these people are going into. But again, they've gone heavy Florida, and they've just, like we've talked about, retail heavy.
Yeah. All right. Let's continue along here. PLTH, one that people might not be that familiar with.
Yeah, Planet 13. So again, they just put out their revenue, their Q3, excuse me, just yesterday, I believe. 25 million of revenue, just over break even in EBITDA. They had a big net loss of 46 million, but that was 40 million from a one-time impairment charge. So really only a loss of about 6 million. They've got a bunch of cash on hand, and you might know them because they have the largest dispensary in the world. So for those people that go to Vegas and you see a giant dispensary, that's them. And what these companies are doing, again, like we talked about off camera, why are some of these cannabis companies doing better than others? One is they are getting better on their margins. So they're bringing down their cost as much as possible. And they're also, as an example, Planet 13, they announced at their large dispensary in Vegas, they're stopping discounting, or they've reduced the amount of discounting that they're doing on their cannabis products. And so when you bring the discounts down, you bring the expenses down, you tighten up your revenues, you're going to see margins improve with some of these guys.
I want to get to some psychedelic stocks here as well. But
Sure.
From a whole, we were talking just before we came on here. We've seen a lot better than expected reports here across the cannabis group over the past couple of weeks here. What's the catch?
Yeah, and again, I think it just goes to that, like we were just talking about. They're getting smarter, sharper as we go. And if you want to look at the history of how the alcohol trade went and the cigarette trade and those trades that were sort of taboo and now that have come into the mainstream, you got to get better. You got to get smarter. Canopy was a multi-billion-dollar company and has trimmed down. But what they've done is instead of spending money here, there, everywhere, they've said, let's right-size our ships and let's focus on where we're making better money. Planet 13, like I just gave you that example, we own the largest cannabis dispensary in the world. It's in Vegas. Why are we discounting? So perhaps that's why they're bringing some of those discountings down. On expenditures, a lot of companies are reducing their expenditures, getting a little smarter and sharper on what they're doing. So you're seeing those two things. And then you're seeing, because of that, the revenues start to improve. Companies are focusing on their niches instead of going to 72 different locals in 15 different states, focusing on 2 or 3 or 4 states where they have that strength and going in and making those acquisitions and deploying the capital sort of smartly.
On the other end of the spectrum here, we saw this in early days with the cannabis industry. We're starting to see more and more retail stores pop up for the shroom industry now, specifically here in Toronto. I think there's now 3 on Queen Street that I can think of right now. So, but if you rewind the clock, that's how things kind of got going with the cannabis industry initially before it even got passed on a federal level. So what's the catch with psychedelics here?
Yeah, no, I think anecdotally it was, the cannabis trade was sort of like that, and then it found its footing over the course of a 5-year time period maybe. And I think this mushroom industry was much more quick. I think it was more of it's starting, let's get it going today. And it didn't hit today, now it's come all the way down. And I think the ebbs and flows of it have been much more dramatic than the cannabis ebbs and flows were or have been or continue to be. Yeah. So I think that's probably the reason you're seeing some of those drastic ups and downs in the mushroom industry. People thought, okay, it's starting, it's just like cannabis. There's going to be stores, there's going to be retail, there's going to be 100 million in sales. And then all of a sudden you're like, wait, there's still regulatory things that need to happen. There's still science that needs to happen. There's a lot of things that still need to happen in the space versus where cannabis was already doing some of those things.
And the medical side of things, obviously, well developed or on the way to being well developed as well. Great stuff. Well, we'll leave it at that. Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto, Rahim Alani, good to have you back.
Likewise.
Keep my Buffalo Bills out your mouth. I had to hold on to that for like 10 minutes, man. Oh my goodness. That was completely unnecessary. You're taking look, I get it.
What's the Ravens record?
The Ravens are absolutely fantastic. I'm not going to say they're not having an unbelievable year, but that was we've been friends for a very long time. And he knows that hits a little bit close to home. You're kicking us while we're down, which is fair because right now we're down. But
I mean, Green Bay is actually outperforming expectation. Like, they have 2 less wins than the Bills.
I don't disagree.
Like, 2 less wins.
I don't really have anything that I can say in defense right now, except for the fact that there's no chance we can lose to the Broncos on Monday Night Football. So,
oh no, I mean, I agree with that.
There's no chance we can lose to the. It's not happening. Broncos country, let's not fly. Thank you very much, Raheem. AMC
ride.
Oh, let's ride.
You're right.
What?
The Eagles are flying. It's
okay.
Let's ride.
It's one of the.
If Russell Wilson
used to be a cool saying, and now Russell Wilson has made it look
if he
stupid.
beats the Buffalo Bills.
Here's the thing. I actually have next Tuesday off.
Is it at home? No.
I was about to tell you guys that if that happens, I'll do something stupid on Tuesday.
Yeah.
But I'll think of something embarrassing for myself on Wednesday if the Bills lose to the Broncos. Let's just I don't know what it is, but I want to get to AMC here because it's bouncing off at $8 a couple of times here. So once it got to $8.20, it just came back in here. It's bouncing a second time. AMC down 20% on that offering because they dilute, and they dilute, and that's what happens. The stock goes down. I don't know why I question myself whether that actually made sense, but it does. Oh, come on. The Bills are like the AMC of the NFL. That's a little, the AMC of the NFL.
They might be disappointing fans and shareholders alike for 50 years, but I mean...
No, but it's more akin to a stock that's dead money but not losing you anything than it is to AMC, if we're being fair about it. Like, take the last 10 years of like an Intel, it's much more akin to that. You're not winning, but you're not losing. Like,
it's about expectations, though. We talked about this with stock prices, right? So, like, if you would think about a stock that you would think would outperform, like the Bills potentially, maybe I think it is similar to AMC.
You literally had season tickets with me, man. Come on. I know you like the Bills. I
love the Bills, and I say that they're very akin to the Maple Leafs, where every year the Maple Leafs put up 100 points and come basically at the top of the Eastern Conference, and then yet can never get out. We got out of the first round one time in the last 16 years.
It's true.
So I mean, that's I'm not, and the Raptors aren't any better, dude.
So the Wembanyama of today, if we're keeping sports analogies, is Astra. Brendan briefly touched on this, but I wanted to mention it because only because it's doing crazy volume right now. Being taken private, $150 is what I was reading through the report a little bit there just to make sure. Yeah, so it's basically the board of directors delivered a proposal to acquire everything for a $150. So that's why this one is making this move. Now keep in mind, with deal spreads on stocks like this, that now look, the cost of money's gone. It's gone up, right? Yeah. So any deal that takes a while to close, you have to adjust what you think a reasonable deal spread will be, or you get yourself in trouble. I've done that myself, trading buyouts. So with rates where they are, it's actually trading like 20 cents is significantly below the deal price at this moment, and a lot of that has to do with whatever a reasonable spread was last year. Things have changed, or 2 years ago things have changed. I wouldn't expect, unless it's a squeeze type move, that it should hold above any buyout price. If it gets close to 150, I think I would short it, but I have to go pay for some locates. This is one you'll probably see me trading.
I just want to address, we are going to go through people asking about Disney, AMC, things like that. We are about to throw it over to the desk to get the rundown. So we're going to go over all of the names that are moving around. Make sure you grab our watches.tradertv.live. Okay, Brendo.
Yeah, running behind. Let's go. Let's kick things off with a look at the market here.
Oh, wow, Brendo. All right.
We closed a smidge below 4,400 yesterday, guys. We closed at 43.99. We're above 4,400 right now, 44.09. I really want to see how we hold this level. If we can hold 4,400, let's look at that mid-June level at 44.31. That's going to be the level of resistance that I'll be looking for.
All right. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that, scan that QR code, go to Trader watch list. What am I talking about? Watchlist.tradertv.live. Then enter your email address. Then you get that for free every single day. Super easy. Let's talk. It's one of those days where there's so much that's moving and a lot of earnings reports that we have to kind of pick and choose our spots here a little bit today. So yes, Beyond Meat's going to be top of the list, but not necessarily, anywhere higher on the importance scale of things. But interesting, nevertheless, down 3.3% here for BYND. coming off their earnings after the close yesterday. There was a ton of volume, notably, that went off during this report, but a surprisingly little amount of price movement.
Yeah, it's a demand issue again, Brendo. They're not getting the kind of demand that they need to sell their products. Like another EPS loss, revenue loss. Looks like here that international sales are down 38.5% as well. Net revenues decreased 33.9% to about $30.5 million. Those aren't the kind of numbers you're looking for here. It feels like it was a pandemic play. Why was this such a big name during the pandemic?
Remember, the exciting part of BYND is 40 plus on the short side of things as well for the percent short, anyways, for the float, guys. So BYND worth a look today.
BYND is Beyond Meat. It's always worth a look when you're 41% short float, but here's a quick and dirty trend line on Beyond Meat. The way I see it, I'll just quickly draw it for you. Since you had that Huadunk, there's the loose trend line. Stocks squeeze when shorts have a reason to get out. Until you break a trend like this, I don't see why shorts are covering. So if you look at this, it's got to be above 7, taking out 750. Then you get more explosive movement to the upside. So I don't see any. I mean, it gets to $5, $5.50 down there at support. I think maybe you can look for some kind of a bounce on that squeeze name. Not a lot of volatility. I would not, unless you're sitting in it for a tight stop short and you think it's going to flush into 6. Outside of that, if you want to squeeze, it's got to be breaking out that top and sort of doing the old reverso on everybody. So it's worth a look because 40% has meant good moves in the last week on earnings. But today, I think you got to wait this one out until it can take out that top.
Raheem, you like Beyond Meat? Yeah, so without a mic on, you can't hear him. His wife is vegetarian. I thought he was going to say hell no, and I was like, yeah, hell no too.
That was a polite no.
Yes.
Polite no.
My wife's watching because she is.
Shout out, right there. But the thing about it is that, yeah, like Neil mentioned, we're down 3% right now. Beyond Meat not looking pretty healthy, despite what the experts say. Nice move to the downside. I say you get a bounce here off 5. Not 5. 5 is too low, but maybe even 6. 575 is kind of bottom there for Beyond Meat. I don't know. We looked at this yesterday on the recap show, and we were kind of mocking it because it came out and just did this with limited volume. So up, down, now down. So I would say you play the trend, you short any pops on this one, but you do have to be aware that we can break this $7 area. And if we do that, then you could be off to the races because of that short float. So, and I'm only in right now, and I know this is not. Oh, wait a minute, I have to hit this. Then this makes AMC go up. So there we go. We hit the ape. Now AMC should be going to the upside. We're long and we're loaded up a little bit here at 8.15. It keeps on bouncing off $8. So let's see if we can get this one to get back upside a little bit. The best out we have is like 8.20 right now. So we took a hit there, averaged it in. Now we're waiting for the moon to eventually happen here in AMC.
All right, we touched on it briefly earlier. If you're with us, let's revisit Li Auto here. Triple-digit revenue growth among one of many highlights here. Vehicle deliveries topping, as we saw, going even back to last month, or I think it was last week we got those, all the Chinese deliveries. They were hand and fist above everyone else there.
Absolutely, and the guide was really good too, Brendo. They're guiding about 118% increase in revenue for Q4. Compare that to last year of Q4. I really need to, caveat everything that I'm saying here with respect to their revenue, to deliveries, because the comps are to last year in 2022 when we knew that China had a zero COVID policy, factories weren't working, people weren't buying, so the comps are inflated. Full disclosure, I'm involved in this name, but I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that. Now, with respect to deliveries for the fourth quarter, 125 to 128,000, that'll be a record. That beats the record they just set this past Q3 for $105,000 deliveries, 105,000 cars. And what I really stood out to me was gross margins coming in at 22%.
Guys, is there a trade here today?
Oh, man, we're talking pocket squares.
Actually, Li Auto might get that 38 because it is coming into the downside. So I want to acknowledge it. It gave up $40. We mentioned this as a previous flat bottom break. So if there's 38 for you, and then there's 36. That's the only two levels I want to defend on Li Auto. Let the Chinese EVs drop when they gap to the upside. If you want to pick up a bid, you better be very patient doing it because we've seen what happens at 9:30 when they don't have a bid on them. You don't want to be catching the falling knife. You want to be playing the bounce. So I'd look for that 38 level. See it first. join it. If you miss it, you got to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade when you're buying the dip on some of the Chinese ADRs.
Yeah, I'm going to go over to the most U.S. electric vehicle name you could think of besides Ford and GM and probably some other ones. All right, so Tesla. All right, see ya, Raheem. The problem is when you start to talk to such a fashionable guy like Raheem about pocket squares, then it just, it's instant distraction.
It's not messing around.
Right there, yeah. Thanks to Raheem again for some great ideas there in the cannabis sector, of course, as he continues. I was just looking here. Okay, so Tesla, we talked about it being at the 200 period, moving average in our sticky note there. Dipping down in here, you're now back in a little bit. So I'm looking at this 215 area. You do have a little gravestone right here down at 216, 215. So it's this little level that I'm thinking that we could hold. So that's in and around 215, 216 right there going back to August, mid-August, right? And so here you go, a little bit of a drop down. Tesla's obviously still at 220, so we're not near there yet. The reason my logic is that we've seen Tesla, and this happens every single morning, like dramatic moves, and it's either one way or the other, and that kind of will dictate. So yesterday you had a 224 down there, down to 220. That's $4 down. So if we get something like that here today with already a negative tape, that puts us into that 216, 215 area. So that's what I wrote down here, and I really love that idea. So if Tesla, I know we're talking about Li Auto, but if Tesla comes in to that 215, 216 area, I think it's worth a significant amount of shares, and it's not a bad trading idea to get back down into there. Now, we are very close, despite going long early on AMC. We're a couple pennies away now from just being green on the name. So good thing again, we got excited a little bit too early there, dropped out half, bought it back. There we go, we just got a 24 right there. So we'll go bang for now as the reload idea working out here on AMC, and we didn't shy away from it. We still put on enough shares that hopefully we can make some money if this does pop back up into 840, 850 area. So let's hold out that AMC can get going here again. Let's go back over to the desk with another story that I really like.
Yeah, let's go to Disney here. The experiences end of things, sports, entertainment, and experiences growth, 86%. There's a couple other highlights I wanted to mention here. One of them, they said on the call, core Disney Plus subscribers in fiscal Q1 to decline versus Q4 due to churn after the churn, I should say, due to price increases in the U.S. is what I was trying to say there, going back to the summer when that came out. But still, decent report here otherwise across the board for Disney.
Yeah, have a seat, Nelson. Big Bobby Iger's got it from here. No, in all seriousness, though, it was a great beat. Earnings topped expectations in part really due to the ESPN Plus and continued growth at theme parks, but the decline was because of a decline in ad revenue on their legacy networks like ABC. Net income, $264 million. That's up from last year, about $164 million. Revenue is also up 5%, but the top line here missed analyst expectations despite beating over last year. The part that really stood out to me was what Brendo alluded to there. They increased prices for Hulu. They increased prices for their Disney, or whatever it's called. But they were able to add 7 million subs. So that's a good one. Good look here. Cost cutting as well. They're increasing their cost cutting by about $2 billion. So a total of $7.5 billion. And again, losses came from legacy TV.
Back downside here a little bit already, guys, for Disney, though, but still holding on to a nice gain, 4%.
Just gives an opportunity to buy the dip. But so we'll talk about pandemic bottoms on the weekly and get away from, so it bounced off this weekly, monster level already. Now you're trying to go for a local breakout on the daily at $86, which has already happened after market. So if it does dip down in, previous resistance turns into support is the old theory. And oddly enough, where was their consolidation in the aftermarket on the earnings? Ignore those dark pool wicks. It was right in here off of 86. So at the open, if it does flush into 86, I just want the long. And I think I give it some a bit underneath 86. I don't want to have an even dollar stop at 930 on an earnings play. I don't think you want to do that. But if it does hold on to this pre-market level, and we just sit inside here, I don't mind a breakout either. I just want to see this open up. A lot of times on gap fills, you can see, on gaps to the upside, you can see it start to pull back in, and you try to buy that dip. As long as it's above 86, I'm looking for the long until proven otherwise. Likewise, just to give a quick update, I waited for a bit of a bounce. The problem with this AMC is now like that lower high at 840, 845, it's having some trouble. So I've scalped out in front of it in the 20s where it was holding, and then one time at the quarter. I'd like to see the last of it break 45 and then look for something in the 75 range. So it's under some pressure, but remember, this is going to be short sell restricted the second it opens at 9:30, and you can see some SSR bounces at times with those. But I don't want to be trying the Disney short unless it's under 86 or, I don't know, like 95? 90, actually.
Yeah, I'm not, short is not going to be in my vocabulary for that. If we get to those levels, I mean, fine. Disney's not going to move 10% today. Who knows if it does. So we'll wait to see. But I wrote down here, I love this. It's the #1 trade here today on the sticky note. I like the 86 long. I mean, I was thinking about this all last night, and I actually got an email from Chris Brecher today because he was talking about what a nice call that was on the market recap show last night. We talked about it holding that $86 level right there, and then that was a buy spot, even in the aftermarket. Join me every single day between 4 and 4:30 when we discuss earnings, and I said, I like this hold here. I cannot believe that we are holding such a good level during the report. During the conference call and everything. So we really like that. I got an email, so thank you, Chris Brecher, for your kind words there as well. But it's just on the daily, so I don't know if it's going to look so good here because we have this little marker. But there's 86 right here. So if you just look, this is the level. I think it's as clear as day. I'm already bidding. I sat down here this morning. I put my bid immediately at 86 1/4. So let's see if that can come through. We are very, very bullish. Not only that, I also told you yesterday at 2 o'clock when we came back on the air that I did buy some more Disney before the call. I just thought it was worth it. We basically touched. All right. Slow down there, Fabian over there. But we'll see if it's. The reason why I said that why we did that is because it basically touched down to the penny, to the dollar anyways, the COVID lows. And the whole world was shut down here at $80. So now that we've awakened a little bit, maybe this continues to go. My main worry is, and by the way, we did the same thing with AMC there, did some cost cutting ourselves up there at the 50-period moving average, up at 836 there. So that was a pretty, actually our best out is 834. But anyways, I really like Disney. I just feel that if they're going to do this, we got the news from the Screen Actors Guild yesterday. It looks like that's going to be hopefully settled down. So if we can get pulled back into $86, I think it's like almost like pocket rockets at that point where you just want to see if it can hold that 86. You get all in, and then if it breaks it, then you can figure out what your stop is just a little under that level.
Never
So
fold rockets.
I like $86. Yeah, and rockets can get cracked, but
you never fold them pre-flop.
No, and that's exactly. So I sat down here, I saw the chart, I put the bid in. Now we just wait for the fill, and then we'll see where it goes. It could dump a little bit off the open because it's such a nice move.
All right, the rundown brought to you by our friends over at Vantage Point today. You already know avoiding pitfalls is the biggest challenge for both new and experienced investors. Vantage Point's dual patented artificial intelligence solves this problem by offering predictive accuracy, emotional neutrality, and diverse market forecasts for today's active traders. Take the emotion out of your trading. Scan the QR code, click the link in the description. Shout out to Vantage Point this morning. Let's talk about ARM here. Decent report for them as well.
Yeah, it is. It was a good look here for them, Brendo. It's the guide that really sent them lower, but they did beat on the bottom line. They should have turned a profit, even though they reported a $110 million loss. $500 million of that was a one-off charge related to the IPO, so that's not going to happen again. Revenue came in well above expectations, $806 million above the $744 the street was looking for. This company makes money two ways: royalties and licenses. Royalty revenue, 5% decline, but licensing revenue, 106% year-over-year increase on the quarter. Again, like I mentioned on the top, the guide was the miss here. They're expecting sales of $720 million to $800 million for Q4. The street was looking for $730 to $805.
Not a heck of a lot of volume behind this so far today as well. Still struggling at that 50 level.
Yeah, so just one quick thing. I didn't say this. That ASTR offer to be taken private by the board, it's non-binding. So that might be why it's not. It's another reason why it might not trade up at the deal price. So thank you. I just asked Brendan to find something as to why it's so weak, and he gave me that news. So I don't want anyone going long thinking it's going close to 150. ARM underneath 52.50. We're running out of time here, but you can see it's not a flat bottom break if you don't get to trade it. I don't know. Like, is it one if you don't get to trade it? I kind of think it almost isn't. It just gaps underneath 52.5, which was the recent support before the earnings. So if we bounce here, I would look to fade it. I think the guide was a problem. This company is the mature company that needed to justify the valuation with not just the good growth quarter to quarter, but actually telling you that they're going to show and expect growth going forward. And when they, the current quarter, they came up a little bit light on that and didn't. And it's not appreciated. So if we don't break 52.50, I would look short here. If it happens to get to 47, you don't have gigantic levels. 47 is one of them. While we're here, because there's another recent IPO to talk about, Instacart 24. That's it. There's not a lot of levels on it. It doesn't really matter what the report is or anything like that. If you see something like this form after it just drops on the initial public offering, and then it just bounces over and over and over again at the 24 level, well, if we see 24 today, then I want to be buying somewhere in there, whether it's a bounce at 24 quarter or 24 even or 23.95. That's where I want to be trading Instacart today. I don't really have any ideas short that don't involve 30, which is not happening.
Yeah, here it says our note says the company's optimistic guidance anticipates adjusted EPS of 21 to 28 cents. So, okay, so it must have just been maybe a little bit below. Full year projections, $1 to $1.10. Yeah, so I'm trying to, I was trying to get into some more names and be a little bit more diversified. Obviously, ARM is going to be in the technology space, so it's not really, as it goes. But we know what ARM means. It's a relatively new IPO, obviously, just hitting the market back in September. It's really been faded off this 56 level. I think this was a pretty decent quarter, needless to say. It's only down 6%. We've seen names, especially recent IPOs, where, their first release comes through, and then it's like, wow, man, we got the rug pulled over our eyes or whatever on this IPO, but they're holding out pretty good. And as long as you don't really take this 46 bottom, I think you're okay. But I would, if ARM can take out $56 right here, and it's not going to happen. Don't want to, again, speak like uncertainties again, but I don't think it has 10% in it. But if it takes out this 56, I think you got a little bit of a cushion here. And now we can see under the hood a little bit. I like ARM moving forward. They're in the right spot. Whether or not it's a trade today, it's only 500,000 shares, so I'm not super excited about it. But I feel like it is going to work at some point, and if it's going to work today, it's going to be a break right here of 51.50. So you're not far away from it. That's that little spike high there at 8 o'clock on algos and dark pool dumps. So watch out for 51.60 coming in. I could see that being something, but then we did also hold down here 49. So let it settle itself down. We did reload, and then we have to go here soon. We did just reload AMC here at 8.07. So we did get a little bit of a dip buy opportunity there. So now it's making its way back up. I'm at 8.18. Of course, we just went to 8.16. So let's take a piece out on AMC here as the imbalances are out. And this is what they look like now. Bets.NQ. Disney with the early buy as well and holding up. So not too much on here. Let's go back over for Lyft.
Thing they're trying to get an Uber.
Such a hassle.
We were just talking about Lyft and Uber. Disappointing here for Lyft. It was a loss across the board. I mean, 1.16 billion in sales, however, seems impressive for. I mean, you and I were just talking.
Yeah.
I can pretty confidently say I've never used Lyft.
Neither have I. Yeah, I've tried. I downloaded the app. It was like $10 more for the ride than it was on Uber, so I just deleted it. Yeah, look, they beat on the top and bottom line here. It was the gross bookings that caused the problem. They grew gross bookings 15% year over year, but far lower than their rival Uber. Uber grew at 31%. So, some of the analysts here are saying that the toughening economic conditions will affect Lyft more than Uber just based on the size. Let's see how they trade today.
Yeah, trying right now, guys, to bounce a little bit, but another one that's a little bit lackluster in action so far.
Dump it. I don't know. It's maybe it is, maybe it isn't. So I've shown this before, but
I've
there you
taken
go.
a Lyft before.
The weird thing about that is I've taken a Lyft. I find it weird. There was always a point at which it just made sense to have both apps. I don't do it anymore, but I used to just take whichever one was cheaper. Now I just only use Uber, but I think that's a lot of people. But lower highs, lower lows. Here is your pattern on the daily chart. It's not a perfect trend line, but you can see it. When this happens, if it's not breaking out the top, you wait for the bottom. If it gets near the top or somewhere in here, I'd be favoring the short side. So it's close enough to 11 that I am favoring the short side off of 11 even. Could be a little bit more interesting for those of you that are trading Uber, which is at that $50 level on the daily. It rejected a big breakout on the daily above 50 bucks. So best close here at about 49, 70 something, 75 I think it is. And you had the wick above that 50 level, and now you're consolidating underneath. So it's until it breaks out this double top. I think up here, the risk to reward sort of favors taking that short. And if it breaks out, look for the stair step up on Uber. Much different story on Uber. That is absolutely blasting well. There's only a minute to go. Affirm's already at 25. Affirm breaking, it's up 15%. Affirm breaking out on the daily. It's hard. I never want to be taking this break where the rejection is right in here. It's just like Uber, the monster level on the daily. It almost needs to be taking out 26 for me to be convinced that this is going to hold out. But Affirm has a way of doing that, of ripping faces off when you think it's a good short level. So I'll be sitting that one out at the open. But
Dude,
we have AMC.
yeah, wow.
We only have 20 seconds to go. We got AMC.
It's because
looking at Lyft short. With Raheem,
Raheem.
we're a little bit late with Raheem there. And yeah, don't sleep on that ASTR. You'll probably see me in and out of that one. I want to fade some pops on that. As the countdown is already on, Adara is at the bell. We're locked and loaded on this Thursday. A lot to get to. That's a bit late, so it's more like 2 and 1. Ring it.
All right, we just took some more out there on AMC as AMC went up into 18s. Okay, now we're at 20, so that's good. I was going to say, because it just dropped down into 13 again. So we're going to watch out for AMC holding here, see where we go with this one as the market is now open. Welcome to, once again, another exciting day, as every day seems to be. So here we go. Market now open. We continue to watch Disney, which is not open yet. So we'll continue to watch that to see if there's any movement there. Tesla, AMC, AMD, and Affirm.
Apple flying.
Right now, yeah, the market is kind of dancing here, but Apple moving around.
Apple is through. There we go. Through 83. My chart was not really loading much. We broke 183. It's done this whole trend to the upside, which I never want to chase too early. But previous close was at 182.89. So if it does duck underneath, you maybe have some consolidation there. I'm gonna get to AMC for myself because it's trying to get back into that 84. There we go. There's the pump. So bounce off that 80. That's sort of that $8 level. If it can get through 8.6, then I think it goes squeeze zone. Remember I said I did not want to chase Affirm up there. It just got to 25.80, and look at the rejection above 25 on Affirm. If it doesn't get back above this number, I think I take a shot short. If I was really, really quick, I would already have a 25. Doesn't matter. 24. Look at how fast that was at 24, 24.50. If it comes anywhere near that 25 again, I want to look for the fade. But I had to see it reject before wanting to get in.
Okay, all right, we're pretty confident here. We're just trading this one name right now, AMC. We just got some more down there at 805, something like that, on that move down. So let's just get some more out there at 17s. We're long at 09s now, so it went right up there into 30. We did get those outs. Zoom in a little bit. We did get those outs on the pump up there. Our best out is only 29, though. So now let's wait to see where we can go here with AMC. The name that we've talked about that's going now is Disney. We should have been long. We could have punched long on this name, but it's starting to go right away immediately right now. So I think we'll try a little spot here. If we, there it goes, breaking. I just put a bid in at 40, and then it took off like a rocket. There goes Disney, man. I'm happy for the long-term account, obviously, as we bought some yesterday, and there goes Disney at 5. And yeah, you might see 90 stat right here on DIS. So good move back up to the upside. But it is going. Is that Affirm making moves or what?
No, it's Astra. Affirm did make the move, but Astra also made a bit of a move, so I jumped in on that one. Affirm did take out 25. Look at that. It just took out that 25.20, comes back in there, so I reloaded. This is all in the same candle where it breaks and then fades back in. So I jumped right back in the trade when it wicked me out. And then AMC printed 840. Just in front of 840, and then it's right back at $8. So I'm reloading at 6s. Like, this is wild. Like, AMC was just up there at 835, and next thing you know, I'm getting filled right back in there at 806. If it breaks 8 even, you got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge on this name. It's absolute insanity in terms of the price movement on AMC right now. You got to respect it. Brendo.
BTC guys running into the equity open there. Just tested 37,700 and change. So all of these, anything crypto related, big moves out of the gate here.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, we're...
Coinbase, sorry, just
Yeah, go.
only because it's Coinbase, it doesn't matter. Coinbase is on a run. Obviously, that $90 level is not going to come back in play. That was my note. $100 and 112 are ridiculous levels. 112 is that's an Alamo level. If you see anywhere near that, usually on Coinbase, that's the go zone. But I'm going to go back into AMC here because that's once again dipping down into that $8 level. Looks like it's going to break.
All right, AMD goes right up to our sticky note level of 115. So guess what we're short? How about 115? We just took some out in the 60s right there. We also got some out in the 80s. So this is going to be a little bit of a volatile name here as we continue to make sure that we get out of some of these names that we are trading here for you live. That was a good move back upside, then down. So I'm still looking at Disney there, sorry. Upside there, there's the short. Okay, now it's starting to break. We're waiting for 115.25 to break out, but we did make some money there on the way down for AMD. There's the top. I'm not holding it all the way upside. I was just going to give it, well, you know what? I didn't realize it was only 32s. Let's change that now that we've taken some profit out. Here, my stop loss for AMD is going to be that top side right there. 30s. I was giving it a little bit less room than that, but now that I can clearly see where this is, we will give it up to there and just see if it does break through 115. It looks like it wants to do that. Let's give it to 115.51 in order to be wrong on this name. So far so good here with everything on that short, but we're just sticking with our plan, man. And there it is again. Yes, sir. It's a cash register right now for Advanced Micro Devices. Hopefully you guys put that one on. It's another one. It's another sticky note banger right there. So what's up? Where it is, 50 cents back in for AMD. Let's see what happens right now on that one. And then the missed opportunity, well, no missed opportunity. I mean, quite frankly, we're doing quite well, is Disney. I mean, it just didn't pull back at all. So, yeah, it's been kind of tricky as you guys have seen us sit here and trade earnings over and over again. Sometimes they just take off and sometimes they dip and rip. So there it is right now. It's a nice move upside for Disney.
Yeah, Disney's gone. Get to 90, obviously, before it gets to 86, unfortunately. So in and out of firm a second time. Just going to quickly show you. I wanted to fade into that buyout price of ASTR there. It flew into 145 with that non-binding offer at 150. It pulled back into 130. I'm going to look to see what happens at this 25 level. If it can bounce, I might look to do some scalping in that range. But AMC is just going back and forth. Like I said, it just bounced off 20s again. So off 8 to 20. I'm there for a fifth time for the reload. We'll see what happens, man. At some point, I do expect this is going to take out that bottom and not be able to hold on. But for now, it looks like it's pretty good. Instacart was another one of these earnings names. It did not get to 24, but it is falling. So 3% to the downside, but nothing too crazy yet on Cart. No chance at 52.5 on ARM, although it is catching a little bit of a bid. Down 7% on ARM. SSR is just underneath that $50 level.
Okay. I know we've been looking at AMC. I'm kind of waiting for it to do something, and right now it's not really doing anything. So I think we got to have patience here with AMC as we're waiting for it. So we're here for it. It's just a matter of, is it here for us? We need to have something happen. So we're going to wait on it and see if it hits to the upside. So AMC again, we already took some more out here, but we do have an offer just to tell you guys in the 40s and the 30s. So if it does come, that's what we're looking for right now. So here it comes back upside again. I'm waiting at 30 exactly and 839. So a couple back and forths there. We're really banking though on this one, man. Sam Bankman-Frieding, but hopefully we don't serve time. Nice move to the downside right there because this is robbery right now. Giving away this 115, it did not work out for those of you looking long, but we looking short right now, and it is almost a dollar club right off the posted free. Watch this on tradertv.live, free. This also free. Again, I hope my guy Patrick over there is short at 115 as well. So there it goes, a nice move to the downside, and we will look to cover some of this right now. So that's exactly what we did, a nice pullback into VWAP, a nice pullback into the 50-period moving average. It's AMD for the win early for me.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to take some on this ASTR. You're going to see a lot of scalping on this stock for me. Expect big moves if it gets in the 40s. If it breaks 125, I might look at a 110. But I'm only looking at two things right now. But the third one, It's going to absolutely be this Disney at $90. This is completely insane where this is going. I do want to join this trend. I'm going to cancel my 86. That's ridiculous. But you got to start thinking about previous highs as being that little bit of a dip. The market is falling. I think it's going to drop the way the market is coming into the downside, but I do not want to be fighting it. We're going to Brennan in a quick second. Coinbase just curled off of 95. If the futures hold the lows, you want to dip by the strong names. This is one of them, and the futures are 15 points away from that low. But it's a wild one. You will see a lot of internet scalp trading on some of these types of trades. And if AMC doesn't break 850, I'm getting out. Brendo?
Just be aware, guys. Yeah, market downside here. Both Bostic and Barkin participating in the same fireside Q&A right now, talking pretty hawkishly. So just be aware. Here's Spirit. If you remember yesterday, there was an offering for SPR that came through back to the upside here on pretty decent volume as well, 6% for Spirit.
All right, there we go. It's mooning right now. We'll look at Spirit, but we talked about, first of all, we're $1. There it is. It's your first dollar club right now for me today as we get going now with AMD finally breaking below that 114, but it's the A team today. It's AMC and it's AMD, and there's absolutely nothing else. So right there, man, these are two names, again, one back-to-back jacks right there on the sticky note. So far, so good right now as we wait for Randy. Hopefully he'll be coming with the coffee at some point here. There it goes, AMD, we take that. That's about as clean as you can get. There's also a little mark right here to go short. So, we have a little bit more shares that it may even look like, but 115, that's the short that we have on. That's the sticky note level. And again, we just put the work in, and that's what happens when you do that. You can find some key levels and get going. AMC as well. Look at this name going to the upside here. So yeah, we are doing what we said we would do, man. We're taking that cash and running. There it is. Up to 850 right now. Let's go. A nice little long there on AMC. We're making our day here. It's 940 again, but damn, Sharif, those 12 eggs are smelling real good.
Oh, they're absolutely delicious. The trail is in on AMC. If it doesn't hold on, it broke 850, so we're happy with that. But if it doesn't hold on to 840, I'm getting right out of it. It's a gimmicky trade off the $8 level. Participate, don't anticipate. Once it showed you $8, one bounce off the even, and it's an SSR bounce. Look at the even dollar levels for that. It's short sell restricted. Going to have a lot of trouble hammering this one back to the downside. Remember, there was an offering. Fundamentally, it's not good news. If it gets to $9, I think I would look for a short. And I see Virgin Galactic. Trust me, I see you there, Kenny boy. Virgin Galactic's up 25%. It is a squeeze name. Trade it, don't own it. That's the opposite of what you do with Apple. But $2, it's not $2 even, it's $2.10. That's where I'm looking for this to be a bit of a fade. Nowhere else but that, as AMC does start to come back in. Tesla, where's Tesla going? I haven't looked at Tesla too much today. It was Rivian that I wanted to get to. Wow, Tesla. Tesla's a little bit far gone to the downside. However, Rivian is going in the other direction. Generally speaking, when I see that, I'm looking for an opportunity to fade. Just remember, Rivian has support down here at 17 even. That's a big, big level. But it was 17. It was right here yesterday that it couldn't punch through. 1735. So if it cannot punch through 1735 or hold, then I want to be short at this local top on Rivian. It also doesn't hurt that Tesla's pulling back. So I like the fact that Tesla's pulling back in that move as well.
You know what? I forgot about Tesla. Yeah, we actually like that name on a pullback for sure. So let's go over and look at that.
It's dumping.
Is it okay? So we have to look at that because we were at 2. Okay, so it's getting close right now to something that we could not mind at all. So let's wait to see what does happen here with Tesla. We talked about 216 coming through, so that could be a level of interest for us here with Tesla. So let's just have an eye on that. We did cover some more of AMD, down on the downside right there. So that's going to be a decent cover spot for us right there, back through 114. I still think it can go. So let's not. Sort of give up on this name yet, but right now it's still trying, and that is going to be AMD breaking back down below. What's up, Brendo?
One of those days where, as we were saying in the pre-market, so much to look at. Twilio also reported. There wasn't much in the way of volume in the pre-market, but trying to get going here now, you can see heavy volume, guys, up 6.5 here for Twilio.
There was way too many earnings names to look at. I just took a little bit out of Rivian here as it made the curl off of 1735, which is the big level. Astra's coming down into like the 115. And if I'm scalping it, I do not want to load up unless it's going to be near the $1 level. It's going to be spready. Remember, the time value of money is very, very different. But the crypto names,
They're working.
Mara's through $10. We already showed you Coinbase. This is Mara and 10. You did breach 37,000 overnight, but you are now firmly through it today. This morning already, like 38,000 is a couple hundred away on Bitcoin, so it's really running. But the one locally, Mara is the one breaking that $10 level. Like, these names have short floats, whether it's Riot, whether it's Mara. That's a lot of the reason why you get that outsized move, percentage-wise, a little bit more impressive. Riot's the one that hasn't broken out the $12 level yet. So you actually have resistance on Riot. Mara is in the midst of a breakout, the same way Coinbase is in the midst of an actual breakout on the daily chart. I suppose it is going to get to 100 after all.
All right. Yeah. It's too bad I don't like Coinbase that much because it is a good stock to trade. We should be looking at a little bit more. That is for sure. But hey, sometimes you don't need to look everywhere. You just need to look at what what your plan is. I want to say a shout out to D. Westermeyer there. He's like, it's always nice when your plan works out, right? And that is exactly right. I mean, that's all that we can have as traders, right? Is ideas and plans of action and stuff like that. So if you follow your plan, hopefully it will pay off, and then you can have a plan that's repeatable, right? And that's why, putting out the sticky note and putting out ideas like that to learn from, I'm learning myself as well. I mean, this right now is $1.40 in the money. So good trade here for this name, AMD, as it is pulling back in a little bit, I'd say. So nice move as we take some more out there on advanced micro devices. All right, oopsies, it's Tesla.NQ, not .BR. Right here. Oh my God. This is all the markets we have. It's absolutely insane. So there we go. Now let's see where we go down to. All right. So there is that 216.50 area for Tesla. So let's have a look at that one as a possible area of longs for us. There goes AMC again, man. Let's go. Let's face slap ourselves on this one. Yeah, we knew it was going to be a trade today, but not for this reason. We thought it was going to be for earnings. But again, it does drop down in, and now AMD is my number one stock. I've only traded these two. We've made more money on AMD, but AMC definitely putting some money in the bank account here today as well.
Yeah, AMC, I actually trailed out of AMC underneath 850. I am looking for an opportunity to fade it. I think at some point it's gonna calm down. SSR bounce I generally want to resolve pretty quickly, and it looks like it is going full squeeze zone. I want to get in only on the back end of a trade. It's got to bounce, curl somewhere, and if it's 9, it's 9. If it's 925, it's 925. Disney is very close. You're right, guys. Disney is very, very close to breaking out at $90. I would much rather, you guys already know this, if I play off of a level like that, I would much rather play a consolidation or a dip rather than chase the high, although the market is bouncing off those lows. So when you play a consolidation, you're looking at a range which is now established. So much like AMC, I'd rather be in with an established range at the bottom, 89, 89 quarter, then try to take out that top. So if it fails a 90 break, expect to see me on the bid for the dip buy on Disney. Rivian is still at that 35 zone. Like zone, I say, because it hasn't really flushed yet. I think it could have some strength at that $17. I think that's the next place we're going to look. And then don't forget Virgin Galactic on their report, some cost cutting. It's now back underneath that $2 level. Didn't get to 210. I thought 210 was going to be the spot, so I actually did not get short yet. I guess it'll have to make another bounce into the upside before I can get short on that name. I don't want to chase that one down at 198 and then have to hold it to like 212 or something like that. So I'll back off that one for just a little bit as we go back to another idea, or one of the names that we had an idea for. So if you see what's going on with Intel, 3780, 3810-ish, 30-cent range that we're talking about, still not breaking that range. When the market's weak, that tells me I think I want to be short the top end of the range. And it rejected that 38 yesterday as well. So I'm going to be on that offer. If we can get something tight to the 10s, that's what I'll look for. But the market wicked the high of the day. Once again, that level on the NASDAQ, we can't seem to break it. If that's the case, find something weak if you like the short. If we break it out, look for the long. Wait for the actual bottom in the futures to try to engage long trades is generally how I want to approach it.
Yeah, that's what we're So we got a little excited there. We bought some 217s there. Now we're trying to, well, we're not trying to average in. We just did, no, we did not just average in, sorry. Where's my bid on Tesla? 13. So, okay, so we're getting pretty close. Right now, 2 averaging in here on Tesla. So let's wait to see where we go from here. But did we get those? No, we did not. We're at 216.13. Don't tell me we're going to miss it. Oh man, we may miss this bid down there. That's hilarious how low it went and we miss it. But hopefully it comes back in and we'll be able to handle that. So right now it's Tesla. That sucks because we just had a 216 low bid there and missed out on it. But that's happened sometimes.
Oh my goodness.
What?
SoFi is.
Ripping?
Thank you. Shout out to the. Well, I don't know if it was short.
Hey.
Avi again. That's the second time you've been all over. You've been all over it. Avi. So remember what I said about SoFi, like about these channels, short the tops into the bottoms? Well, about that bottom on SoFi, we're here now.
I had a big order at
The 650 on SoFi, 650 even. If it gets there, that's the channel bottom. That's the Alamo for SoFi. I don't even. That's wild. I didn't see that one.
Is that?
I should have seen that. That's ridiculous. That's on me. Rivian's now through the 17 level. I want to add to this, believing that 1735 should be a top, and if the market's going to fade even further, then I should find a way to get back in. But let's remember, this is where the support has come. So if it cannot seem to push through here, I get out and look for another re-entry. The trade is a fade here, and if it doesn't break down there, I get out and look for the next entry. It could be lower. It could be right back up at that top rendo.
NIO USA, NIO USA CEO, just making some comments here. Chinese automaker NIO still debating 2025 entry into North American market. Will consider, quote unquote, any kind of partnerships to see that happens. So pop there and NIO almost got positive.
Ooh, okay, that's big news. Yeah, I mean, that was the whole part of my sort of theory there about some of these Chinese names is to be able to onboard them or whatever down here in the States or in Canada, so on and so forth. So I was just showing Sharif that I was literally bidding 216.13. Well, we just got that, Phil. So here we go. Now it's at 216.50. Average price right now for Tesla as it continues to drop down. Remember, we're going to wait to see about a down tick here, down through 215, for this to fail. So we've talked about that level that we liked, 215 for a possible hold. So again, we're in this one now, and we've hitched our wagon to a little bit of a long here on Tesla, which I'm not sure is going to be the right decision. The market is getting faded out pretty decently right now, and to hitch your wagon to a stock that's been long, that hasn't worked long, even in up markets, may not be the most rocket science idea you're going to hear today. So let's wait to see if it works. I just want to trust the level. We've trusted the process with our other stocks. So let's see if it works here with Tesla. But we are well aware of the up and down here of this name.
Speaking of rocket science,
Yeah.
we're back at $2. Oh, of course. Oh, that's on me. We're back at $2 on Virgin Galactic. Pardon me while I go pay for locates. We do not have free shorts on Virgin Galactic. So the other day we did, but it'll take me a second. I do want to short this local high, but I didn't pay for locates this morning. You know, we had a bit of a busy morning. It shouldn't take me too long.
That's okay. We have a AMC. We did have that high bid there on AMC, so we were able to get a 9 fill. So let's go. Like that's 890. Let's spin that. So that was a good fill there. Almost. Basically $1. We got 90 cents there on AMC. So let's see if that one can continue to go to the upside. And we'll just hit this again to see if it will work. Back down into VWAP. Again, some very, very good buys there. And we're pretty happy with that situation there on AMC. As we continue to watch a nice little pullback up here in the market potentially. And there goes Disney now as well. Disney breaking 90. Good pullback into 89. Should not have been ignored, but was. So there it goes there. Nice little move there for Disney breaking back up through $90. I don't know where the high is going to be here today for this. I know I don't want to short it, but we knew we wanted to get long, and that's a missed opportunity there for Disney for me. But okay, Tesla, we're still long at 216.40. Not the end of the world being out of the money 30 cents, but it has been a disastrous name, and I thought that this would have climbed even higher considering what we're doing right now. If you're going to look at a name like Apple, that's probably, actually Apple's still under VWAP as well. So, all right, maybe there is some problems underneath the hood here in some of these names.
I don't have a pun for problems under the hood for Instacart.
No, Instacart.
The cart is crashing. The card is empty.
Those work.
Sorry, guys. I usually have something. I got nothing for this. It's almost down 10%. But remember, okay, so it stinks, but 24. That. So not Kiefer Sutherland, not the show, great show, but 24 even. It's the only level out there on the daily chart that supports a long, and it will be SSR when it gets there. So short sell restriction will be in place when it gets to that 24 level on Instacart. They also reported it was initially up aftermarket, if you were watching, almost double digits, which was wild, and it gave it all back, and you're seeing it continue to flush. But that level on the daily is what it is. We're back at that 2 level on Virgin Galactic. It made this move. I went for the 99 short. I'll go local high here, but just keeping in mind, you go out to the daily, that's 15 minutes not going to show. You got to go out to the daily. This is about 210. I don't think this is over until it's at like 215 or 220. So I'm willing to take a couple of pot shots at it, right? But I'm not going to look any gift horse in the mouth. If I'm taking scalp trades in and out, then I'm going to take some out all the way into VWAP and making sure that we bank some profit. DTCK halted to the upside. Almost no vol. It's a 500,000 in volume. A lot of that pre-market as well. So just keeping in mind this stock is pretty thin. It's indicating a 10% gap further to this on the reopen. So I would expect a little volatility. Probably going to halt a few times here.
All right. I was just saying there, yeah. I mean, watch out for halter names for sure. All right. So we were just talking about Tesla and trying to buy that dip, and that's when you dip, we dip. We dip.
When I dip, you dip,
we dip. Someone dips. Anyways, Tesla dipped, and again, there's 216 written down there on the sticky note. That's going to be basically 3 for 3 here today, as we've only traded 3 names. AMC, we took 80 cents on. We're still long at 803 right now on AMC. We're still long. We're still short. This is the questionable spot right now. We only have 5% less than that. We almost have nothing left here of AMD as it hit our target. I mean, it hit the target easily right there on that name. So we got way down into the 200. I was really happy with this pullback of 80 cents. So yeah, we're out of this one. Looking to make a little bit more damage here on AMD. If it does get back up here to 115, we will look at that one more time. But there goes Tesla, of course, bouncing off of 217 now. So I don't know. The market did have that nice move up. You could see we only got out of 30% of this. Right there, some at 50s, and then the rest two outs in the 80s for this name as well. So we'll watch out for it, see if it continues to work right now, but it's kind of just floating around. That is going to be Tesla. We've already talked about AMC, so let's look at Disney one more time. And I'm just trying to be specific. Oh, 99, wow. Not 99, $90 still making
99
that move
would be.
I'm interested in that SoFi move. What was
It bounced already.
Yeah, but what was the news there? Because I was thinking about buying some more SoFi, actually.
I didn't see.
And then, yeah, a nice move to the downside there, pretty aggressively down now that 6% for SoFi. But look where this one went to. This is why it's interesting to me. I mean, we went all the way down into this support area again. So if you do like yourself some SoFi, this is not a horrible situation to buy it down here off of 670.
Yeah, so I just got out 5 cents on Virgin Galactic. I said it would be tight stops in here. There's a reason for that because it's not at the big level just yet. I think if it breaks out from here, like 210, 215, then it's really gonzo. So going to have very, very tight stops on this. As far as SoFi goes, it got almost to that channel bottom, not quite close. But anywhere in that range to 650 is where I would expect some kind of support to pull in. I do want to go back to also made a pretty big bounce, but this isn't really bouncing with it. So I might be re-entering this trade off the 17 level, if not the 1735. It's not at that spot yet. AMC in out of the long off of 8. It actually held 8 to the penny pretty much. So if it does pull back in, respect the $8 level. Not quite to 9, but it seems as if there's resistance up at that $9 level. It's about to get in there at some point. Christopher Mulligan, Rivian trailed all the way back. Any chance it goes back up? It's 17 holds. I think it does have a chance. That's why I'm out of the short. Take the money and run. The market is doing that thing where it goes bottom to top, bottom to top. So I'd rather just be in and out of trades as it does that, as opposed to like when you're at the highs, if you're still in fighting the shorts, you can get into some trouble. When you're at the lows, that's where you want to be taking that profit, looking for some of the long trades, and then vice versa.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly the whole point of, and if you rewind to like 8:45 when we sort of started talking about Tesla there, I said, yeah, it's going to have to pull in order for us to get this long. And that's what happened, right? I mean, we saw the market fall. We knew where we wanted to go. We wanted to go to a name that gave us a level. And we sort of talked about this level there of 215 coming right back into here, Ramin, on the big screen. Right here, 215 and change, Ramin. Fabian. We show the chart if you get a second. Right there, down at 215. So that was just a little bit of a level of concern there. So it did pull back in. So we will ring the register now a little bit up there at 217 and change. So yeah, good. Everything's been good today. I don't really know what else to do. I'm a little bit disappointed in missing out on Disney. So that's already at 9. We bought some yesterday. I can find the price for you after this, but we bought some yesterday at lunchtime. So you can just go find whatever that price is actually. Nice move up there. And another name that we've been buying dips on is Amazon. We haven't bought some since earnings, so it's been a nice move up. I do not want to get out of any of this. I did sell some Nvidia yesterday. That's going to be a mistake, it seems like, as well. But there's Amazon. Nice move up to 142.50. And if you're going to look at the daily charts for this one as well, you're maybe getting exhausted up to 145. So some of these names having to start to maybe clear something out. Microsoft, again, just thinking about going to highs and seeing what they're doing. Microsoft, of course, has 366.68, I believe, is the all-time high there for Softy. So we are getting very, very close to that name as well. A little bit of a pullback, getting me feeling some kind of ways on Tesla. So we'll offer some 75s as I was waiting for 317.25. So I was just waiting up here, trying to take quarters. So there it is. We'll take a quarter again on that one. Throw up some bangs on that because Tesla's working as well. So far today, AMC, which right now, guys, hey, let's just do it for this. AMC is pretty much, it's 98 cents in the money right now. So we'll call it a dollar club. And in that hope, let's see if it breaks 9 right now on AMC. Look, we just get another fill right there, right now. Oh, actually, did we get? Well, we got 9 flats. Yeah, so we got 9 flats there on AMC. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the ride up, and let's see how much how long it lasts. Honestly, 10% left of AMC. That's it.
Well, I don't know. I don't have a good ride one either for that one, but AMC, it's a wild one. If you did the math, which it doesn't really matter when it's squeezing, it did bounce around where you thought the delusion would be and a little bit further past that. I think it was like 830 to 840 made some sense to me logically, but $8 is where it bounced. We're going to see. We're at the highs right now. I've taken out any longs that I had. I'm taking out the shorts too at those bottoms, but Uber is back through $50. So Uber is better than Lyft. It is arrows up. I like the stock. Yesterday, it was a good fade when it failed this area. Today remains to be seen. Double top yesterday at 50.35. If you're watching the afternoon show or just watching the show in general, super strong from 49 into that 50. If it breaks out yesterday's highs, I'm out of it. I don't think you want to fight this one. I'm putting this in the bucket of, it's not the same kind of thing, but it's in the bucket of a firm. Like once I'm out, I said in my morning note, I would take a shot at 25, and then you do not fight this stock if it's breaking out at that 45 level. It was a little bit quick for a reversal for me, and there comes Disney on a bit of a pullback into 89. So I've got a little bit in there. We're going to, it's already 10 o'clock. My bad. Let's go to happening now at the desk.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock, bit of a pullback here underway for the overall market. Back to the upside we went though after. Yeah, we got comments from both Bostic and Barr earlier on this morning, speaking at a Q&A at a fireside discussion on monetary policy. This was one of the comments that stood out from Bostic, saying policy likely sufficiently restrictive. Then followed that up by suggesting that there's still too many signs that inflation is too high. So a little bit contradictory. Remember, 2 p.m., Fed Chair Powell coming through today. So the market could be in a bit of a wait and see period until we hear from Fed Chair Powell. 1.45% meanwhile for NIO back downside now. There was that move to the upside if you missed it. The CEO of NIO USA saying that they're still willing to consider any combination to get into the North American market. MicroStrategy, what a day, almost 12% at the high there as Bitcoin continues to march higher. So all of the crypto-related stocks having quite the day. We had that note from Hollywood. If you missed it last night, tentative agreement still needs to be ratified, but looks like a foregone conclusion. So some of these streaming names doing well today, guys.
It's actually a positive for a multitude of names that have been moving. Obviously, Disney is the one that we're focusing on today, but don't sleep on how badly Warner Brothers was. But Warner Brothers Warner Brothers that got shellacked. So I'm assuming they're probably a little volatility there. I haven't looked at the chart, but Uber. It just got to 50.23, pulled back in, so it wicked the high again. So now we got it. I wanted to make sure it actually put in a wick high because I got in on the front end, not the back end first. And I always want to leave something for when it shows me a wick top. But if it takes out that high, we do not want to fight it. Disney, the aforementioned Disney, we were just talking about that as Brendan was as well. Why is that still? Okay, there we go. So pulling back in, bouncing off VWAP. It's at 89 level, in a bit early here. So I want to see this thing hold at 89. If it can't, I think you look right back into 88. I just don't want to be short this name. I want to be giving this one every chance to be that long. Rivian, I do think I need to get back into this one. The market does pull back, and we just got in off of that VWAP or 17 area. So the first level was 17.35. The close was, oddly enough, exactly at 17. It's weird that I just noticed that now when we're talking about the level, but that's fine. So underneath VWAP here, we're reloading. I understand I got out of it, but the way the market was trading, bouncing off of those lows, I was expecting that you to get a bit of a bounce to give me that short at the better level. But if it's going to be VWAP here, we'll stop it out above that 10 level. So Rivian, Uber short, Disney, let's go for a bounce. And there was something else I wanted to get to, but I know what it was. Coinbase, almost 100.
Ooh.
Yeah, sometimes you wait patiently for it and you don't get in, but that might be the best turn. Like that gave you like $1.50 and it's almost like a single 3-minute candle. I'm almost doubting if it gets to 100 now. I don't think it'll be that good initially. So I think if it gets to $100, I'd look for a very maybe like a 50 cent to $1 scalp trade off that level because that could be the good pullback happening right now on coin that I've missed.
Okay, guys. I mean. Let's go. Yeah, Disney. I mean, we're long right now at 89.30. So, I mean, we waited for the pullback. It came right into VWAP. So, we're sitting there hands open for that trade. And now we are now 40 cents in the money. We've only taken out 30% of it. So let's take out another piece right now at 63. And then let's see if this continues to go. The one stock that we just banked on and now is really moving a lot and trying to get a little bit violent. So let's get some more out here at 216 again. We did buy some more 215.70s there. Let me just find the exact price for you on Tesla. 215.76. So we do, right there, sorry. We bought that right in there and then we got some out. Look where it just ripped up to. 216.40. Okay, we'll take that. So that's a nice little move back upside there for Tesla. So far today, we're 4 for 4. AMC, right? AMD, Disney, and now Tesla. So we'll wait. We'll wait. So far, so good here today. Pretty active day in the market for a range-bound trade. As we sort of hit those pre-market highs, back down into the bottom now. Let's see if we continue to fade out. I'm going to take one more piece out here on Tesla if I can, because I'm just not there it is. I'm just not liking the market back into VWAP. But wow, just quickly there, Disney goes upside again, getting close to 90. I'm going to put an offer here in the 80s. If we can get 82, that would be nice. But so far, so good here. What's up, Brendo?
Instacart teetering here, guys, right at or near all-time lows, about to break that support level on the daily chart. Down 10 1/4 here for Cart off earnings.
Almost there.
Oh, man.
Almost there. Shout out to any Star Wars fans to know where that's from. Let's see if we get, 24 is incoming, but it has to get to 24. And when it's this week, let it come to you. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'll leave a little bit. So what I want to do here is I'll leave a little bit on the bid in front of 24, even though considering canceling it. And then if it makes a 24 break, I want to hold, give it to about the 75-80 mark, and then only get more if it busts back up at 24. So it's that false breakdown that I'm going to be looking for. There's a bit of a market so the market's right back into those lows. Yep. I'm going to talk about the NASDAQ here. There you go. The market's right back in at some of those lows. You have a few big tech names that have pulled back in. Amazon is looking a little bit weak now. Apple's trying to hold on. Just going to go to the Apple chart. Apple's trying to hold on to a higher low. Get rid of these wicks. So still pretty strong, but you're just getting lower highs. trying to hold on to a flat bottom here, which is not necessarily good for the market. That said, okay, Rivian short looking good again, but with that pullback in the market, Uber is chilling out here in that 50 range. So I'm still in the same level. It's still holding yesterday's highs, but that little dip, the market now breaking down, Uber's not participating.
Nope.
So I don't think I want to fight this anymore. If it breaks out that yesterday high, got to get away from this one. I'll say it over and over again so that I don't do it, but that is looking relatively strong, despite the fact that I'm short off the top here.
Yeah, we just reversed up a little bit there on Tesla because it broke below. So we'll hit the fail on there and go red on Tesla. So again, 3 for 4 now. As we're going to talk about our winners and our losers, so we will flush ourselves down the toilet there on that last little piece. It was fun. It was good. We were taking some profit on it, and we should have. I mean, again, it's always, you're always going to say, I mean, I'm always going to say anyways, coulda, woulda, shoulda. And we did have some nice moves back up, but that last little try there at 215, that's when we raised the flag, and now we can get out of the way here for Tesla and then just start enjoying the short now. As it does break that 215 area, as you can see with this market also heading to the downside. But market down, no worries, because look what we're doing right now again. Oh my God, for Disney, a 65-cent winner now on that one, as that's still trying to make its mind up on it, what it wants to do. But Disney, we missed it. We tried to get out at 90 there, missed it. So we're there at 89.98 now on that name, and then just still watching out for this Tesla trade. Not sure what exactly we're going to do with it, but for right now, it's just kind of hovering here. So let's be patient with this name and sit here with Disney and Tesla and see where we go from here.
Nando says it's a trap. We're going up. Well, is it really a trap if everyone's seeing the same range? I don't know.
I don't know.
Like it's hard to say it's a trap. Like there's the bottom, there's the top. We're not really. That's what I'm saying. Don't force any shorts here. Don't force any longs there. Cannot really say that enough. And again, if something is doing something counter trend, try not to fight it. If you're in the trade, best you can do is get out if it's wrong, right? So that's what I'm going to keep saying about Uber as long as it's in that pocket. ARM, I thought ARM would be a much bigger mover. Finally reporting earnings. You guys see it right here. Stock, it's not going anywhere. It's a good bounce off 50. If you got it, congratulations to you. But I'm just not seeing anything. Unless it gets back to that high, maybe you fade off that high, but I don't know. I thought 52.5, that's where that blue line is on my chart, so I want to respect what I thought was going to be resistance. Alphabet, this is not necessarily a good one. But remember, but you know what though? It's relatively weak, down 0.3% to the market, but it's also bouncing off the same low. It's bouncing with the market. So I want to find things that are going different to what the market is. Like speaking of which, I'll do that first. Uber yesterday was a great fade. Today, not so much. This is going in the other direction of the market. Market bounces off lows. It's taking highs. So I'm in the trade as it happens, but I'm stopping out yesterday's high and thinking this should now be a long if it can hold above this level. So that's what I want to respect. I'm out of Uber. I see John just said he's out of Uber. I'm guessing that's going to be a very popular stop level to just look at yesterday's highs. Thank you. I can't pronounce your name. I apologize for that. Thoughts on Elon's low float BTC miner ANY? Anything in the crypto? Just kidding. I was about to say anything in the crypto space is going to be good today, but I don't actually mean that because I'm sure everything is going to trade based on its own merits. This is a no volume name, so it's not going to be a day trade. Here's what I will tell you about this. Anything that has the profile of a reverse split, and I'm genuine about this, that has a profile of the reverse split that makes the bounce off $1, generally speaking, this has been a trade that when it breaks out, you want to go. Here's the problem. It does the dollar up, down, it breaks out the local high, and there's no volume here. If there was volume and I could be punching long at 114 and putting a stop at 90 cents on one of these things, I'd be doing it. But there's no volume on this move, unfortunately. So you can't break out without volume. Like nobody's scared if the stock isn't, like running stops and all that good stuff. So the setup is there, and we've been talking about this setup on reverse splits for quite some time. But it's not a breakout without participation.
Yeah. Yep, we're good analysis there. We're on Tesla still. We just took out You just got 25%-ish at 50s there. Is it just bouncing off of that? We're just short right now at 214.80. We reloaded it. I mean, we talked about what we were doing. We lost on the short, on the long, and now we will see about the short. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to see if this can get back in. We're going to bid 214 flat now and see if that does pay dirt for us or not, back down to that downside. But you know what is working out for us here, of course, is AMC as it just continues to moon. And so there it is. It's up to 940 now. So, I mean, this is, well, it was that high. It just hit 930. So good little move, huge move. Oops, can't see the price. There it is, the percentage. AMC still down that 10, but again, off the offering. I had written down here that I actually like the long at $10, but then again, we got the offering, and then you can see what happened there. This is why, but it's hard to expect this, of course. But you know, sitting in a name, especially like an AMC in the pre-market, can be troublesome. So you could have got run over there at 10 without many opportunities to get out. Trust me, I was sitting there watching it. It's a good thing that didn't happen. Then we thought we would get a little bit excited about this when it dropped down that 15% into 850, but that didn't hold either. And then we got out, but then we finally found a level down here of $8 that did hold, and as I don't know where this comes from, but the rest is history, all the way up to the upside right there, and it continues to make moves. AMC, congratulations, anybody but's on that one. We're cooking up profits on AMC. My number one stock today is AMD, though, and that's near a level where you guys are probably like, why is this guy not reloading or anything? Well, I just don't know where we're going to go on AMD. We've been watching out for Nvidia. Neither one of these names is really dropping. You know, they're trying to hold these bids, so up 2%, down on the market. AMD up 1%, down the market is. So I'm not sure if the market does turn around here that we really want to be digging into more short here on AMD or on Nvidia or one of those names. So we'll hold out hope that our short here in Tesla, that again just keeps on bouncing. I'm going to put another bid here at 58, and of course we do that and it spikes up about 10 cents. But we'll wait here, see if we get another fill there. Oops, nope. See if we get another fill down there, and then still wait for that 214. But I think we did pretty good here picking Tesla short for now. But we are down. There it is. But we are down on the name here today. AMC, Disney, by the way. I mean, in that missed opportunity getting out on the very top. We only have that 10% left on this name as well. So hopefully, actually, no, we did get out on the top. What am I talking about? We did get that fill. My bad. We did get a $90 fill. So good out there. Let's see what happens now. Hopefully, Disney can continue to make a little bit of a dip, and we'll get more long near 89.
When I dip, you dip, we dip.
Yeah.
And like that's the thing about that 8 on AMC is like you don't, generally speaking, see levels like that very often. Every now and then, like a stock that has that kind of volatility will show you a bottom like that and then actually make that kind of a move. It's rare, but when you get it, that's why I keep talking about like NEO at 7, because I think relatively speaking, that's going to move. I'll actually want to talk about Li Auto, but in the vein of Tesla continuing to the downside, there's a little bit of trickiness happening on Rivian. I just took some out again in the 16.85 because it's not really falling apart at the pre-market low. So it is a stair step down, which generally speaking is good if you're in a short, but with the market holding support, this is finding a little bit at that bottom. So I want to respect it. I did want to go over this because we want things to calm down. Whoops. I meant to type Li Auto and I just typed in Lucid. Is it a Freudian slip?
Bad.
Well, I'm glad I did. Just try to remember, Lucid underneath $4 again. That's the only reason. Failed a $4 break. Keep thinking I want to be short this underneath $4, and then one day it's going to hwadunk. But if it does happen today, I might have to wait for a couple of cents. You want it right to the penny on Lucid because it wasn't moving as much. Li Auto, look at it. Look at the bounce. 38. That was a previous flat bottom break for Li Auto. So shout out to the professor. You should be happy about that. That is a monster support on the daily. It was flushing into it on what was a good report, and it actually recovered that level on huge volume. But here comes Instacart. So we got the long over. I shouldn't say the rest of it. There's a running inside joke with Cart and Sean and I and some traders on the floor, but Instacart broke that 24. I had my stop underneath at 75. I wanted to see it hold through, so I'm going to get stopped out if I get back into it, it should be recovering off of this level. If you're wondering why do you want to catch this falling knife, there's only one level I wanted to trade off on the stock, and would be right here at 24 even. No other levels out there, unless you could have been short into $30, which clearly you could not be. Disney's holding at 89.20.
Oh,
Like I said, Rivian showing some signs of strength, trying to bounce here. If it takes out 17, I'm just going to get out of that one. I don't want to be fighting that. And I think it's just look to add Disney anywhere from 89 to 90. That looks pretty strong. And lastly, but not least, Nvidia continues to go higher. A lot of strength in this chip name, at least. But when I see this strong and I see Intel struggling, I want to be short, but I don't want to do it until it gets right up to this 38.10 area. Like I want to, just like Rivian, I want it to get right to here and then try the short. This is not moving. This might just be the easiest, if it works, 10 to 15 cent scalp trade you're going to find.
All right. Yeah, we are. Yeah, I like the scalping on Rivian. I like scalping right now, period. And you're going to see right now in just a couple seconds what I mean by that. Look at Tesla. I mean, it came right back up into 215.50 there, and we just shorted again. So you could see now, I mean, you could see our average price. We're very, very close to being positive now, which is going to be awesome for me because we did. I hate having an idea that works, and I mean, we could not be positive on this name. I don't know. I hate having an idea that works, and then you wind up negative on it because you got a little bit too greedy. Like, you know, we were in the money here. Not lots, but enough to say that. And you know, unfortunately, we didn't take out the profit there when we'd had it, and we got a little bit greedy, thinking the market was going to rebound a little bit, which it had, and we did get stopped. Well, we never got stopped out of our shorts, but we did get stopped out of our long there as it did not hold. But then you have to have the ability, which we do, obviously, as you can see right now, to make that flip over and right now, and you turn it into a money-making opportunity. And then we are, like I said, if we just take 50. We got to get down to about 50 on Tesla. So let's put a bid there now as we get lighter and lighter on it. We've seen it hold 50 before. So if it gets down into the 50 area, that should turn us green because we're almost virtually green right now on Tesla. But a little bit more of a push down here as this name continues to be. There it is. Yes, sir. There it is. So now we're ready to go. So here comes Tesla back into the 50s. Let's go. We'll now turn green on that name. And again, position pending. So not to talk up the game too much. But we also did short right now AMD. We talked about looking at that at 115 again, being patient for the 115. So there it is again right now on AMD as that's starting to print out for us a little bit here. So far so good on that call here for AMD on the reload of the short. So yeah, man, we jamming now. A good little short there back for advanced micro devices and bidding 79s right now. So that's it one more time. So let's go, man. Throw them up today. It's been a great day trading. It's going to get better with Adara at the desk.
Lots of small caps of note, lots of earnings moves right now, including this first one, AMC. So this one really dropped after announcing a $350 million at the market offering, but they also did report earnings. So there was a lower loss per share than expected and also a sales beat here. Recovering a little bit, but still very much to the downside. We also have Marathon and Riot. These are both crypto-related stocks trading higher as BTC trades well over 37,000, definitely of note. Marathon also had a pretty mixed earnings report. They did report an EPS beat, but a revenue miss. Last but not least here, another earnings name right now, Virgin Galactic Holdings, SPCE is the ticker for this one. They did report an EPS beat, or I guess less loss per share than expected, and also a pretty significant sales beat here. Keep an eye out on these names, guys.
Right. Oh, Virgin Galactic. I was asked about AST. I'll get to that in a second. You can probably imagine what that's going to look like. So Virgin Galactic. If you know my mantra on shorting names that have short floats, if you're not willing to make the top wick, then like here's the difference. Like I will always take this hit. I usually try to get back in if you can, but sometimes you're going to miss that trade. But if you don't take that hit, then the other side of it looks like this. Right? So when it works, the idea being you're going to hold for a big winner. Something like this could fail and get down to 23.50. So it's worth the risk to reward. But there's a reason you're willing to take that top wick and have it look bad so that that doesn't happen to you and then you're just fighting something like a firm all the way up. I'm always going to do that 10 times out of 10. Now I lost my train. Oh, Micron. Micron.
Yeah.
So Micron is up 5% today. Look, here's a quote just from Brennan here. Up to a 28% improvement in AI training performance and breaking out in a big way. I've actually canceled. Why can't I zoom out? Oh, there you go. That was weird for a second. It's broken out. If you look at this upper channel, the band is gone. It's 274. It's actually broken out this high as well. Oh, shoot, I didn't. Oh, thank you so much, Randy. I didn't even say yes, but he anticipated. Thank you, guys. So breaking out at 75.5 is Micron. Absolute gong show to the upside. Micron
Short
here today.
Tesla here too.
Nice.
Appreciate it, brother. I forgot to say yes.
This guy, I heard about some of Randy's escapades. This guy's killing it over here. Okay. You know that Janet Jackson song?
Unfortunately, all too well. You don't.
Paid.
You know my roommate at university.
Good times.
You know Adrian and
I know. I was just
my roommate at
I
university
figured you knew that song
had a little bit.
well.
He had an obsession with Janet Jackson. It's all good.
Nothing
It's
wrong
just
with that.
Like instead of having an alarm, he had his CD changer set to play a playlist in the morning, which it consisted of 7 times the same Janet Jackson song, and then it had a repeat of he had like one Britney song in there. And if you saw him, you wouldn't have expected the Britney song. But anyway, so I am a little bit triggered by hearing too much Janet Jackson, although she's still a good artist. Instacart just made a
Tesla, by the way.
23.50 bottom. I'm backing at that 24. I'm going to
pouring.
give it to that 50. But the market is back at those lows, and the EVs are now
Tesla, let's go. Yeah.
blushing to the downside.
Everything apparently.
I'm looking 1630s to 1640s for Rivian. That would be exactly the same move that it made in the afternoon. So we're in a couple of times here, but I think the bottom is that 1630 level. I don't know if we're supposed to do it. I thought we were going to go to the desk.
I believe we're going to Brendo.
I think we are. Brendo?
An iron name for you guys. METC, 25% off their earnings report after the close, or no, it was this morning. They reported better than expected results as well, just taking out the highs there. Also, just quickly on that Micron quote, it was a DRAM product. So they announced a few new DRAM related products. So that was the increase in AI processing.
All right.
Thanks. I just read the
good
quote that he
luck.
posted. So
My wife is getting her hair done. So we need some stocks to start to move around a little bit here. Okay, so yeah, no worries, Marissa. You, if we can get a dip through 214, then you know it'd be all good. But we just got a great price, man. We got 214.05 right there. Let me give it to you exactly. 214.14. We got 214.14 right there for Tesla. Again, Tesla right now, dollar club both ways. We had a dollar long. Now we got a dollar short in this name. And you know what else is a dollar club? The party ain't stopping right now, guys. No, it's not. You can come to the party if you're late, as long as you've got Disney shares long right now at 89.30. So there it is right there. It's another one. And hey, you know, we haven't done this in a while. I know it's annoying as hell, but we've given you a couple trades today. AMC long, AMD short, Disney. Who cut that off? Wow, Fabian. No, just playing around. And then we got Disney right there. And then we got Tesla. So right now we have multiple dollars all over the place. Let's see if we can't keep the momentum going again one more time back to the downside. Let's go. Break yourself, fool, on Tesla coming back into the downside right now. Let's go. How far down can we go? Nobody knows. And there's a nice little fill as well on that one. Spin this one. I mean, I cannot, honestly, I can't, I really can't trade better for myself than I've been doing today, like hosting the show, giving 4 for 4 on these ideas, and honestly, banking on these trades with you guys. So, I mean, so far so good here. It's been a super exciting day. There it is, Chris Miller, Roger, BBQ Trader, RAW, everybody that's there in the chat. And look, see you later. Ciao, Bella, to Tesla as we continue to go to the downside right now. 213 and change. It's not a dollar club. It's a $2 chicken dinner winner for you. There it goes. Nice move. I think we just get some, I mean, do we even get some out? I mean, the market is not even at the bottom yet for this name. So we are only into 40% of our initial position here from Tesla. So it's a good move down. I think we probably take some down here, but I'm going to do a little bit more work on this and see like how low can we go? We know that Tesla's been sick for a while. Okay, you're just starting to break that gap along right now. So that is 213 flat. Okay, so I'm just going to confirm this on another chart, but I'm going to make sure because this looks like a pretty juicy level right down here at 213, guys.
213. I mean, underneath 220, I'm with you on any. Tesla under 220 has been a dog, unfortunately. So I just feel like underneath that 220, you're looking short, and it continues to work. Every time I think Tesla's a short, I've been shorting Rivian instead, just because it's been a little more clear. And so anyone, if you're not following along, Astra, the board has said they want to take this private for $1.50. It's a non-binding offer, so it's a little bit wild. I said I wanted to fade a move into the price. I was in that. Made a bad reversal, and when it caught a bid at 115, I said wait for the teens, want to be tighter to that level. I was in the longs, but it's a scalp trade. So you won't generally see me in this holding 115 to try to go to 130. Like I'll hold 115s for 17s and get in again for 17s and 18s and get 18s to 19s and 20s over and over and over again. So if you keep seeing it pop in and out, you can play it a different way if you want to. It is marching higher. I am looking to fade this move into 150 again on the stock. It is a gap and run, but $1.50 is the offer price. That's the catalyst. It doesn't have a reason to trade above that unless there's too many day traders caught short, which can happen, but it's rare. But just understand there's no fundamental reason why this should break $1.50. It doesn't mean it can't happen, but I'm going to play it in the other direction. You are now breaking the top on Disney. Unfortunately for the market, though, Apple and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's now down 0.13. You are at the bottom, which we bounced a couple times off of. If we don't hear, market screwed. And Apple is also a breakdown at 182.5. If that takes that out, I think it goes with the market and drags it down with it. I do like a couple of other shorts out there, but I need them to calm down a bit. Downsky is asking what happened to Bill Holdings. It's halted. It's not grayed out on my level 2. Is this? Oh, it is halted. Okay. It's not grayed out. Usually our level 2 gets grayed out if a stock is halted, but this is halted. Looks like volatility to the upside, obviously. Down 10% still on a gap. I'm just going to confirm because I didn't. Let me just do this. Anytime you're not sure, go to NASDAQ Trader, trade halts, and just see. Yeah, so it's halted, volatility halt, just to be sure that it isn't something else. Should open up in about 3 or 4 minutes. I don't know any news on it. Well, maybe Brendan has that
I think he has
right
something.
now.
Yeah, no.
The report earlier this morning, guys, that the company was nearing a $1.95 billion payment deal for a company called Melio Payments. They have since come out and said that is just a rumor.
All right. Well, they said we just a friend, but
It's not a rumor.
It's not a rumor. Okay, right now. Already? Okay, so by the way, we'll take another 80 cents on AMD because that's what we're doing. 80 cents, yeah, sorry, that is what it is, and that's now 90 cents in the money. It just broke through view up again, and there's the reload one more time on that name. So boom to the downside, and then we are waiting very, very patiently. Actually, we're right here right now. What the hell am I talking about? I was waiting at 50s there. No. It went to 60s. That's good enough for me. Oh, no. Oh, man, Tesla. Man, I'm way too overdramatic. Let's get to the downside here. Oh, yes, sir. There it is. We get that fill. Anyways, hey, that's another $2 winner there for you on Tesla. So hopefully we can keep this going. And let's go over to the desk for a segment with Adara.
Oh, yeah.
That's me now.
Lots of news for crypto, BTC, and a lot of these other cryptocurrencies, but especially BTC, seeing this big move as this is a little bit older now. We're pushing kind of towards that above 37,000 here, but I guess basically there is potential Bitcoin approval. The SEC has until next Wednesday to approve the potential 12 ETFs that are on watch. So there are Bloomberg analysts who expect the SEC will approve all 12 spot Bitcoin ETFs. We'll have to wait and see on that, but the market is definitely very excited. We also have MSTR pulling back a little bit, but it was up over 10% on this news in addition to all these other crypto stocks. Here's Bitcoin itself. You can see this really nice green candle on the day to the upside as a result of this, buzz. Bitcoin right now trading just below 37,500. Ethereum up over 2,000. Most of these names up quite a bit. Solana up about 10% right now, guys.
And the market through that bottom looks like we're breaking down a bit. I just got, that's gonna show up as a short, but I'm not. When I pull up the chart, so what's gonna happen here? No, it doesn't. It actually cancels the other. So I just took out Disney, as the market cracked that low. So I'm going to take the profit and run. If it fails at 90.5, it's probably a decent exit spot anyways. Rivian still looks like it wants to head into that downside. I got my eyeballs on this name, Intel. When I see Micron jam like that, and I see the market go all the way to the top and the bottom, and Intel still holding this range, I was waiting for 38.10. I guess that was way too patient. The stock is barely moving, but I want to short these highs the next time it gets there. I don't think we get the bottom, but I think we can take a shot at those highs. Speaking of ridiculous moves, remember Micron, it is still holding the top end up 4.5%. This is a valid breakout, and on the daily, and as long as it's over 75, I think it's good to go. But as the market gets to that low again, are we even going to see 75? I don't think we see that 75. Yeah, I like 75. It also happens to be VWAP. I'm not going to chase it just yet. Disney, however, I do like Disney on a pullback. No need to have that in there. Let's go for this $89.50 area again. If we're going to stair step it up, I'll look for a bounce. Once I see the bounce, look to engage in that long. Rivian, just an update. It's 10:30, so this is that time of day where, generally speaking, either something's getting to a key level and you want to engage a trade, but if it's trend trading, it's like, where am I getting out? Where am I adding? Still thinking 17 in VWAP and still looking for the low here on Rivian. No other decisions to be made. And then just one more for you. I should have just sat in this short. I might regret this, but yesterday, Lucid was barcoding, and I was just sort of sitting in this one short, looking for it to break down. I had an opportunity to do that. I thought maybe it would retest $4. Now it's sliding lower. I just think at some point, underneath this low, two things are happening. One of these two things is going to happen. Either it's just going to squeeze up on a 40% short float, or it's just going to keep falling, which is what it's been doing, and there'll be a big drop into the downside after earnings for Lucid. I was thinking sit short underneath $4, and I missed the chance at 98s and 99s, unfortunately. As far as Instacart goes, we're in it for that gimmick trade the first time. The second time through, it holds the bigger level underneath 24 at these all-time lows. It's like 23.5. That's what it just tagged. So the first time, we just stop it out. The second time, see it make the bottom at the half, get back in at the even. I don't even have an offer, but I should have one in front of 24.50 where it'd be 1-to-1. This is an SSR bounce play, which also has support at the only level possible for that IPO. And John Spruill, it's not really red shirt, red day. I mean, the market is going down. The shorts have been good. It's just there was no intention whatsoever to anticipate a red day.
No.
Oddly enough, if anything, if I was thinking about this,
strange, but I mean,
if I was thinking about it, I actually believe it should be a bear and a bull because I was anticipating more of an inside day than anything else.
Well, it is. It pretty much it is.
Well, not for long.
Well, right now it's at the bottom. Yeah, hopefully
if we
it
break.
can continue to go down to the bottom here. So I was just going to talk about this because honestly, I'm going to basically slap a fail, even though it's only my last 10% on this trade. You know, it's getting caught up looking at other things and then not really properly sizing yourself for, properly not looking at level. The sizing is fine. I only have 10%, which is good. But it's like we saw 90.50 come already and then a pretty dramatic move down. And then it came again, and now is another pretty dramatic move down. The good thing about it is this time is we're bouncing off the 50 period, which now is 50 cents higher than it was before. So that's good, and now we can wait for 90.50. I put an offer up there. So if it comes back into 90.40, we will be out of this name, and just play it for what it is, man. Play the ball where it lies. Like, I think Disney, I bought Disney yesterday. So we're already long here at $84 from yesterday. So that's going to be a good trade. Again, pretty lucky with earnings coming through. My logic behind that trade was, and we talked about it yesterday before earnings, was that it touched its COVID bottom. So hopefully we can get through all of that. Plus we have Nelson Peltz trying to make some different moves on the board. We don't even know how many board seats he's trying to get. He's been very, very vague on all of that as well. But then I heard cost cutting on the conference call, and that's exactly what we wrote down here, and that's why we our ideas today. Look at our ideas today. I mean, we could look at them together. You can just go at Trader TV Sean and find it yourself. We have AMD written down here on the sticky note at 115. So, I mean, I don't know what else we could do there. We have AMC written down here as a long. Unfortunately, we did mention this in the sticky note as well, that, you know, a dip down changes everything, but didn't change that much, as it's still a #1 stock there for me today. That's a lie. AMD is my #1 stock. And then Disney, again, we wrote down 86 on a pullback. That's when it was at 87.50, and I just thought that there was a chance that we could get back into this level of 86 bucks if the market didn't like it. But just like me, the market loved it. So they bought this name all the way back up, but still a very, very profitable name for us on that one. And then we wrote down Tesla long 216. So Tesla for me was a good idea, obviously, to look at the name, but the long was wrong. That's where you have to have the ability, and again, we talk about this all the time, to not be stuck too much in your bias and manage risk and manage order flow and just the general feeling for the market, I guess, is kind of a good word that I'm looking for. And, you know, that really, and by the market, I'm talking about the stock in this situation, that Tesla just kept on going to the downside. We had some money off of a great level early. When it gave it up, we got out right there. And then we reversed into shorts. And now the shorts have put Tesla back into the money for us as well. So a couple good little bottoms there at 315. 313.50. Let's see if we break lower. But as Neil was sort of teasing there before, I think the market is getting close to wanting to test that 15,300. So we're right now in between at 15,350. I think we go down before we retest up. So let's wait and see.
So I always say you should never.
Oh, we got out of Disney.
Went to take a break there for a second, and I generally have a rule. If I haven't been watching a stock in like the minutes before I want to make a trade, I sit back down, and again, you know, the good thing about having the partnership that we do is like, yeah, we're talking, and Sean can get up and get a coffee, go to the bathroom, and I get up sometimes as well. But if you sit right down and I wasn't watching a level, and this just bounced Disney off of 90, and I have no idea what it looked like when it got there, I was like, no, this is a higher trend line. I'll just go into the long, when my plan was to get long off VWAP and 89.5 on market weakness. So I got in and realized, no, you're just taking a reactionary trade. So I got out for 10 cents. If you see me in and out of Disney, because even though it might bounce here and go to like $95, that's not what I was looking to do. I just kind of saw it and was like, oh, I can make that trade. And that's not how you're supposed to trade. You're supposed to have a better plan of action. So even if it works, the market is more than willing to reward you for breaking rules. And if I think it's a time of day where I want a VWAP dip buy, then I'm going to wait for a VWAP to get the dip buy. Going on over to the dumpster fire of the day, that's Instacart. Even if it's bouncing here, but trust me, this stock is a dumpster fire. I'll show you the daily in a second. So it got to 1-to-1. Remember, we took the L getting on the front end of it. When it wicked that bottom, it then held. We took the long off of the all-time low. It held the all-time low, didn't add here, could have, and I want VWAP. So VWAP is at 25. When I make this when it's an SSR play for me, the way I like to do it is if it gets back into VWAP, just take it. And sometimes it goes higher, but like it's down here for a reason. And when I say dumpster fire, I can't remember an IPO where if you literally just shorted the first 5 minutes, that was like the greatest trade ever, if you could hold it. But we couldn't do that because we can't do more than day trade. But that one was one a lot of people were thinking fade. I actually remember, and sorry, I know Dara's waiting, but I remember Max. I was on the subway, and Max had to be on vacation for this. And the way he was talking about his conviction of CART being a short, I was like, you probably shouldn't take this vacation. You should be there to trade it. Oh, there it is, Max. Let's go to the screen for Adara and Sector Watch.
The market is mostly flat or very negative today. We have some exceptions. Chips really strong with the Chinese International Import Expo happening right now. AMD, Broadcom, and Micron all really strong off of this, and Nvidia strong off of news or reports from routers that they could actually be sending 3 new chips to China by November 16th, so next week. Definitely of note. A lot of other things in the sector, though, are pretty weak. We also have lots of weakness in the technology services area as well. Some other strength, though, in producer manufacturing and energy minerals looking like it's trying to get a leg up here. Exxon pretty strong right now. Tesla leading down consumer durables. Lots of weakness kind of across the board here. A little bit mixed in consumer services, though, with Disney and the earnings trying to pull up what is otherwise a weak sector. But we definitely have to talk as well about the weakness in financial services and the health technology area. Specifically, Eli Lilly is interesting. With this one, we had a lot of strength yesterday after the FDA approval of their weight loss drug. Right now, they are tanking around 3% to the downside. Keep an eye on this, guys.
I mean, like, only talks to him.
Thank you very much, Dara. And look, this has been a wild morning, but I don't have a single trade on a crypto name, but Coinbase is up 11%. Riot is up, okay, fine. It's up 10%, but look, it's pulled back a lot. So obviously that's not that great, but hey, 10% is 10%. Mara up 17% despite a pullback. I'm sure like Hut 8's probably up. There was a few other names out there, but the market is at those lows, but there's a lot of strength to be found. You just got to look in the right pockets if you're going to find it. Affirm, there's nothing about 27 that would have been obvious for me except for the fact that I guess it's a double top. However, remember, I got stopped out at that 25 level for a reason. So there is 25 on the daily. I guess if you zoom out, actually, here, let's do this.
Yeah.
There is a loose level at 20. There is this at 27, I suppose. Like, sorry, it's zooming out here. There is this level at 27. So you could have said 27 for the short, but that's the same reason I like 25. On the way back in to any breakout level, like support turns into resistance, resistance turns into support, that's where I would look for a bounce. If it doesn't bounce off 25, I don't want any problem with it. You're right, Lydia. Rivian, even if I think it's going to 1635, it doesn't mean it's having trouble getting through that higher low from yesterday in the afternoon, which was also the morning support area on Rivian. So you've got a little bit of a double bottom forming. When that happens, I generally speaking want to, if it breaks this double bottom out here, which would be about 1685, I get out of the trade and look to re-enter if it fails at 17 again. So slapping the trail on, I still want to give the target, like if it resolves this to the downside, like it should get down to 1640. So I want to make a decision there. But it might have made a bottom. You could be right. See Lydia and Slap Chop Guy in the chat saying Rivian could have found a bottom. It's the actual name in the chat there, Sharif.
Yeah. He's all about that slap chop. Okay, so I'm getting just a little bit like I don't know if Tesla's going to go down anymore. We've hit that bottom at 213. We actually talked about that level of 213 and where it was bouncing from right there. Again, it was sort of that gap level. Right into there that we had talked about, gapping higher into 213 and then holding. It's actually like 212. It's 213 pretty much right on right now. So didn't take out enough. Well, we did take out enough, but we had the opportunity to take out more at that bottom as it goes back up to the upside. Still 80 cents in the money, but definitely some missed opportunities there as I continue to wonder why we didn't get more out as it just kept on bottoming at 213.50. It was just here 3 minutes ago. So can it get back in? I believe it can. That doesn't mean that it will. So we're going to have to wait now on this name and see if Tesla does come back in. I do have another bid there at 214. And then, just to end this trade, it's actually, we spin the money and it's just right where we ended it right now, 90.40. So there it is. Nice little out there on Disney off of the long of 89.30. So that's the official, another one there for the dollar. But again, the price didn't matter. It just came back up in, well, I mean, we could have waited, I guess, for 50s, but Disney came right back up again. And look what we get. You get a test of the 50 in VWAP, then a move back up. A test again. That gave us that high. Now, the minute that was rejected off that level right there, I was nervous that if you don't hold this, then you probably get back into VWAP again before you test the lower low, right into there. So, as you can see, these are new lower highs, higher low again. It was just the minute that you sort of break that level, which would have been VWAP, then you would have head back down in. That would have broke that trend, which, could have put this name back in. And then again, you feel like, oh man, I saw that pattern and I didn't take advantage of it and yada, yada. So we got out there and happy with it. This thing could moon from now on. It's fine. We made our money. You always can make more and you can always make less. So right there, good out for Disney. And I don't think we'll be back in this until we see another retest back down here to 90 or even 89. Well, 89. Well, we'd get long at 90 and then we'd have to hold it to 89.50. So that's where it becomes a little difficult. I don't know if the risk to reward is in this name quite yet. Are out for Tesla, because I know some of you guys are probably asking. I'm going to use VWAP. We only have 20% left of this trade. So you can see there's 8 outs here. So we're going to wait to see about 216 coming into play there. So that's going to be my next out. And honestly, that could have been a reload right there. But yeah, I'd rather reload on that top, which is where we're waiting for 215.50 or so. Let's see if
that was an ill-timed sip. It's hilarious. Every now and then that happens. I'm like, oh, I get a sip of coffee and it's finished thought there. Look, Tesla, I think you want to hold.
We'll see.
I had to take I just wanted to
you have
sip.
to finish it off. Yeah.
I think you want to hold, and I'm trying to hold on to Rivian as well because I think the trend is to the downside. You want to give this one a chance. I'm almost feeling like it's a reload spot. I do want to go back over. So every time there's a big move up on ASTR, I am getting in the short, but I'm playing it back into whatever the first support level is. So whether that's 130, here I think again it's 130. This time it's a little tighter. It topped out at 38. I'm in at 35. I'm out twos, ones, and evens. This is a 100% scalping stock. You do not see me trade in this fashion on other things. Like this is, if it's a penny stock, if it's this, then that's the mode that I'm going to go into. Getting out. It's going to do 100 million shares in volume plus. At some point, this could make a run at the buyout price. My approach when it happens is either I'm in so light that I can hold through and look for a short above, or I'm punching out when it goes through. So just be careful with this. It's starting to show a lot of strength. I don't think we see those 115s again, but if we see anything under 120, I'm going long for sure on that. Instacart, it does not get to VWAP. If it makes a higher low, I still want to get out in front of VWAP. I might just take 2480s. And just keeping in mind, this is a bit of a support level. It is an earnings report that was not good and support on the daily. So sometimes you get a bit of a dead cat bounce, take your profit and run. And then you can get one of those. We'll use that because it's Thursday Night Football, but I feel like a lot of people are going to be sitting this one out unless you have somebody in fantasy. You're probably not that interested. Just saying.
Isn't it Panthers Bears?
Yeah, I'm playing.
I have the Panthers D, so that could be hot.
I got some. It's a lot of bye weeks, so I'm playing. If he plays tonight, I'm playing Khalil Herbert.
Oh yeah.
He'd be a flex, but I'll start him at running back because it's Thursday night. If he goes, so I have a reason to tune into at least a part of the game. I'll probably.
Oh, I got Cole Kmet, who's actually been.
Oh, he's like good.
3 or something.
He's probably the best fantasy player on the.
Yeah. Or probably.
The coolest thing about the Bears is that their rookie quarterback's dad is like the best arm wrestler apparently in like the world or something. That's the best thing about the Bears.
Can throw some TDs there tonight. Okay, so I will have a play for everybody on the recap show. So join me tonight as we will talk all about Thursday Night Football. We won't talk all about it, but we will talk about it. All right, so here comes Tesla. We said we would bid 214, so that's exactly what we're doing. But don't tell me you're going to come all the way down here and not give me the fill. So we'll put it at right now at 05, and there it is. We take that fill. So again, a little bit of awesomeness on the hold, but the stock still needs some work here. So we'll wait to see if it does come down. But there's the hold and there's the out. We said we had seen this bounce around 214. It actually bounced around 213.60 or 213.70, but with that pull up, we will take advantage of that. And now we have a very, very small piece, which makes the reload even better down if we can get it again at this 215.40 area or so. So that's what we're sort of waiting for. And hey, man, if it still falls down, I don't have any more bids, so we'll still be able to capture some profit if and when we do make that move back in for this name. So far, so good here on what's been a little bit of a fun day to trade, and pretty much as we said, and as Neil mentioned before, a little bit of an inside day right now as the market just,
for now.
Here's where the market opened, 02s. You're at 76 now. So the highest we gotten was about 20 handles higher, and we've made the lower about 60 handles lower. So the short looks like that's where you'd want to be today. And that's where we've really made most of our money. My number one stock is the reloaded AMD. So if it wasn't for that, then we probably wouldn't be celebrating the shorts too much. Other names short, Tesla, longs, longs were also Disney, $91. Okay, Disney. We weren't really joking about it or anything, but we were talking about like, wow, what if Disney got up to these kind of levels? Well, not what if, it's when.
It is.
Right now.
Guess what else is?
$1.
My
Yeah,
poppies.
what?
Hang on a second. Not yet. Don't cut to me. There. Well, my poppy fell off. I just wanted to get back on. It doesn't really matter. but it does matter to us. Coinbase, 99. So Coinbase is almost at 100. I suppose, spoiler alert,
Yeah.
there's a 99.9% chance that Coinbase will be on lunch money today in about 1 hour or so. You think? Yeah, we think so. But it's not all smiles. Let me just cancel this bit here. Micron didn't quite get into VWAP or 75, but a little bit of a bounce. It's a muted bounce relative to what we're seeing in the overall market, but there's a decent chance it could just give you the nice little barcode. Stair step to the upside on Micron, break out the top on the daily. So that trend, I mean, the trend isn't really broken from this bottom because you had this one weird wick up here, but in a lot of ways it's breaking a local trend to the upside. This day throws out the top side of the trend line. That's why I don't have one up there. But above 75, I think you got a lot of strength on Micron. There was something else. You already talked about Disney's through the highs of the day. Ah, yes. There's another name in chip land breaking out to the upside, or at least relatively strong, and that's going to be Nvidia. It never broke VWAP when the market took the low. So when that happens, relative strength. Do not fight it. It's above 475. Don't fight it when it's above levels like that. And this is a strong one. There is a chip name that I don't mind the short of. It didn't get to 52.5, and that would be ARM. That's a level on the, look, it's more of a level on the 15-minute chart, so that line looks ridiculous. There you go. The reason for that is this level here on ARM. Previous flat bottom. When I see this happen and it just rejected 52, sometimes I should just be trading off the 52 level. If it does a wick like that again, I'd probably take a shot at it. But I have a funny feeling that we're going to be trading at least a couple of chip names. If it's not ARM, Micron, or Nvidia, then it's going to be Intel and AMD at some point today, pretty much for the entire day.
Is that the all-time? I know you've been talking about Instacart. That's the all-time low?
23.50.
Wow.
55. That is.
Stop.
I mean, it's only been trading for a month.
Yeah.
It doesn't even. There's no 50
low to
period.
go.
Hey, don't even have the 50 period moving average on your daily chart unless your charts are messed up. So it's a crazy one. Let's go to the desk. We have Adara and Money Talks. Eventually.
Yes, we do have money talks right now. USD is mostly flat, slightly negative right now. We did get the jobless claims this morning. They were slightly lower than they were higher than expected, but they were lower than last time. So expected was 215,000. We came in at 217,000 compared to last time, which was 220,000. So yeah, bit lower than expected, but higher than expected there, sorry. We also have lots of Fed stuff on watch here today. We have Fed Powell speaking later this afternoon. We also had Barkin and Bostic delivering more dovish comments today, with Bostic basically saying that there doesn't really seem to be a reason for more restrictive rates right now. Kind of mixed sentiments there though, but it'll really be one to watch for the USD as we get Powell speaking this afternoon, guys.
Thank you very much. Whoa, I just got a bunch of static.
Oh, that was you?
Barkin will be barking
Oh, it's Sharif.
a couple of times today, as you just pointed out. I was going to say that at the open of the show, and it was very corny, and I had a few corny puns for you guys, so I was going to limit them and maybe space them out a little bit. And so that was me spacing them out. But it feels as if, okay, we're getting into a double top on CART. This is the only trade I still have on. Been taking the profit probably too early on Disney as I look up at it. But if it does not break this high here, if we don't break out this top, 24.80, I think we just take it and run on Instacart. I'll be mad at myself over this. But I did get trail. I set out if it broke out this channel, I would get out of Rivian, and instead it's right back into the bottom. I only want to be short this name if it cannot take out 1735. Absolute nonsense. It's a weak name. It's going to stay weak. And I'm going to get back into this short, the first available opportunity. Coinbase in 100. It's imminent. Not there just yet. 99.84. Pretty darn close, Coinbase, with only 4 minutes to go. Wow, these crypto names are on one today.
I know you've been on a firm, but let's just have another quick look. Yeah, the crypto. Wow, BTC. I mean, we've sort of talked a little bit about it today. There's a firm, and the reason why I just want to talk about it is that, you know, that $27, we wrote down a dip opportunity in that. That didn't really happen, looking for the short. But what about 27 right up here, if we can, Fabian? 27 bucks in and around there. So that's an opportunity to go short as well. Also, the 50 periods right there. I'm not sure I like the short. It's just I think there's an opportunity there to make a little bit of money, and then get out at 26.50 if that does come through. Tesla's still that dollar. Disney, I mean, really happy owning the name and really happy with what's happening with Disney, but I just feel like this one's probably the missed opportunity. You were in Virgin Galactic, I think, right?
Oh, yes.
Oh, did it not go well? I don't know.
Well,
We had that dollar play that you
You're
liked,
right
never
and
got
wrong
down
when it happens, but I made the top wick on it and didn't get back in
that-
here.
okay.
The only place I want to re-enter when I make top wick is not here, it's here. Like I got to get back in the same pocket for the trade to set up, and if you're not very fast, you're not going to get it. It's still in play for the dollar bounce, although when this has already happened, like it bounces nicely off of 140 going into earnings. Ideally, when I was talking about $1 on Virgin Galactic, like knowing that they reported now, I was thinking it would fall into $1, bounce off $1. You take like a swing long with a 90-cent stop, and on earnings it pops, and you sell it, and then get in and out. I did something similar with Tellurian off $1, although it had nothing to do with the earnings, but I think that's out the window. If it retests $1, I might not have to do it. And then again, when you look for any kind of trade, whether it's day trade, swing trade, you know, if it doesn't set up, you don't have to take it. So it never got to $1, so I never actually took the trade. It made it bounce a little bit earlier than anticipated. I don't necessarily believe in this bounce as more than a short covering rally until it takes out 210. And then it's definitely a stronger move and something to set upside. Parabolic rally from Anonymous. In crypto. I just got out a card at 24.40. It did not get to that VWAP, but we're not at 100 yet.
37,000. Right?
We're just almost at 37K.
37.2, up 6% for crypto right now, and Coinbase is looking at that 100 directly.
That's a Zeke thing.
Crypto is looking at, Coinbase is looking at 100 like Dylan Brooks was looking at LeBron James last night. I don't know if you guys saw that. He was just staring the dude down, and then he pretty much, I didn't watch the game, but LeBron finished with 18 points. So, I mean, Dylan Brooks said he would lock his ass down literally, and he did, I guess. I shouldn't say that as I didn't watch it, but there were some funny memes out.
If you hold him to 18, it is what it is, man.
But I don't know
if
if he got hurt. Like, they got blown out. The Lakers got blown out, so that's why I don't know.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, he's still still the king there. Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit of a, head case there, Dylan Brooks. But
you know what?
If you're an athlete,
so was
sometimes that's
Dennis Rodman, and it still worked. And he's not an offensive player, but I mean, he played for Team Canada and put up some numbers there. Team Canada's not messing around. Shout out to, I hit Canada already. We have less than 10 seconds to go here, so I want to thank you for the super chat, DJ. Where would you look to long Lily? You're clearly talking about your personal account.
Oh no, it is down there. What the hell happened to Eli Lilly today?
5.9.
Good.
Hey, finally there was a good sell. Every time I've sold the stock, it's been at the wrong time.
Right. That's
and I sold some yesterday, and it instantly looked. So I sold some here. I got the fill on my personal account here, and it did that. Then it looked really, really, really stupid in the afternoon. And for a day trade, look, the day trade level, I suppose you can. The risk to reward says 590, but it's a pretty big drop, and I've been following it. The bigger level's been in the 60s and 70s. So I think you just said that too. Like 50 periods down here, that's where you have a little bit more trend support coming in the 60s and 70s. I don't know I don't know what time frame you're talking. On the higher time frame, it's the 60s and 70s. I guess today, if you day trade the stock, which none of us do, then you'd be looking right at 590. But I would rather not catch this falling knife without having. I have no clue why this is happening.
That's what I was.
They just got good news yesterday. So.
Yeah, I would not. I'm like. I'm long from time, so it doesn't really matter for that. I got out a little bit yesterday. I only have 70% left of that, but still have a big position. The only problem with Eli Lilly is exactly what Neil said there at the end. We got the news that sort of everybody was waiting for yesterday on some FDA approval for the weight loss aspect for some of their drugs. I think it was, I forget the name of it, started with a B. It's not Ozempic or any of those.
No, it's, I try not to pronounce it.
Yeah, so, and if you're fading off of good news, you just gotta wait, because a lot of the time people buy the rumor and sell the news. So that's something that's definitely happening there, in my opinion. But before we go, we got one more thing to do. All right, so yesterday, I didn't even get a chance. I said that I would try to tweet out a picture of the hoagie. They were gone, man. I didn't get a chance to do that.
Which means it's tasty.
Nor did I want to take one. I mean, the guys behind us get them and whatever. I've committed, Neil and I both, to the salads and so on and so forth. So, you know, they only bring in a certain amount, so we don't have the hoagie. But today, if you're looking for chicken, though, today.
John just said chick time already.
Yeah, once again, today is not going to be your day, because it's a very interesting combination today. And I don't know if this is going to be good or bad or what. So we'll leave it at that. Good, bad, or ugly. You guys tell me. Tandoori and basil roasted salmon? I mean,
I love tandoori chicken.
could be legit. No, nothing wrong with that. I just don't know about it. Tandoori and basil roasted salmon. Maybe it's a good combination. Maybe it's not, with North American spiced couscous. I love the couscous. I'll be all over that. So I'm going to give a thumbs up for the couscous, but I don't know about the tandoori and basil combination.
I wouldn't have thought of it.
On salmon.
I wouldn't have thought of it. We're going to eat it.
Someone just threw up in their mouth, so I do apologize for that. But every day we're going to do this. So
Well, that's a bit extreme.
yeah, I think that might be a bit extreme. I'm going to see what's going on with it, and we'll both give you.
It's not the CEI daily chart. It's just lunch. You don't have to throw up in your mouth.
You're not married to the tandoori salmon or anything like that. But all right. Obi's not on long enough as it is, and we're cutting into his time. So it's 11:03. It's the professor looking very professor-like today, and Obi. It's Neil and I. We've had a great show, I feel like. Hit the like. Yeah, do it right now, because we might as well.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you to the heart of the market every day.
I mean, it's the one way to get people to like and subscribe. You know, so. All right. Be quiet, guys. Go get over to those guys.
What's up now, Sharif?
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Obi. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks there at Search Trader, who, by the way, have that audition. You get $100,000 in fake cash, and if you win, you get 1,000 smackaroos there. So give that a try if you are interested. Mr. Kenobi,
yes,
it
sir.
looks like we are knocking on the door of that 15.4 on the NQ. Things pumping here. What's the look?
Yeah, man. I have had a choppy morning. I'm gonna admit, like, wasn't very. I mean, I was a little structured, and then it started falling apart when there was a little bit of crazy choppiness. And I did get a little bit degen, but again, mischief a little bit managed here. Here's a reason why I got degen. The idea was to short in and around these areas, get aggressive, stop out, get aggressive, stop out, finally get the short near the highs, and then take it for only like 30, 40 pennies. And then I'm like, okay, well, I missed that nice move, about a full point down off of the same area I wanted to get short. And yeah, I just started adding, and yeah, kind of took the reversion back towards VWAP there, but definitely not the best way to trade. This is not anything pretty here. We did catch some shorts, some longs on the way, but again, I am not trading at, I guess, in a good mind state. Clearly, as I keep adding into oblivion here, kind of not trusting the move to the downside. I'm seeing reserves here at that 141.60. There's some crazy reserves that were happening at 142 yesterday. And yeah, that 15.4 Sharif, definitely an interesting level as we keep on kind of messing around with that price, kind of an over under. You can see how messy it's been over the past couple of days there on the NQs. But yeah, we're gonna stay trying to capture some opportunities here. Again, I have Uber up here from yesterday. We were talking about kind of a day 2 earnings, and I was trying to short underneath this 50, but take a look here, guys. Uber has finally kind of broken that earnings kind of consolidation. You had that strong move off of earnings. You can't really get past 50. I tried the short off 50 yesterday. It was kind of choppy, and coming in today, take a look at that. You break kind of a double day triple top, if you want to call it. You're breaking above 50 pretty much. And looking left, there is some room to the upside there on the Uber, and these highs right here at the 53, just underneath that 53, 52.75. So I'm looking for a nice pullback into that 50 to see if it actually claims and if we're actually going to continue to the upside here. I'm going to lay off a little bit on Amazon. We talked about yesterday kind of getting into a drawdown, getting into the wrong mindsets here. And yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a break from Amazon for maybe a couple 15-minute candles there, and see what it's going to do. But we are knocking on the door of VWAP as this kind of consolidation looking like it's kind of slowing down in terms of the follow through there. But yeah, take a look at the NQs. Very volatile and pretty much a V-shaped recovery here. The long was definitely not wrong down here. 141.60s reserve, and then you slap up into 142s, which we're reserving earlier, and now you're printing above with the market blasting to the upside. Take a look at that teleportation right there. Yeah, the candle's literally like teleporting 5 points at a time through that 15.4, and take a look at the ES2 knocking around on that 4,400. So yeah, these prices definitely very, very interesting. A lot of reversions on the board there, Shereen.
The reversion man will be on shortly, I believe.
Yeah.
Isn't he? Yeah. I don't know exactly what time Papa is going to be on.
He's
we're going to
today?
do the housekeeping right now once we look at the app. But first, Nvidia, another strong day for the monster GPU maker. You know, Jensen Huang ain't going to sit down and just let Biden tell him what he can and can't do. No, he's going to innovate. And that's what he did. He went back to work with his team, and they got 3 GPUs now that they're going to export to China, circumventing the new embargo on the A800 and the H800 chip. And Nvidia was strong yesterday. It was strong counter market. It's strong again today. Over 2.5%. It's the biggest it's the highest of the Mag 7, at least on my board. Let me double check that. Yes, I am accurate. 2.62% on Nvidia. Everything else, you know, you're a little wish-washy. Nothing really even above 1%. Who's calling me?
It's always at this time, man. What's up with that?
I don't know. If Alfred sends his signal messages, he thinks everybody's out to get him. He's hilarious. No. It's not Alfred. But let me tell you about this Nvidia trade. We're long here, Nvidia on 476.61. We waited for this bad boy to bounce off VWAP for like the umpteenth time on the day. Took it long there. Come to the chart if you're able to, please. A few outs here. We're looking for that 478 continuation. We had trouble at 477. You were getting wicks above. Now we're having the same issue here at 478. You know, stepping up. We got a 478.65 high a day. That was made essentially right on the opening range break. We'll see if we get continuation. I think, you know, we do really well here if we stay above 15.4 on Nvidia. Apple's also rocketing up. I'll get to that one in a second. But the beak wetters here on Nvidia, we're trying to take out smaller pieces to take the majority of the share size nearer that $10 level. What I really mean is I have ambitions of this one touching 480 on the day. So we're going to have to wait and see whether that materializes or not. But it's been beautiful. Higher lows with higher highs here. But we really need to get to that high a day at 65 to kind of really seal the deal with the higher highs. Trying to pack my patience on this bad boy. But as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. Apple looking awfully good right now. Now, this one has been multiple day runner. Let's show you quickly here on the half an hour. I mean, like, look at this. Yeah, the earnings report comes out. It's liked by the market through the algo spike. It tanks a little bit, but the trend is intact. Ever since October 26th, this one has been making higher highs and higher lows on whatever you want to look at, the daily, the 15, the half. It's been a great little trend here for AAPL, running to the high side. We're knocking on the door of that 184. We're at 183.79 currently. We'll see if we're able to break through that today on Apple. It is at literally high of days. It's broken through the opening range break, and it's pumping to the high side. Now, I think we probably see 184 quite soon on AAPL. The other one, Meta. Not too bad of a look here. Meta has been a tougher look lately, right? We've been talking about Meta kind of being one of those ones where it's been ranging, and looking at the 15-minute chart here, kind of, but it's subtly making higher lows and higher highs, not by the exorbitant amounts that it was making it before. But here we go, Meta looking good, up 0.75 percentage point. The NQ complying with that 15.4 reclaim, and now if we can get up to that high a day, that opening range break high was 15.432 3/4, right? So we're about 15, 20 points away from it at the moment. Let's see how we do. I'll pass it to Obi, and then I'll prepare the side charts for my friend Nimit.
Yes, sir. We got a $5 super chat here from
Oh my
Jay's
God,
Jay's Passion right there. What do you think about Uber? Do you think it'll reach 51 today? All right, so we just talked about Uber, so we can talk about that as well. Again, we talk looking left, 51, 52, 70s is the high right away, and we are breaking a little bit of a multi-month kind of level here through that 49. So yes, yesterday I was thinking for the short, but the fact that we've kind of pushed up and bid up above this consolidation, post earnings consolidation, day one, day two highs, we're trading above that. VWAP is above that, so I think that the probability of testing 51 stays higher if we can hold above this level here on top of the 50. So again, that's just my opinion. Just take it for what you will. But I think that the trend may be a little bit pushing to the upside here. But that VWAP reclaim might be something nice to look for a bid to catch on top of the 50 there on Uber there. But yeah, probability of 51 a little bit higher than yesterday, I think.
Guys, Nvidia is like a rocket ship at the moment. We just broke 479. We're going to take another beak wetter there. 2.85%. This one looks like it's headed to 3%. Here we go, 479 break. We're getting multiple prints above 479 now on NVDA. This one's really going, guys, really going here. Here we go now, squeezing through that whole dollar level. We're only like 50 pennies away from the $10 level at 480. We were just talking about that like it was something we were going to see in the distant future. Here we go again on this name. I can't believe this stock, man. What a monster. I have nothing to say other than just, take profits where you can.
Take a look at Apple. I think Apple might be. Apple might be pulling that one along, kind of.
Michael Hardy just called me a minion. Sharif looks like a minion.
Nice. I like it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just had to interrupt you because that made me chuckle, man. Thank you, Michael Hardy. I don't know, man, what to say to that. But other than
you only answered a Gru?
What?
You said you only answered a Gru?
What does that mean?
From the Minions. He's like,
I don't even know the Minions,
you haven't
man.
seen.
I've never watched the Minions.
Come on, man.
It's funny.
Good
so
movies. Good
thought
movies.
I'd mention it. What are we talking about here? Some tags. Nimit, yay. Let's see the side charts. Get to that in a second. Renata is also looking at Nvidia. I think she's long Tesla. Shout out to Renata. But Nvidia, to me, is the standout one as it's working its way around government regulations, and more happy I could not be. I do not like when government intervenes in business, and this is a great way to get around it. But let's just see how long they're able to do that before new embargoes come out to restrict these new chips. I talked about the models on the morning show. If you want to have a listen to that, you can always go and rewind.
Yes, sir. So I'm a little short here on the Amazon. We said we would wait a little bit here. Again, 142. I like the interactions here, but again, bit of a pivot point to potentially. VWAP is right here, just above that 142. I got 142.03s here. on the VWAPs, and it would seem as if the market is raging to the upside. So I do have to stay quite nimble on this. And yeah, there it is, a little bit of a pump to the upside. So we shall continue to watch this 142 level. A little bit of a disconnect on the Amazon today. I have been feeling with respect to the relation with the NQs, a little bit of disconnect. I wanted to say like a lead lag, but it's not even like a lead lag. It's just kind of disconnected. It's doing some things with this 142, 141 and a half. And again, with that 143 yesterday and the day before as well. Darwin saying, use the force. Yeah, I don't know. A little bit, I'm definitely not using any of the force or any logic to say today. Well, not great logic, let's say that. And the execution's not as great either. But the VWAP looking a little bit heavy here as the market tests near its highs. We can see that we've been quite rangy on both sides, right? This range is kind of just like we did a V shape. If you look at just these opening 15-minute candles, you pretty much did a V shape off the open. You do down to the downside, you pop back up, and then you drop back right in, and then now we're popping back up. So very, very choppy, very messy kind of day here. But let's see if some of these constituents can give us an overall move there. We did reject yesterday's end-of-day consolidation highs here on Amazon. I am watching Apple as well. Apple quite distinctly different. Still stepping up, still continuing to go higher. We just broke through yesterday's highs. Well, we attempted to break throughout the open, and then now we're really giving it a push, and we were pushing towards that 130, 134-ish area. So looking left right here real quick. Let's take a look on the 30-minute chart. When is the next level here? Wow, we got a lot of room to go, but yeah, oh boy, indeed. 185 potentially, but look at this consolidation lows up here at that 187. Yeah, so that 187 could definitely be interesting. Could be a little bit of trouble, that 187.
Yeah, we're up 3 now on NVDA. We're now knocking on the door of 480. We're real close here to 480 break, guys. We're printing in the 90s. I'm seeing 88s show up now, 90. There we go. Here we go. We're about to break 480 on NVDA. Let's see what we get here. Up over 3%. The market's strong. The NQ is strong. Nvidia is strong. Lots of size here at 480. I'm seeing about, it's moving so fast, but I see about, I want to say, what the hell is that? How many is that? Wow, it's a lot of lots, okay? Let's just put it that way. Lots of size at the whole dollar level, lots of lots. Yeah, the Katina likes that one. Lots of lots on 480. Do we get the break? We're probably going to have, obviously, resistance in and around there. I've only got 2 more outs, guys, on NVDA, so I'm going to really wait for a 480 break. I'll let it retrace. You know, all the way down to 478 or in and around that area. That was the resistance area here. This is the area I'm talking about, give or take that area. I'll let it come back into that area. I really want that $10 break through 480. We're going to pack our patience. Obviously, there is resistance at that level with lots of lots right there. So we'll have to wait and see. Looking like a wise as an owl, my guy. Shout out to Will Evans. Yeah, I decided to wear the specs today. I don't really know why. I think I want to contrast the blue on the yellow. The Katina man already knows what I'm thinking. Oh, no. Oh, okay. He's talking to Neil, so he doesn't know what I'm thinking. But anyway, yeah, here comes Nvidia back into 478, kind of like I suspected a little bit. And we also got into the IB high on the NQ, which is an area where we expect to encounter resistance as well. This is what I'm talking about over here. This is the 15,432 high that we made at 10 o'clock. It was a quick wick, and we just touched that level again. Where do we get? 15,432.5. So we come within a quarter point of the high of day. So a bit of a double top right now. We don't break through the IB high, as Dan the Man M is probably would say. Keep your eye on 15.4 though to see if we defend that 100-point level. Pardon me. On the NQ. Let's pack our patience today, but it looks like it's going to be a decent day. All right, housekeeping time. All right, here we go. Barkin started speaking exactly 20 minutes ago. Obi, FOMC member Barkin started speaking at 11 o'clock. We have a 4-week, I didn't even know they did 4 weeks, 4-week and 8-week bill auction in exactly 10 minutes. Okay, both prints last time were above 5%. We had 5.29 for the 4-week. We had 5.30 for the 8-week. That comes in at 11:30, 10 minutes. I'm not sure how market moving that is. I am, what's it called? Investing.com gives it 1 bull out of 3. But we have the 30-year bond auction. This one's getting only 1 bull out of 3 as well at 12 o'clock. I figured the 30-year would be more than 1 bull out of 3, but in any event, the 30-year bond auction, 12 o'clock. Previous print on that one, 4.837. Let's see what we get this time around. And then at 2 o'clock, we have Fed Chair Powell speaking. That's exactly at 2 o'clock. That will be when Obi or Adara and I wind down the show. And then we have the Fed balance sheet coming in at 3:30. That will be with the big kahunas on the closing show, as well as the federal balance and Federal Reserve banks. That's not that important. That comes in at 3:30 as well. So those are the events that we need to concern ourselves with in the afternoon. So mark your calendars there. Dan saying BTC gave it all back. Did it really?
Oh.
36. Well, not really. We're still up 3%. What I looked to you. I said Coinbase is up 12%.
Yeah.
Now it's up 9 1/5.
That's pretty wild there. A little bit of a pullback here. You're right. Strong pullback. We hit 38, and then we're coming right back in. But here, take a look at this. TikTok, like clockwork, NQs test the highs, and then pretty much makes a double top. Doesn't even do a lick grab, and at that same level, you get a little bit of a pullback there, and we got that little bit of a sell-off off of VWAP there on Amazon. So we cover a little piece there. Uber is still coming down to that 50, but yeah, that Bitcoin move back down to the downside, quite strong, expanding volume going into those highs there. Definitely on watch. Again, we've talked about this quite a few times now. We gapped up through that 30 thou, and then we started grinding on top of in and around that 35. And take a look at this. This is a real move right here, back towards the upside, 38,000 right there, and with expanding volume a little bit going into the right here. I'm have it on my other screen and I'm talking about, but take a look at this. Expanding volume going into that move, right? And yeah, so now you have a consolidation and you have a consolidation breakout. So definitely a good look there for the BTCs. Again, very, very volatile. We did pull back quite a significant amount off of the highs there. I think roughly 70 to 80% pullback right there. Okay. Nice and healthy for the Bitcoin bubble, in my opinion. But yeah, so that level is still holding as resistance as of right now, and Amazon kind of pulled back off of that VWAP. We could still very well kind of churn. I said that 142 is kind of interesting, and 141.60s, 141.50s as well. Sharif was saying Apple to the upside. Yeah, man. And yeah, let me just take a quick look at Apple right here.
Not really that much, 0.5%, but the
yeah, but we're slowly kind of grinding up. We talked about how like yesterday we pushed that. Remember we pushed that 180, and then once we broke that 180, we have not looked back at all on Apple. So definitely the personal is very happy about that.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so Apple to the upside. Let's see what our friend Google is up to. Google kind of choppy. I did note that Google is in kind of a very strong uptrend here. We broke through that 125 consolidation, and I think right here, post earnings, you kind of bottom out, and you kind of fail to follow through below 120, you reclaim 125, oh boy, you're headed back to the upside right there. 130s coming in, but take a look at this, very strong trend, a little bit more clearer on the 15-minute here. Let me get this VWAP out of the way, but take a look at that, very strong trend on Google. So yeah, we saw how crazy the past week or so was. Okay, I see about a few hundred lots there on the bid getting smashed on Amazon. So it seems like our short is gonna stay looking nice for now. All right, so let's see the next name here. Actually, you know what? before the next name, I do want to see what Mara is up to right here. Again, top volume leader on the day here, doing about 51 mil. 51 mil of volume, and Mara a bit of a on earnings as well. So you got that Bitcoin move, and then a lot of these crypto miners and crypto associated names are getting that nice RVol and nice volatility as well. Nice little 1050 push, and then a bit of a fail back in. Classic kind of moves for this. Kind of washes a bunch of prices and then gets real choppy and then continues on a longer time frame there. Wow, Tesla to the downside. Holy, weak, that is wild, man.
3.8%.
This is a beautiful move. Failure to follow through of 225, man. Oh boy. Yeah, a little bit of a toppy action there. Let's take a look at the hourly here. We talk about kind of a bigger picture here. Sold off quite heavily on earnings, but still consolidating pretty much sideways on top of this 200, give or take a 25-point range there on the Tesla. Let's see what's next. Okay, AMC. Wow, I think. Oh right, what was it? The Actors
Guild,
Guild, the union. There's some news about them coming to an agreement. This morning, I did get some RVol kind of alerts this morning on my Netflix. So let's take a quick look at what Netflix is up to. Kind of been bidding up into this news here. Now I don't know if the news is the reason why, but earnings continuation is definitely a strong reason why. Again, that 400 holds post earnings, holds that 400, and that 400 kind of consolidates for a few weeks, and then we get a slow, steady grind above that 400. These earnings plays, man, the earnings continuation plays I'm seeing are quite nice, or they have been quite nice. And you know what? Until it works, you gotta stay milking the move, because some of these trends and themes don't last very long in these markets here. I know that Disney also kind of being affected by that, and Disney earnings day one as well. I'm not really interacting with a lot of day ones. Again, we talked about why yesterday. My stats showing me that I may not like on average earnings day one. I tend to do a lot better on earnings day two versus day one. So I'm kind of reserving myself for that earnings day two, preserving the mental to say. But a strong, nice move there on Disney earnings, holding above the earnings reaction high. Very tight pre-market action there, and then look at that breakout of the pre-market range. Whenever it gets kind of tight there, you can always expect a little bit of fugazi out the open. You get that nice lick grab of the lows, and then you just slam up to the highs there. 90s coming in. Let's take a quick look left and see what we have in store here. Yeah, a little bit of a trouble point there, potentially at that 92.50 on Disney. Previous earnings high, so definitely significant. Let's see if this earnings can push past the price of previous earnings high there on Disney. Very, very interesting setups here in the coming days potentially there.
Yeah, we're going to yap about Disney a little bit more soon, more from the fundamental side. I'll be covering the technical side very well. But another name that is running strong on the day.
What's going on? Oh, nice.
That's why I'm like, Ram, the position board's not working. She's like, yeah, in a second.
You just hear him cracking up in the back.
Bro, making me look like a damn.
The color is very similar there.
I don't care. I'm going to wear this shirt. I like it.
It's a great sweater, man. That is a great sweater. Wow, I literally cover and then we're dropping like that, even more off those highs. Thank you.
Oh my God. I'm getting roasted in the chat. I'm getting roasted by my fellow employee. Everybody's roasting me today, but it's all good. It's all good. Let's talk about SMCI, guys.
I can feel the pain in your tone, dude.
Tesla's at the bottom, Katina Man says, so he's short that and he's doing real well on that. But let's talk about SMCI, because SMCI is typically running with Nvidia. We usually come to the chart. We usually are you frozen over there? What's going on? Okay, so they're frozen. They'll try to fix that in a second. So we'll just talk about it. See, this is
frozen.
What happens.
Frozen. We are frozen, guys.
When you guys try to get creative like that, make me look bad. No, kidding, of course. SMCI up 5.5% so far. Typically.
Nice. Oh, okay. All right. What's Can you spot the difference? I like
Look
it.
at what they're doing to me, bro. Like I'm getting. Look at this, and like this is actually not even being done on purpose, guys. It's actually frozen, apparently.
It's frozen, dude. You just gotta let it go.
Well, she's running back there to get marked.
Someone got it. Someone got it.
Here's the deal. Super Microcomputer is expanding their global manufacture. I can't take myself seriously, bro. I can't even talk properly right now.
Oh boy.
Super,
I think the double shot is.
No, it's still there on the double shot. It's frozen.
Oh, it's frozen. Okay,
Yeah.
well, it's Sharif's show right now, man.
Yeah, it's all good. Well, it's the Minion show. Can you spot the difference, baby? I like how he's got the glasses too. He just needs blue glasses, and that would make it a little bit better. And it would be a little bit better if I wore my jeans too, rather than my black pants, because then it would kind of fit them.
Yeah. You gotta get the overalls. If you hit the overall,
When's
dude,
the last time you put on overalls?
you missed the Halloween, man. But if you had this sweater plus some overalls, you could have definitely pulled it off. It would have been nice, man.
Okay, it's gone. All right, amazing. Are you able to come to my screen, Fabian? In a second. Okay. All right. Super Microcomputer. There we go. Now we're back in business, baby. Super Microcomputer expands global manufacturing footprint, increasing worldwide rack scale manufacturing capacity to 5,000, yada, yada, yada. They're up over 5%, 5.5% today. It typically is a sympathy play with Nvidia. I remember I talked a lot about this on the one of the midday shows. I think in the past couple of weeks, I researched into Super Microcomputer quite well, and they are very interesting. Not only do they provide these microchip manufacturers with parts, but they also offer a full service kind of data center business. So when you buy all these GPUs from Nvidia, and you put them together and you start training your large language model on them, or you rent out your GPUs, or whatever your business model is, this is the company who services you. They include software, they include technical support, installation, you name it. This is the company that does it. So it's like a full service company, and obviously you don't just buy the hardware, you'll have to have the software as well, and this is one of those companies that does it. So always interesting for me to see how Super Microcomputer is doing when Nvidia is up on the day. So that's a look there. Now, Nvidia has retraced a little bit off the highs and knocked on the door of 480, and we were almost up $4 in the money there, but now it is coming right back down into that 478. I'm gonna try to pack my patience here because it is putting another higher 5-minute candle. So we'll see, and we only have 2 more outs on this bad boy, right? So I really want to be able to break through that $10 area at 480. We're gonna see what we get on that one. But anyway, up 2.7% was up over 3. Now let's bring in the side charts to talk about some of the other daily non-Mag 7 movers. Disney, Obi covered that one. I'll leave it for him. I'll leave that there for him. With respect to fundamentals, we'll talk more about that when Adair comes on. Affirm also reported, and it was a good report for Affirm. They were up big this morning, bigger than they are now, 27.16 high. It's coming back down now to 25 3/4. I kind of don't like this play for a long. I got to tell you the truth, the lower lows and lower highs are very striking here. In addition to that, it does break through VWAP, and it breaks through that whole dollar level. However, we have this yesterday high at $25 that we can really look at as an area of support. This one might be very interesting as a dip trade off that 25 if it does come into that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put an alert here, a smidge above that 25, because I want to be alerted to it before it gets down. I'm going to put it at 25.20. Right there. There we go. We're going to activate that bad boy, and then we'll maybe have a resting order nearer that 25 area. I'm going to give this one a tight stop too at 25. I really want to see it actually not even get to 25. I want to see 25.10, 25.05. But you had a double top there at $25 on yesterday, so I'm looking for yesterday's high to be a support level for Affirm, especially with the earnings that it had. Now, I didn't get to read this one because there was just so much to read this morning with respect to Affirm, so I don't really have too much to add fundamentally about the earnings. The AMC, you saw the big kahunas take this near that $8 area. That was an absolutely fantastic trade. It ran to 937, makes its way back down into VWAP at 8 2/3, and here we go again. We're dancing with 9. We're above 9 for the moment. and maybe to even test those at that 937 high. In case you're just joining us wondering why the hell AMC is down 10.5% when it didn't report that bad earnings, because they put out a possible offering today of about 350 million shares for to raise capital. Right, so we'll have to wait and see how that one does. ARM is the other one that I'm looking at. This one reported, and it was not a bad look. Come to the screen, please. It was not a bad look for them at all. Oh, there we go. It was not a bad look for them at all. However, the guide was a little bit lighter than what the street was expecting. And somebody on, I was reading a really interesting article about IPOs and the expectations with IPOs. You want that first earnings report to be stellar. You want to beat and you want to be good, and you want the guide to be good, to be really good, and to beat expectations, because you want to show that the management team that you got in place is competent to kind of garner the trust and the support of investors, so that you can move forward. And you know, they did one, but not both. They got good earnings, they beat on earnings, but the guide was light. And I believe somebody in the chat told me today they kicked the can down the road. Earnings that they could have, realized with respect to their guidance in Q4, they didn't. They kicked it, I think, to Q1 or Q2 of 24. So we'll have to see how this one does next time around. But I got to tell you, with the amount of chip makers wanting to use ARM's technology, I see a good upside potential for this name, and especially when you compare the price action of ARM, you know, to CART and the others. This one opened up at $56, right? Sure, it ran up to 70, but the actual opening print was around 56, and now we're trading, you know, in the 50s, so it's not that bad, right? Especially given the amount of retracement we had in October. So good look there. All right, before I send it back to the Kenobi, Nvidia right back up into that 479.25. Let's see if we can get that 480 break, Kenobi.
Yes, sir. So I'm just scalping around some of this chop here in and around that VWAP on Amazon. We took a little bit of a short. We took a little bit of a long. Again, that 142 kind of an interesting interaction here. But technically, we are making relatively higher lows on the day. But again, a little bit of a price compression as well. So I don't know if I want to give that too much precedent as of right now, but I think the dominant thing is that VWAP is a little bit heavy there on the day. And again, did you talk about Affirm there, Sharif? I think I might have heard you mention it. Yeah,
I didn't talk really about. I like that 25 there.
Yeah, so I do have it pulled up here because again, I was going through the volume leaders on the day. Again, day one earnings. I do want to keep an eye on this name and be ready for it tomorrow when that day two kind of comes up. But yeah, that 27 and yeah, that 25 there, Sharif, is very interesting. Maybe we can come back in to that 25. I really want to take a look.
What I was saying.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. I want to see what that tape looks at that 25 when it comes back down here. But very, very strong off of earnings, getting a little bit of a pullback there on Affirm. But AMD, oh boy, take a look at that. We know that since we broke that 112 area, we were watching that a few days ago last week. And yeah, we finally broke through that 112, and take a look at this. Quite a significant hold on top of this 113 yesterday and today. And as of right now, we're knocking on the door of yesterday's high right there in the 115s as well. So a little bit of an uptrend there. You see those higher highs. You see those higher highs right there, and then you see those higher lows as well. Let's just define this real quickly right here. So take a look. This is what I'm looking at right here, potentially. Let me just get to the top right there. So it seems like this is potentially the channel here happening on the AMD. Just get those tops and bottoms on the initial range right there. So yeah, bit of a churn there. So defining some levels potentially where players might be positioning in, but definitely horizontal levels I give a lot more precedent to. And as of right now, with the limited information the chart has printed, we pretty much wicked through yesterday's highs, but the buildup is very interesting there on AMD. So I'm curious to see whether we make or continue to make newer highs on the day if this trend support kind of holds, and if this breaks. Again, a lot of if-then statements you can structure around this kind of chart pattern here. There's a little bit of a flush on the Amazon, but let's see whether we can hold or not. I did get long on that push up into VWAP, and then I flipped to the short when VWAP was a little bit heavy. So yeah, a little bit of a quick scalp action right there. Got to stay as nimble as possible. Like I said, not in the best of mindsets today, but we should be all right if we stay as nimble as possible here. Some of these key levels, highs and lows, and a lot of this range action here coming into play on the NQ especially. Let's take a quick look at Meta. I know that Meta is kind of we kind of leave that one we'll leave that one alone. Don't really talk about it too much, but again, it is quite the mover, and when it does have outlier kind of moves, it does have the potential to drag the market around, and it is kind of strong there today. We broke past that 300 mark. I know that 300. I was watching that quite astutely, and we did kind of range and hold very nicely on that, and bit of a stair step. You hold above that 108, and then you hold above this that 308, and then you hold above that 316, and then that 320. Oh boy, we're continuing to kind of push on a multi-day trend here on Meta. So looking very, very similar to some of these large caps that have been trending for the past week or so there. Let's see if this VWAP stays heavy on Amazon there.
Tesla is absolutely tanking. 4 1/3%. The Katina man is short 215.50. We just broke through 212.50. So you do the math. Okay. Here's the deal. This one caught not a downgrade. It was an initiate coverage by HSBC this morning. However, the comment on it was reduce. So everybody, all these analyst ratings, they have like their own little words that they use: equal weight, hold, underweight, outperform, overweight, yada yada. You guys know how it is. A lot of them they're synonyms of one another. Okay. So this one has reduced. In my opinion, that means sell. If I'm wrong, let me know in the chat. Here's what they said. The UK-based firm, this HSBC, by the way, the rating agency, said that as outsiders, it struggles to challenge the feasibility of Tesla's ideas, but it's cautious around the timing and commercializations of electric vehicles' juggernaut varied ideas. It was noted that Tesla rarely adheres to its promised timelines due to a variety of reasons, such as delays with gigafactory licenses and unexpected production delay. We see considerable potential in Tesla's prospects and ideas, but we think the timeline is likely to be longer than the market and the valuation is reflecting, said Michael Tyndale, who's an analyst at HSBC. The potential drag of being closely tied to Elon Musk was also called out. He goes on to say, Elon Musk's global fame has afforded the group a customer awareness that far outweighs the money it has spent on marketing and advertising, which they barely spend, which is therefore a tangible benefit to the P&L. Leaving aside the current legal issues Elon Musk faces, we think his prominence presents a considerable single-man risk at the group. So, because of all that, HSB assigned a price target of $146 to Tesla with a sell equivalent rating. Okay, good. And that's the 7th one from analysts, by the way, with this reduce equals a sell. Again, they're synonyms. So there is 7 sells, 21 holds, and 15 buys right now amongst polled analysts on Tesla. So it is absolutely, wetting the bed at the moment. 212 1/3 is low on the day right now on Tesla, and the chart pattern really reflects that down into the right with a couple of moves into 215. 215 was a clear resistance level there, hence why the Katina man got short. Look how many times we touched 215 there only to Huadunk right back down. Tesla still giving up the ghost at 4 1/3. Let's go back quickly to Nvidia because we're still involved in that one. 479.5, so we're still $3 in the money on that one, but we're looking for that 480 break. If it rejects 480 again, that's going to be a double top, and maybe we'll just cut it there. But here we go, 479 3/4. We're knocking on the door again, 479.80. Here we go, Kenobi. Are we going to break 480 this time around? Over 3% again, Nvidia, very strong on the day, reeling from yesterday's move. And then this morning we find out that they're shafting the new embargoes with their own 3 new chips that sidestep that for China.
Yeah, that's solid trade there on Nvidia, man. That thing is continuing to the upside, very, very strong on the day. Again, we talked about how AMD is kind of doing a very similar thing, knocking on the door of previous highs. The question becomes, what are some of these other chips doing as well? You can definitely see that Nvidia is pushing to the upside, and if you feel uncomfortable taking risk on that name, you can play the sympathy on some of these other chips here. Intel, take a look at that, very, very similar, pushing towards fresh highs as we speak. But yesterday sold off quite significantly. So let's see if this kind of trend can push us back about 50% of this flush here. 38.88s. Roughly down into 37.80. So we're just looking for that halfway point right there at that 38.40, and we're only about 20 pennies there. Quite strong on the day, holding above VWAP as well. But yeah, Sharif, these chips are super, super strong here. And yeah, VWAP reclaim here on the Amazon. We are a little bit out of the money on this one as of right now. As the futures, take a look at that, kind of knocking on the door of fresh highs once again. I do have to kind of respect some of this price action that's going on here. So I will get out of my position right there and let it kind of do its thing. 142 was kind of my area I wanted to interact with. VWAP, if it's going to chop and churn for VWAP, I'm a little early to the party, and I definitely don't want to be too early to the party. That's kind of awkward. People saying, who's this? Ryan saying, come on, Google. Okay, let's take a quick look at what Google is up to. This market kind of raging to the upside. But again, if VWAP fails, and I just got stopped out on that, I'm more than willing to kind of get back in and involved, as VWAP has shown itself to be quite heavy here on Amazon today. But yeah, Google kind of pushing towards new highs, yes. So if Nvidia is pushing towards new highs, if Apple is near new highs, and Alphabet is also near new highs, then yeah, a little bit of a sweaty thing to hold on to the short there. But take a look at that. We come right back into VWAP. So 142 staying quite an interesting level, but something to note is that we kind of washed around that 15.4, and we're starting to form a potential consolidation on top of that 15.4 area as of right now. So let's see what we do with this consolidation going forward. I see that Uber is holding that 50 mark, but I got to give this a little bit more time. I saw what happened yesterday on earnings day 2. I like the short underneath the 50, and then it pops 20 pennies above the 50, and then comes right back in end of day. So I'm gonna stay a little bit patient and see if that residual move. Either way, I'm gonna be flexible to the upside or to the downside. I still want to interact with that $50 area on Uber, and yeah, we will see in the later half of the day. Greg is saying cup and handle on the SPY, about to break higher. Yes, sir. Let's take a quick look at the SPY there. I was kind of looking at some key things on the SPY this morning.
Sorry, I got to interrupt.
And what's going on? Nvidia making new highs.
Broke 480. Here we go. 480.51 on Nvidia. Now it's squeezing, guys. So we're going to take a little bit out there through the top. Here we go. 481 incoming. So this one's really squeezing big time. 3.25% now on Nvidia as this one's going, guys. Best of the Mag 7, completely opposite to the Tesla trade. Tesla down, Nvidia up. The NQ squeezing OB. We're about to touch that 15, 4, 3, 2 3/4 that we touched earlier. If we reject off here, that'll be a triple top. We tried to break through the IB high earlier at the top of the show, and we weren't able to break through it. But Nvidia really helping here. Meta's helping. Microsoft is helping. Google's helping. Everything except Tesla, really, and Amazon. And Amazon's, it's down. It's flat. It's flat, 142, it's doing that little dance there. But the market, strong on the day. We looked like maybe we were going to come down to 15.3. Not so. We're moving back up here, Mr. Kenobi. Are we going to make it 10 days in a row that we're green now?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I've been saying, last week's action was distinctly strong. We pretty much wiped a whole month of price action in about a week and a half. So buying pressure definitely on the board. Will it continue? We have yet to see. We can see how messy that 15.4, this general area has been on the NQs. But yeah, let's go back to the SPY before we talk about a little bit of a bigger picture on the NQs. But yeah, so this morning I was kind of watching how we were trading above this the weekly range there, attempting to push newer highs on the week on the SPY. But that 439 can't really follow through. You drop right back into the range. So that idea, you can flush that down the toilet there because the range has now become resistance as of right now. And yeah, the short off of the re-break through that, or the reclaim within that range was quite nice as the sellers kind of come right back in off of these prices here in and around this 438. 437 level on the SPY. But I think was it Ryan in the chat saying that SPY is starting to push. Yeah, it's definitely starting to push. The reclaim of VWAP, the consolidation hold above, with the NQs kind of pushing, NQ and the ES kind of pushing towards those highs.
There goes 481 over.
Yeah, man, that Nvidia is going to continue going until it doesn't anymore. Yep, there it is. There's the wipe. It's a good thing we got out of our shorts and respected that action on the market. As the market pulls up, Amazon is wiping some of these highs, that 15,450 kind of coming in. Let's see what we do with that 15,450. Only about a 50-point difference off of that 15.5. That'll be definitely an interesting area as well to kind of watch what is happening here. Again, I said I had a strong long here. I said that we were going to respect that higher low as well, even though price is technically compressing. But the hold above VWAP now is going to be quite telling there. 142 blasting off to the upside there, making new highs on a lot of these names there, Sharif. But some of these other names still kind of beat down. Tesla still not really getting too much of an effect off of this market rebid. Take a look at that. Market makes brand new highs, and let's see, Tesla doesn't even get all the way back up to VWAP, so relative weakness for sure. Strong downtrend on Tesla. We were talked about that 225, kind of a key area if you look left as well, and we're quadunking quite heavily off of those prices. Definitely an unusual seller on board on Tesla as it is disconnected with the market today. So this strong push to the upside here. We did break this double top here on the NQs. And Sharif, what's going on?
Look at Nvidia, man. It's uninterrupted madness to the high side. 482.20 now. We just broke through. This is very strong, guys. What a hold off VWAP. Guys, we closed out the day yesterday on Nvidia at 466. We're almost 20 bucks above that level, and that was retracing because we were dancing with that 468 level yesterday on Nvidia. This one is going, and it's going strong, 3.5%. I guess the market really likes the fact that, that they're going to continue to be able to sell to China. I mean, remember we were talking about this yesterday, how Huawei was going to be able to take advantage of the embargo, and they were going to get their own chips or GPUs going. They sold 1,600 of them to Baidu, and that kind of had everybody worried about, American dominance over GPUs. Well, there you go. The market shrugging that off. It doesn't give a you-know-what about that. 482.20 high on NVDA. Google at highs. Microsoft at highs. Meta at highs. Did you see your boy Amazon there?
Yep, it's pushing.
It's squeezing. My friend Apple just touched 184. Now we're up 0.6% on the day on AAPL. Tesla, obviously it's doing its own little thing there. We talked about that. It's down over 4%, Kenobi. And the market We just broke through 15,450. What a move up on the NQ. I didn't even look at the ES, to be honest with you. It's really all been about the NQ today. Let's have a look at our friend, the ES. Yeah, underperforming is the ES. It's been really trying to hold above that 4,400. It's really had trouble holding above 4,400. We're above it right now, 4,404. We were above it in the pre-market. We gave up the ghost. It came down to 43.85 and a quarter. That's the low. And we were able to kind of reclaim 4,400, not with any real vigor to kind of step away from it. Obviously, I know that energy is weak. A lot of people telling me there, oxy short. That could be weighing on the ES. Obviously, that doesn't affect the NQ. Moving back into the NQ here, 15,450. That's exactly where we are right now. Let's go and chart. Let's go back into the hourly chart to see where we're going to find some resistance. Now, okay, I'm gonna have to switch this one because this one has way too much writing on it. Let's bring in the other one on the side here. And this one has a lot less writing. Let's go. NQ, Future, December contract. Thank you very much. Let's go to the 1 hour. And then we'll put in the NQ for everybody here to see what's up. All right, there we go. Now let's zoom out. So last time we were up here, guys, we got to go all the way back into mid-August. We were at exactly this level. 15,469, I believe, was the best we could do on that day. And that was an obvious resistance level. Look what we did in mid to late September. That 15,550, 15 high 400s, that was a resistance level. So this will be the third time we've been up here in so many months. Look at this over here. Multiple touches, first on the 18th, and then on the 19th, and then you get close on the 20th. You don't touch it again until October 12th. And now here we go, dancing at that level again on the 9th of November today is, right? So good. Let's see if we get that 500 break. I'll be pleased as punch, as Adara likes to say. So we'll have a look and see how we do. Good move up on the NQ today, even though we're still, you know, only up 1/3%, Kenobi. But good move, and it's if we close green today, it'll be 10 days in a row. 10 days in a row, says the Katina man. So there you go, baby. Longs, I don't think they're complaining.
Here we
right
go. What a quadunk, man. That pop just wicks. You see that?
Set 'em up.
Yeah, a little bit of a fugaze and yeah, a little bit of a price action that I don't really trust. So I got short there on that pop, and yeah, we got a little lucky there as we come right back in to VWAP. So thank you. Come again. I'll start covering on top of VWAP here, but that little bit of a push, it wipes that double top. And I'm like, oh boy, that was quite aggressive, very fast, unusual tape, increase in pace, and yeah, quite a few levels of confluence happening. So yeah, we get a little bit short there, and we cover right back into VWAP, and I will cover the rest of that position right now. Over here, there's size on the bid. I'm trying to cover at the same prices, and they won't let it go. So I will just get out of this position. And all right, so that VWAP retest off of that unusual kind of a push to the upside comes right back in and holds that previous consolidation high. So all right, so we're just taking scalp. You can call me the scalp man today because we are not taking level to levels. We are not holding our positions, but we are doing some scalping indeed. And VWAP seems, like I've been saying over the past week or so, VWAP, it has been a great place to interact and keep in mind. And again, expect the fugaze, expect the chop, but the reversions, the holds, the resistances, the reclaims, there's a whole party going on in terms of VWAP across the board on a lot of these large caps over the past couple of weeks. Again, unusual kind of a bid that we caught on last week. Maybe a bit of a sentiment change as well. I'm wondering as that NQ kind of pushes right into a longer-term trend resistance, and we're just chopping around at that level. Show them what?
That one. Look
This
at
one?
that. Yeah.
This is Amazon?
Yeah. Isn't
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
is
yeah.
that your trend line right there?
Yeah, I guess it was. That's what I was going over. Again, I don't like to take trades off of the trend lines there, but we did break trend. We got short. Again, interacting with VWAP, right? Just looking for healthy moves, and yeah, just simple trend lines. They don't always work. You need a lot more confluence and maybe a little bit of a discretion to really kind of weight which trends are better than others. But this one, sure, it kind of comes right back into it. But that was on my chart from before. I was using it for the long kind of idea back into that VWAP. You can see how aggressive I was taking those longs much earlier there on that move. So that's what that trend line is from. But yeah, we kind of come back into VWAP there. Bit of a natural flow of price action kind of coming in when things get a little too hot too fast. And I like that kind of trade. That's been going on as of recent. Here, what's going on?
Mikel Corleone in the chat wants
Yes.
to know what's Obi's real name.
Obi.
Okay, settled now.
That's what it is.
All right, the
Yeah,
one, him.
Yeah, you can.
Have you seen this new trophy that you can get called the Himmies? Because like I'm him, so they called it the Himmies, like the Emmys. Get it?
Okay, all right.
The Himmies. I thought that was hilarious, but yeah, I have a weird sense of humor.
Yeah.
Guys, it's a good day today for the longs, man, except if you're involved in Tesla. And the Katina man, I see him in the chat there. He's asking people, where does he ring the bell on the short on TSLA? And I looked over to the Katina man. I said, take it out at 10s. Yeah, you're going to have that nice, whole dollar area to contend with, this, that, and the other. And he nodded, and he's nodding. So I think 210s probably a good area to ring the bell there. Zion Lala, it's Obeid. Okay.
It's Obi. Yes. I'm telling you.
Obella. Oba.
Bella.
Oban.
Yeah,
Because
maybe
you have a name on
the
it like
female version, Obella? Maybe, I don't know.
We're having a good time today. Ivan, what is Obi's fake name? Do you have a fake name? No.
Dude.
Ob1 Canob, but that's
Yeah.
like your nickname. It's not a fake name, right?
Here's the thing. I've been called Obi pretty much for a good portion of my life. My parents have been calling me Obi before. I think even before Star Wars might have came out. So yeah, that's what I like being called, and my name is Obi.
I like it. Yeah, okay. Neil, he's got to
Okay,
fact
all
check
right,
you.
all
He's
right.
got to fact check you there.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the thing. They had no clue
You gotta
what
tell him
Star
he
Wars
said, 'cause
was.
They didn't hear what he said. They
Okay,
didn't
so
hear
he said absolutely not true because Star Wars came out before I was born.
All right, well, we'll let Neil make the case for himself.
You're talking about the movies or the books? Clearly, obviously the books came out much earlier, but
All right, no, I'm not out of my Nvidia. The position board is messing up again. That's all right, guys. We're still holding Nvidia, but it is now time for lunch money, so I'll let you log off.
all right. Take care, guys. We will see you tomorrow. Happy trading for the rest of the day.
Welcome to Lunch Money, which is not as old as the movie Star Wars, which is over 40 years old. Obi, and you know what though? If Obi is over 40 years old, then he looks absolutely fantastic. So let's get that one out of the way. There's a lot to look at. So many earnings plays, so many movers. The crypto space, which we're going to lead off with, absolutely ridiculous. What you're seeing going on, the dichotomy, I think that's the right word. That was for Shreve, he's right in front of me. Between what's going on in some of the chips and what's going on with the EV names. Now I can't even keep a straight face. He's still right in front of me in that loud yellow sweatshirt. And the EV names is amazing. Like you're downside on the Teslas and the Rivians of the world, and Nvidia is literally ripping faces off as we speak. But what started out today as the strongest names, it wasn't really the chips. It was actually crypto, because you took out that 37,000 on Bitcoin. We pulled back underneath. We're at like 36.4, and Coinbase. I actually don't have any graphics or anything here, but 99.84 is close enough to 100 to have maybe shorted 100 on Coinbase. You don't get that. You don't get those too often, and it was a pretty good setup. Like there's your wake. There's a lot of ways to be in this trade, and sometimes I want to go over this because there's a lot of ways that you could have made this trade. Not just getting in front of 100 and just putting a stop at $100 if you wanted to. The other way to play it is it pulls back, holds previous support right in there, and then puts in the lower high, short either the break of consolidation to here or short the consolidation itself to the top, and that's your entry off of that level. And the follow through was tremendous. I will note here, now that we're in lunch money, we got to talk about what's happening next year. If for some chance there's another rally in Bitcoin, I don't know if it'll happen, but if there is and we get back to those highs, you got the 94.5 double bottom that you're forming a wedge into with the higher low right into 96.5. Keeping in mind, if you look at the daily chart here, in terms, like there's really nothing big in terms of a dip level. So I know some people in situations like this are going to slap a Fibonacci and just sort of go from bottom to top and look for retracement levels. It's not a terrible way to confirm a trade, right? Like I've done it before in the past. If I like a intraday support level on like a 3-minute, maybe I'll slap a Fibonacci on like a 15-minute on the higher time frame, and then find the dip buy. If there's any confluence to the level of like 94.40, going to use as many of these words as I can. Then I would go for that long and just like it a little bit more. But you got the 24.5 in there. If it does not break out back above its morning, I don't know, what do you want to call this level? We always call it like, it's not really the morning range because it was topping out here at 96.70 and then you have this 96.40. But that was the early high. And then when it broke out that high, that was your dip. You have all kinds of convergence here at that 96.5. If it fails a 96.5, I think that's a trend short, and you have a $2 range in there as well. So I think you've got a good actionable level regardless of what happens in Bitcoin. Just if it trades away from here, I don't know how messy I would want to make things. Like you're trading right at this level, or you're waiting for it to get to 94. I don't think you want to diddle. I don't think you want to fight it if it gets out in front of that 97. If you're looking at the other cohorts here, specifically, things look a heck of a lot worse for Mara. Obviously, I don't think that's really telling you guys anything. $10 breakout was pretty sweet if you had it. But that seems like ages ago because that's a stair step down if I've ever seen one. And the worst part about it for the longs is the daily chart that's zooming in the wrong direction. It's working even worse on the daily. There we go. You failed. Look at the wick fail on the 10 level. Now twice on the daily chart, you are failing the exact same 10 level where there was all kinds of exuberance. If you think about the way that you're holding some of the highs on Bitcoin and the way the trend is going, it's just nasty on Mara. And there was a hammer candle bottom here that immediately reclaimed 950, but if you don't break back out here at 965, this could be a short right into the bottom. Big time reversal. I think it's weaker than Coinbase. Obviously, that goes without saying the way that it's trending into the downside. I wouldn't fight this one. Obviously, went 9:30 this morning. You'd have been thinking long this for the breakout. Sometimes things change. You know, like Disney maintains trend. Fair. You still work with the long. Nvidia maintains trend. You work with the long. Tesla maintains trend. You work with the short. Mara flipped, right? It went from a strong name for the first half an hour where all you're doing is riding the long to an obvious short. And when it stair steps down, you take the stairs down, and if it turns into an escalator or an elevator down, then all the better for you if you got that one in there. Cannot talk about today without at least going into AMC. However, can't give you $8 off the bottom, because if we get to $8 off the bottom, I don't know if it looks as good as it did in the morning. Not often do you find a situation where you get an offering, it bases out at the even dollar level that many times. 1, 2, 3, 4 times you could have had under 805, and if you include the dip right before the open, you really, I mean, you could have had some 2s and 3s, but the best fill is about 7 in there. That is gold, because your risk reward is pretty much, it's almost perfect. You can stop it at 99, you can stop it at 95, it has a big run, but now we're working with a double top at 932, or 935, I call it at that mid. So you're working into a double top, which if it continues to trend, is a potential triple top. Remember, in a situation like this, it's short sell restricted. It's got a decent short float to begin with, right? It's already split once. And if it does break out here, a lot of people have probably put intraday shorts on this at that level. So there's almost no question in my mind that you have shorts already from the 930 area, partly because you had a ton of consolidation there before on the daily chart at these levels. So when you get back up there, that's a natural place for people to enter shorts. I think it's going to be pretty crowded up there. And when that's the case, I tend to think yeah, you risk 5 or 10 cents in there tight, or if you favor that short, make it a failed break short and not sit out in front of it, right? If it breaks this top, immediate rejection, then jump in. If it breaks this top and the bid holds, that could squeeze to $10 today. You got to keep that in mind. So sometimes it's about, it might seem obvious, but how you make the trade is going to matter. That is a big level of whatever you want to call it, accumulation, chop, support, resistance, whatever name you want to give it, around that 9/4 when you go into the daily, it's a pretty big level and there's going to be a lot of transacting there. When it's a very crowded trade, you have to be particular about the way that you enter it, because if it doesn't work and everybody's thinking the same thing, you are risking a little bit more than you usually would be when you've got an idea that you're out in front of. So let's get to some of these chips after all. Nvidia, rocket ship, can't really hit anything. 480, it is absolutely insane the way that this stock behaves off of this 400 level. And when you think about, it's obviously a healthy pullback off 500 when you pull back 20 to 25%. But in the context of how big it's been on the year, it's like when a stock bounces 10% off lows when it's down 99% and gotten quadrooned. It's not as meaningful because you understand the actual scale. And that's a very similar thing that happened on this gap up in Nvidia. It is essentially just giving you 400 into 500. What seemed like lower highs is now a trend break. So this trend break that happened on AMD a couple of days ago is now also happening on Nvidia. I don't think you want to fight this until it gets to 500. Like, that would be the level. And even then, you got that W pattern going. I'll let the professor tell you what happens with the W pattern. But look, it can go both ways. But I don't know how much you want to fight this till it gets to that 500 level. I'd be very, very cautious with this. For today's trade, there's 480 break. There's higher low off 481. I think that's where you want to work. If it fails a breakdown at 481, that could trap some people on a reversal, and then that gives you an entry in front of 80s or off of that 81 back to the upside. It's always tricky buying something which is this high, so I'm always looking for some kind of an entry with a better defined stop where you don't have to risk like $5 on Nvidia. It's later in the day. If you can risk 50 cents to $1, I'd rather that entry, and then be able to play the range. If you get in down here holding 480 and it comes back in, and say you're long at like a 480.60 or something along those lines, it can get back into that high at 82, and then suddenly you've got better than 1-to-1. You can take some out at 1-to-1, 1.5-to-1, hold through the high of the day, and there's your risk to reward. If you get in too early off the top, then where's your out going to be? It always starts with where's your out going to be and what's the risk to reward. If you need it to go to 490 to justify the risk to reward, it's tricky buying those tops. So as it comes right back in, I want to go from this right on over to ARM. ARM not participating, down on the session. When it comes to their earnings, the guide was not as much growth as needed because the valuation is pretty high since it came to market. You're not seeing any strength come out of this rally in ARM when it comes to the chips. So you've got this level at 51.5, one peak at 52. I don't know if it's really a head and shoulders because you had a couple of peaks here, but it doesn't really matter. 51.5 is your fade zone. I'd short it to that. Respect the fact that it's got a bid above 50 here, but that's a scalpable range. Any rollover in the chips, and I think you want to be on this one. And speaking of, it's a lot of chips in here, but Micron 75. So Micron 75, 75, 75, 75, over under. I've already scalped this one myself. We left the morning show talking about this, but the difference being now is I'd play this in both directions. If this takes out 75 and puts in a lower high underneath, I think you reverse and go into the short for some profit taking. And then keep an eye on Nvidia and what it may or may not be doing in that particular moment. Now, respect the fact that this is a breakout on the daily as well. So I do favor the long side of the trade. But how many times have we had those big pullbacks when a level like that breaks and it's a flat bottom break? You can definitely scalp underneath those if you can. Or you can also call it the bretcher basement as well. That's another one we have here. Want to go to the EV names, the chips, EVs, and crypto. Like, that's been the big three today, and you really cannot ignore it. Unfortunately, for anybody that owns Tesla shares, the way that this is behaving in and around the 200 period moving average is just nothing good. Like, you're having a lot, it was support here, and then it's rejected it multiple times around this 220 level, sometimes holding above. Again, this is the most aggressive breakdown today, which is very unfortunate for Tesla, unless you happen to be short. And Y220, look what happened right at the open. It rejected that 220 level and stair-stepping into the downside. It's already at 210. In terms of support levels, I should have stayed on the daily chart. In terms of support down here, you can see all roads lead to two things. One, highest gap close 05, and then 200 even, underneath at 195. Every $5, 05, evens, and then 95. Things get nasty. I think that's where we're headed. And if you think they're alone and you want to stair-step something down and it's like, but I don't like trading Tesla, well, it's no different on Rivian either. Failed exactly the same setup. Failed the 200 period moving average. Stair-step downside. Headed into support on the daily, which is down around 15 and change. So it's very much the same story. It's a short till it's not. This one, again, pop, fail to pop. Now, the 1735 level, it was a stronger breakout, which did afford you a much more aggressive entry, which seems like one until you look at yesterday. When the first big bounce happened in the morning on Rivian, it went to 1735. That gives you almost a golden entry where you don't have to wait for it to fail at 17. But even if you did wait for it to fail at 17, same result. Two EV names, exactly the same setup. Tighter consolidation off the bottom, but as long as you're underneath that previous low, instead of 1735, 1635. Stair step it to the downside, 15 change is your support. I don't even think I'd sniff along unless it was an even dollar, and the 15 is the big one there. So one more to get to. It's already 12:15, and we're talking Affirm. This is very, very much like, look, the crypto names were super strong this morning. Affirm, super strong this morning. No question, breakout above 25 even. Since then, about the only thing it's done is hold 25 even. Stair step it up, double tap 27, and then rejected 27, which was also a level on the daily. I didn't zoom up far enough when I was looking at this today. It bounces higher. The exact top range is not really a W pattern, but there's your 27 high, back into 26.5, back into your 27 high, and then what is the lower high? Right, it's this previous low, 26.5. That's how you start a stair step to the downside. Nice and technical. The sellers come in where they were previously buyers and where it rejected right in there. That's actually a decent short entry. That's a decent short entry. Now the even 26 is giving it to you another $0.50 lower. I would expect 25, given the fact it's a level on the daily, should have some semblance of support on it. But there's plenty of room to work a 26 short and 26.5 short. Either one of those two levels, first one would be 26, back into 25 even, where there could be some support on Affirm. So much to look at today, but it's interesting. A lot of times I'm jumping all over the place and we'll talk some big cap tech, but today it is chips, it is EVs, it is crypto, and then you've got yourself some Affirm in there. That's what it's all about. Pick your poison, but you gotta find what is moving. That's what it's all about for Lunch Money here today. We're going right back to the desk with your favorite minion and Adara.
I'm already prepared.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe
What a
on
handsome
this channel.
gentleman.
And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
I got called a minion again. But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. What's going on? How are you?
I am good. I'm
we'll
getting
let you
some
set up.
setup. I had some computer stuff happen, but I have a couple trades to discuss, including some little baby Tesla scalps and some nice Nvidia moments. But I know you have a great Nvidia time to talk about, I am sure.
Before we get to the Nvidia trade, and I'm still long Nvidia at 476 and change. The position board isn't working, but I'm sure they'll get that in a second for you. But here's what I'm looking at now, 15.4. Let's watch how we trade at 15.4. Are we going to get that kind of pattern where we get wicks south of 4 only to be bought up immediately, repeating over and over and over and hold the level? I know Dan the Man Emmons, he's holding his short. He just tagged me there. Hands off for now, he says. Still short 15.40. Sorry, 15.450, currently 15.399. Tag me with that. Shout out to Dan. That's a nice 50-point winner for him right there, but looks like he's going to be hands off. What I'm looking at is that the way that I always look at the futures when we come to these 100-point levels, especially when we move into a level or retrace into a level that I like, which is how we trade at that level. Are we seeing wicks and then closing prints north of the level? That's kind of what I'm looking for. And it doesn't have to be an instantaneous trade. We can let it develop 5, 10 minutes. Sure, you can leave some money on the table. So what? I'd rather leave a little bit of money on the table and get it right. So right now, it's doing that pattern where it wicks below 15.4 and then boom, buyers step up, overwhelming sellers at that level. It looks like it's happening now, but it's not a 5-minute, 2-minute thing. Let's let it develop. While that develops, I'll tell you quickly here about the other trade on the day. Disney is an absolute rocket. 7 2/3%, knocking on the door 491. It was able to breach it on multiple occasions, but that's clearly a flat top that's accumulating here, and here's why. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, right? All the while maintaining that top, that same level, 91. Usually these ascending wedges, they resolve in the direction of the trend, or so say the textbooks. So keep your eye on a nice break on Disney. Now, maybe you don't get that parabolic move like you get on Nvidia. Maybe Disney doesn't trade exactly like that, but you know, I think we probably get something good here, especially if we're able to hold 15.4. Now, Disney's a little bit of a secular trade too. I mean, it had earnings. You had Bob Iger go yesterday on CNBC, pound the desk. Julia Boorstin tried to press him on Nelson Peltz. He didn't bite. He said that he got a call from Big Nelson there, but you know, that's all he was going to say about that. And Nelson, you know, he doesn't really have much of a case right now because it looks like they short things up. I think Nelson probably wanted bad earnings so that he could pound the desk and, you know, garner support, whether with other shareholders or board members. So the Katina man wants to know, does he cover here at 210.01 or it just broke? Look. All right, so Tesla just absolutely quadrunked. We're good, Rob. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tesla just broke 210. Here, let's see what we're doing. We're getting a move back into 210, though, above 210, but it did break. It got to 209.72. So Tesla, 5 1/3% to the downside. But back to Disney here. I think Nelson Peltz really wanted Disney to report poorly so that he could garner support of other shareholders and maybe even board members there who would support his nomination or even others' nomination on the board. I don't think he got what he wanted this earnings, at this earnings anyway. We'll see what happens next time. But that 91 level is awfully interesting for me here on Disney, even if it's up 7 2/3%. Adara, I think you're ready.
I am ready, yeah, and I am ready to talk about some of the trades we made today. So this one in Eli Lilly, I will call this highs and lows. You can put 2 L's in there. No, I'm joking. But yeah, so basically what happened was I was watching this one as a short earlier, but then when I actually started like trading, got down to the computer, I saw that we were kind of going higher here. So I got in, and my issue here was I hadn't really watched it for long enough to see what we were going to do on the upside. I basically had my out set for when we hit VWAP, which clearly did not happen. So I did lose a little bit here. I decided in my brain, I was like, you can't really see here because like the out has kind of blocked it. But basically, I was like, you know what, we're going to get out if we dip below that 595 because we had a bit of like support there. We broke 595. I was out, so I just should have probably planned it out a little bit earlier. Then we got higher again, and this trade I really liked, except we only got a part fill. So basically, yeah, I was noticing the highest we got was like 598.20, so that's where I set my out. But the thing is, I had 4/5 of my shares got filled here. The other fifth did not. I took it out a little bit lower, but yeah, now I'm kind of watching to see if we form, where are we filming? If we form like, you know, a decisive bottom at 592, I might take this, I might scalp this out. And you know, another scalp I would like to talk about, my friend Nvidia here. Nvidia, this one we had, I honestly, obviously could have taken it higher, but I wanted to take the profit that we could take. Got 50 cents here, pretty happy with it. If we continue to have that action, and I hope, you know, Sharif is in the Nvidia long, so I hope we continue going higher here. I would like to continue to scalp in and out of here. And then also Tesla. So my first Tesla trade was unfortunate. We lost about like 50 cents here. I thought we were going to go up towards VWAP, and because I was noticing the support, but as we were kind of looking to break that support, I got out. Happy I got out when I did because we didn't really get any higher than that. And then as I was finding like little tiny areas of support, and just scalping in and out. So 3 cents here, 10 cents there. If we continue to have a little bit of a scalp moment here, I might scalp in there. But that's kind of what I've been doing thus far. Yeah, in lots of different stocks today, actually, which has been kind of cool. I was also in Netflix briefly, and when I say briefly, I mean this was a $0 trade. Basically, I was waiting to kind of see if we would go a bit lower because I was noticing these candles to the downside. Then when I noticed we weren't really going any lower, but we were still very much within my range of which at the point at which I entered, I was like, yeah, we're going to get out at the point at which I entered, which we did. Now, clearly, I'm happy I got out where I did because we went way higher. And if this continues to be long, especially with the sag after a potential strike ending, I think I would probably go long on this again, ironically, where I entered for the short. Yeah.
Yeah, my eyes are, I mean, I'm still holding, I only have like a really small amount of Nvidia left. So I'm just going to let that run and do as it may. But what I'm really focused on now is this 15.4 on the MNQ. Because we're getting that consolidation sideways where the dips below 15.4 are being bought. And we're not getting any closing prints, at least not yet. We're only 10 minutes deep into this, sideways consolidation. But I like what I see so far in terms of the wicks south of 4 and then pumping back up to have the closing print north of that. So it's looking good so far. I'm just not going to jump into this one super quick. I'd rather give it a little bit more time. But nice move right here, or nice hold, I shouldn't say move here on the MNQ at 15.4. We're only up 0.1, right? So it's not like we're having an outsized day. And I heard Neil and Sean talk about this morning about, this kind of being a little bit of an inside day. I think, we've broken above that now because we broke above yesterday's highs on the NQ. Let's look at it here. Yeah, we did. We broke up substantially above yesterday's high. Best we could do yesterday was that 15.411. And today we got a 15.453 and 3/4. So good look on the NQ so far on the day. But yeah, I don't want to jump into it too quickly. I also like the fact that 15.4 is just a smidge above that VWAP level. VWAP is at 15.392, so it's holding that general area. I like when there's some confluence there between the two, and we always hit the bang as soon as we say confluence to pay homage to the Kenobi one, the Obi once, twice, and thrice. All right, Disney is breaking above 91 here, guys. This is a good look for Disney. We're still not at, we just made new day's highs. And the new day high is, I'll tell you in 1 second, because sometimes it doesn't work here. Disney, new day high, we're printing them. We're printing them as we speak. We're almost up 8% now on DIS. And the new high a day is 91.21. So about, geez, I should have punched in at 91. It's so stupid. This is higher highs and higher lows. Come to the thing, Merman. There we go. We made newer highs, so the trend is absolutely intact still on Disney. With the upward channel continuing to be valid. So keeping an eye on that. And yeah, lamenting not having gotten that, but that's neither here nor there. I think my next trade is going to be on the future, just trying to see whether we're going to take this one north or south, Adair, but we're doing a nice little consolidation here at a critical level.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, the future is definitely one to watch. I mean, I think the whole market, too, it'll be really interesting day to trade, I think, because A, we had so many earnings this morning, and B, we also have Powell, right? So there's lots to think about here right now. Also, every time Nelson Peltz or Disney gets mentioned, I always just remember that Nelson Peltz's daughter is married to Brooklyn Beckham and Victoria Beckham's son. Just weird fun fact for those who did not know that. But yeah, so good times. In terms of trading, I am in Eli Lilly again because what I said was if we have this nice base at 591, I would be interested in getting in. So I did get in at 593 here. I think I'm going to take it to like 594. But basically, I'm noticing higher lows. So here, and much like what happened before, we have, and even in this case, I would argue we have an even solider or more strong base here. So I'm going to try to get out at 594 if I can. I like the look of this. And again, I just think the big issue with this first trade that I had here that really didn't work out, I didn't plan it very well. Here I have a plan. I know exactly where I want to exit. And if we break below 591, then I'm out. So there we go. I'm going to let that do its thing, 21. we hope. What else is happening? Still on my side chart, although I'm not sure I'm going to trade it. This is left over from yesterday. Upstart. So this one I had a little long in there earlier. Second day of earnings, I believe, for Upstart. And yeah, I mean, it looks like it's starting up today on the upside. Upstart to the upside. Yeah, we're seeing, I mean, looks like we're kind of having a bit of a descending pattern forming here. We have a lower high. We have a pretty flat bottom here. Could be a flat bottom break, especially as we kind of veer towards that bottom of 21.8 again. But, oh, I love that.
You can keep going.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep, I was just enjoying that.
Yeah, I know, right?
So I'm going to keep an eye on this one just because I like the kind of flat bottom break that could potentially be forming. Don't want to get involved just yet because we are still positive on the day. Upstart, not to the downside quite yet. We also have Google, which I just, on my side chart, I'm watching break below VWAP. We just went red on Google. And it's interesting, too, because before we kind of broke below VWAP, we were seeing decentish patterns here, honestly, because like we had higher highs. Even depending on how low we go, we still could be looking bullish-ish. But this lower low here is pretty concerning. It's like a weird lopsided M. Not super loving the pattern we have here on Google, but I just saw it break below VWAP and go into the downside on the side chart, so I wanted to bring that one up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No.
I don't know what else.
I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just one more I want to look at in the land of the chips is Micron, because I haven't looked at Micron yet today. Micron is at the China International Import Expo, which is a very hard to say name, but that is what it is, Import Expo. But yeah, so we have, honestly, could be a flat bottom break, could be a descending wedge here, because I will do this high is slightly higher, but yeah, either way, I'm seeing a little bit of a flat bottom here around the 75.34. Still super high in the day, so I'd like to wait and see what we do around VWAP. Interesting pattern, though. For now, I'm just going to be hanging out in my Eli Lilly trade and seeing how that goes, but we're still dancing around my point of entry, and we have not broken that 591, at which point I will make my dramatic exit. So also, I am apparently, we're Eli NY. There we go. There's Eli Lilly. Yeah, so we're still around my point of entry, so I'm going to stay in this one for now. I do like the look of this, and let's see how that goes. Also, Nvidia just dancing around this 479 again. I might do a bit of a scalp here, but yeah, it's kind of hard to tell where this one is going at this moment. But it's been, I think, until it breaks like decidedly below like 478, still looks really nice. Yeah.
All right. I was just messaging. Yes, it was Luca, Kyle. Just messaging Luca to find out what day him and I dressed up as. I was Big Bird, and he was the Cookie Monster, and it was because we lost a bet to the chat. We're like, look, there's no way we're gonna get 8,000, or what would we get? I think we got 8,000 likes. Yeah. 8,000 likes.
So people really wanted you to dress up as Big Bird.
Yeah. The chat just, we were talking smack to the chat. Like, you guys can't do it. You guys can't make it.
You guys aren't going to make it happen.
No, you're not. Yeah, and then they put us in our place.
So you incited them, basically.
Yeah,
okay.
I wore this giant Big Bird hat, and he wore a full-out body costume where he was dressed up as a Cookie Monster. So I'll just message him right now to find out what day that was. I'm sure we can go back in the stream and get it, obviously, which is why I want to know what day it was. I just don't remember. But because people are making references to me looking like Big Bird. And so I just want to let you know, been there, done that, baby. Already dressed up as Big Bird.
That's too funny.
All right, we're still doing that bit of a dance with no pants here at 15.4. We're a smidge below it now. We bounce off VWAP, but we're not really holding it in the way that I really like, but we're not giving it away. We're not breaking down below 15.4 in the way that I'm really looking for a short, to be quite honest with you. So I'm going to let this one do its thing, 21 here for a little bit, 15.4, or in the 15.4 vicinity before I really make any decisions at the moment, to be honest with you, because I really want to see more. I want to see more before I commit to the trade. Here at 15.4 on the MNQ, we're almost break even now. We're only up 0.08%. So it's nothing outlandish. But we did break through yesterday's high. So we have made newer highs technically on the day, and I could see us running real aggressive to the high side, especially if
Printing.
Papa Powell.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Papa Powell doesn't sink the market, if he doesn't say anything investors don't want to hear, I think we run into the afternoon. Okay, let's go through some housekeeping stuff because there's probably new people that joined us here and they want to know what's up. Now, we had 2 bond auctions already. They came in at 11:30. They're a bit of a weird bunch, a 4-week bill and an 8-week bill. I didn't even know they made week bills, man. 4-week and 8-week, that's fantastic. I get 5.2% annualized, obviously, on my money just for holding a treasury for 4 weeks. That's very interesting. All right, the 4-week bill auction. Previous was 5.290 on the yield. Same thing this time around. No change in demand, obviously there. We've talked about this before. The higher the yield, the lower the demand. The lower the yield, the higher the demand on the actual treasury note itself. 8-week auction. Previous 5.30. This time 5.290. So more demand this time around for the 8-week note. That took place at 11:30. I don't think that's market moving. Kyle Burdett asking me in the chat, Sharif, is the 30-year at 1 o'clock? Yes, sir. It is. We have about 24 more minutes until that bad boy takes place. Previous print on the 30-year, 4.837. So we'll see what we get on this time around. Let's see. I talked about this yesterday. Stan Druckenmiller taking shots at Treasury Secretary Yellen for not issuing enough longer dated notes. He wants to kick the can down the road. He doesn't want all these obligations to be due by the government in 5 and 10 years. He thinks that's going to put too much pressure on the economy. Kick the can down the road, so he says. Whether you agree with him or not, there seems to be a bit of tugging back and forth between them. So the 30-year auction today at 1 o'clock. 1 hour after that, Papa will be on the mic. Papa is Jerome Powell. We're kidding, of course, when we call him Papa. Fed Chair Powell will be speaking at 2 o'clock. That will be when the big kahunas come on. So make sure to stay tuned for the closing show and experience the volatility that comes with Jerome Powell being on the mic. Now,
Being on the mic.
do we know what context he's going to be in? Is he going to be taking questions?
I thought it was IMF.
Okay.
I'm going to
Yes,
find
it was,
the
yeah.
specificity of it, but the specifics, I don't know why I worded it like that.
That's
But Jerome Powell. Yeah, I mean, I feel like he usually takes questions. Like usually in my limited experience watching Jerome Powell speeches, there's usually some question and answer portion. Also, I feel like a lot of, like this was like a more obscure one that I watched because I was kind of curious, and this is also around when I was kind of first starting, but he did basically what was it? It was like a teachers circle, like teachers talking to teachers about money.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one he did like a little intro, and then he was just answering questions from teachers.
I remember
so
that.
I bring this up to say I think a lot of it, from my experience with watching the Jerome Powell speeches, I think a lot of it does have that question and answer element.
Okay.
Although you're right, he was kind of cagey about answering questions last week.
Yeah, sometimes he does,
Yeah.
sometimes he doesn't.
I'm trying to find, I believe it's IMF. I'm trying to find the
Okay,
exact
I think
specifics here.
Ramin has the Big Bird clip with Luca and I where he dressed up as Cookie Monster and, oh my, look at that, look at that.
That's amazing.
Oh my, can I tell you, the beak kept coming
I was
into
going
my
to say,
face.
you can't
I
really see
couldn't
your eyes.
So I had to tuck in the beak. I had to
too
put it
funny.
under my eyes because I couldn't see there. There was a Rude and the Katina man. I didn't know that they were on with us that day. Oh my God. Look at this. Oh, my God. Yeah. Can I tell you how hot I was?
I was going to say it does not look like a comfortable time.
No, it wasn't. And I couldn't see my top screen because of the beak. It kept falling. I'm like, I had to keep going like this to be able to see.
Yeah, it like
That was a
shadows
good
your
time.
eyes, like in that clip. Like you can't see anything.
Ramin, what day was that? March 16th. I'm writing that bad boy down. Hold on. Okay, maybe it's not March 16th. Those were good times. I did enjoy that. Hold on.
You guys really committed to the bet
we
there.
had to
That's
be.
amazing.
We had to be. We put our word out there. We told the chat that they couldn't get it done. They got it done. We called them out, and they put us in our place.
Yeah, they were like, don't you tell us
Yeah.
what we can and cannot do.
Let's see what we're at right now. We're only at 1,200 likes. What a joke. Look, Dara, let's talk real now. Let's talk real.
Oh, there we are. Okay.
If we get 3,000 likes today, what will you and I do?
What are we? I mean, I'm open. You know, I like I for like what like costumes. Like, what is this? Is this like the bet
Say
with
that
you and
again,
Neil?
Katina Man. Katina Man says he wants 5,000.
Okay.
I'm gonna look. He's a demanding man. He holds $5 winners and stuff like that. So look. Oh, so $6. We're talking 209 now, low on Tesla. We're talking
Look, there he is running with the
low
money.
on Tesla now, baby. If we get, let's just start at 3,000.
Let's start at 3,000. Okay.
Let's start at 3,000. We do 3,000. Put some ideas in the chat, guys. We get 3,000 likes. What do we do for you guys?
Yeah, I'm committed. I'm committed.
I'm committed
Let's do
too. Well, I don't think they can do it, to be honest with you. But
Whew.
yeah.
You just directly
I'll call
incited
them
the
out.
chat.
No, they can't do it. They can't. Because there's just can't. Shave heads. Calm down, Dan. I'm not shaving my head. Yeah, and she's definitely not shaving her head. Poor girl. The beard comes back for a week. Oh, Sean, why
I
did you
can't
have to throw
participate in
out
that
there,
bet
man?
then. If it's a beard related bet, I don't know.
Yeah, well, clearly she can't participate there, right? Like, but
I could try, but
yeah, no.
no, I'm joking.
Well, we'll keep Sharif opens an OnlyFans. No, Corey, that's not gonna happen, bro. Come on, Corey.
That'd be a little much.
The Katina Man said a second one? Come on, Katina Man, you're gonna ruin my reputation here. My mom watches this show. No, I'm kidding. Of course. We are moving down here, guys. I think we gave up the ghost at 15.4. I'll tell you the truth. I don't know if we're gonna hold this level. Here we go. We are at 15.383. Nvidia's coming right back down too. Now I'm only $1 and change in the money here after being over $6 in the money through that 482 break. But there we go. The market not looking like it wants to hold that 15.4, so I'm real happy that I didn't jump into this trade. I wanted to see more, and I saw more, and I don't like what I see for the long. So quite honest with you, hands only trades. I like that. Only fans, only trades. Shout out to you, the whole cuts. It's kind of a hard name to say, to be honest with you, but yeah, interesting look there. 3K for Sharif never to wear yellow again, says Jam Locky. Oh, I'm getting roasted today, but look, I'm gonna have to say that I could do that. I don't think the chat really cares that much about me not wearing yellow anymore. I think they want to see something a little bit more entertaining. Oh, I think we threw it out. No, we didn't. We have it 100%. Where is it at?
100, but it's very close.
Yeah. I was pretty sure I was told Justin said he wanted to throw it out when he was here.
Is that what Justin said?
I swear to God, that's what he said. Yeah, okay. Well, look, apparently the costume is still in the building. Daryl, will you wear the Cookie Monster costume?
I'd do it.
Yeah? Do you like Cookie Monster?
I don't have really strong opinions either way. Yeah, honestly. I mean,
All right. Well, because the reason Luca wore it is because he's a scalp monster.
Oh, I
so
see.
he wanted to wear
Okay.
something like, cookie, give me scalp.
I mean, I scalp. I was going to say, I've
Yeah,
literally
you like
been
scalping
scalping
as
Eli
well.
Lilly for the past 10 minutes, so I can't even talk.
Well, let's have a look here. Where
Yeah.
are we at here with the likes? I don't even think we're close. 1,400 likes. Yeah, that's not going to happen, guys. Oh, yeah, 1,400. We're not doing nothing for 1,400, I'll tell you that. You're going to have to pay up a lot more than that. Look, we get 3,000 likes. I'll wear the Big Bird costume. She's going to wear the Cookie Monster costume. Let's get the likes up big. Let's get it to 3,000. We'll wear them live. We'll trade for 3 hours with these bad boys. And don't forget, Monday, new show format for the midday. It's changing up a little bit here. Stay tuned, Daryl.
Yes. We have 2 super chats from Kyle Burdett. So the first one, I guess this is the challenge for $1.99. Thank you so much for the super chats. Adair goes to real money. No more simping. I mean, maybe that means simming. Yeah, I think I need to pass first. But I mean, if the trading continues to go well, then hopefully we can transition. I am currently still in sim mode. And the second one was Sharif. That shirt has made me dim my screen. Ellipses.
Sorry, guys.
Thank you so much for the super chats.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I know I'm hurting some eyes today. Some people said they had to wear glasses while they were looking at me. I've got roasted 10 ways to Sunday today, so I'll take it.
All 10 ways to Sunday.
Yeah.
Funny.
Dorothy, thanks, Dorothy. I appreciate you, Dorothy. That's nice of you to say. Dan, cake fighting is a thing. I just pressed the like button. I don't know if we can do cake fighting. We got a lot of electronics around here. We could damage some stuff. NECA, go Blondie together, says NECA. Look, Prad's done that in the past. I think that's been done. I'm gonna have to pass on that because I won't be able to go to my parents on the weekend for that. C-Wave. I have a yellow sweater more or less as bright as yours. Shout out to you, C-Wave. You like the yellow.
What's wrong with yellow? Yeah,
like yellow.
It's a nice color.
Yeah.
I don't think I own any, but it's a nice color.
Select Pro. Sharif will do trading for 1 full hour with shirt off. No, sir, I'm not. I will not do that.
A lot of these are really intense. I have to say, there's a lot of intensity here.
I know there is a lot of intensity, right? Sailor Moon looks like Psyduck. I don't know what Psyduck is. Reliable Rudy, face paint or face paint of the others choosing. Okay, I could do something like that. Yeah. Hunter Elliott, any special guests anytime soon? Who do you have on today? The Katina man is thinking about who he's got on the market Korea. He'll get back to you on that. Ivan, I skipped through his thing. Ivan, you asked for it. Yellow shirt, blue glasses, search Minion in Google, but thank you for being such a good my man, you're coming late because I got roasted by
the Minion party's been happening.
And she put up the Minion thing there, and then it got stuck and they couldn't take it off, right? It was hilarious, right? Hugo, is your shirt the Batman sign? Go long solar. Come on, man. Eddie, dress up as old grandmas. Okay, we could do something like that. I could probably do that.
It'd be fun.
But we're only at 1,500, so we're not going to get anything like that today, Darren.
We have another super chat also from Julie Argon for $1.99. Thank you so much for the super chat. Can we get the CEO of AnySphere 3D on here soon? Not sure, but I can pull up the. I'll pull.
Who?
Oh, cool. Oh, okay. No, sorry, I can't sarcasm to save my life. But yeah, here's any volume on this is not having a great time. We're like under 250,000 here, so pretty low key right now. But yeah, definitely looks like it's kind of fading off right now. We're still positive on the day though. Yeah, I don't have much to say about this chart, but I thought I'd pull it up just because any was mentioned. Also, I want to bring up Eli Lilly again because I had a really good time scalping this one. Nice. Also, yeah, I think I'm still in, but I'm a couple cents away from my fill. So basically what happened was I got in, this is when I initially said I got in around 593, got out, I think 594.50. Then I got back in just slightly below where I exited. Took my first out at 595.50. I was going to take everything out at 596, but it looks like we're kind of struggling there. So I'm going to take the rest out at 595.60, which we should hopefully be getting. We're very much dancing around that point, but we're steadily above 595, so I'm happy hanging out in this. Yeah, I mean, we're just scalping right now. You know what I mean? And honestly, like these last couple scalps have more than made up for the unfortunate situation we had earlier in this stock. So basically, it's just, you know, I think earlier too, like especially when I first started trading with the whole MetaConnect debacle, it's like if I had a bad experience with the stock, I'd be kind of scared off from trading it later in the day. But it's like, you know, a lot of times it's not the stock. It's just, in this case, it was definitely I didn't plan it through that well when I entered the first time. This time I had plans both times when I scalped. We just got our last fill. So yeah, I think basically moral of this story is Planning's cool.
Absolutely.
Planning is fun. Absolutely. And the more, you know, the more comfortable I get trading too, I think I'm more comfortable with that. Cool. But yeah, I'm happy I got it where I did too, because it looks like we're kind of fading off here on Eli Lilly. Gonna keep an eye on that because it looks like you could do a decent scalp short here, potentially. Also, let's see what's happening with Upstart, which is, because I had my theory about a flat bottom break at Upstart, so I'd like to see if it's come to fruition. And not really, but we haven't really like said no to that theory yet either, because it looks like we are maybe seeing another lower high. And the bottom is still flat. So yeah, I mean, if we kind of come back to this area again, I'd like to see what happens. Keeping an eye on this for a potential short. Still on my side chart, this is a day 2 earnings play on Upstart. Let's see if Upstart goes to the downside. I cannot be stopped with the puns. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I have to show these pictures here. I'm gonna send them to myself, or Ram, can I send these to you? Okay, so I'm gonna send these. Luca sent me a bunch of pictures that him and I took when we dressed up, and oh my goodness, it's hideous. Yeah. I know. I messaged Luca. I told him, I'm like, send me the day before Ram found it, and there we go. I'm sending it to you, Ramin. There we go. So you can put those up if you can. All right. Some people are asking stuff here in the chat. What's your VWAP setting? Says Hunter Elliott. I don't use anchored V. Exactly. I don't use anchored VWAP because we don't have, I don't have that in my program, and we don't have that on P-Pro 8. So VWAP is essentially at what time it starts, okay? And why there's a difference sometimes between my VWAP on my platform and on P-Pro 8 is because P-Pro 8 starts basically not accumulating the data, but it starts pulling the data at, I believe, around 6 a.m., whereas IBKR really takes it at the market open right at 4 a.m., the pre-market open. So sometimes there is a little bit of a difference. Otherwise, there's really nothing to change there for VWAP. I just leave it as is. Let's see what else here. Reliable, TAST, new highs for the year. Reliable was asking me about TAST earlier. I told him I wasn't interested because it was too consolidative, and it looks like I may have made a mistake. He messaged me when it was around right here. Come to the chart, Ram, if you're able to. TAST. Yeah, that's the one. Oops, I put it in small letters. TAST. Well, I don't know if it's new highs of the year or what the hell. Let's see, daily. Yeah, okay, not bad. It did make new days high, but that was earlier on at around 7 a.m. It made an 836, but it got away from that VWAP area. I don't think I'm going to trade this. To be honest with you, I have no idea what the hell this is doing or why it's up. It hasn't shown up on my scanner for whatever reason. Why is it not on my scanner here? Wait, is it not up since open? Okay, I'm going to have to look at this a little bit more when I send it back to Adara, but what I do like Reliable is that you get that move up from VWAP. This was a little bamboozling, though. This move back down at 9:30 to that 670 level. Let's look at the 30-minute to see if there's anything going on here. Okay, so what the hell is this doing? Carol's Restaurant.
Is that
Carol's Restaurant shares rally pre-market on earnings beat new dividend. Okay, so it's earnings beat. What'd you say, Ram? Okay, here we go. That's Luca and I. And
amazing.
yeah, that's a beer in my hand too. That was like aftermarket. We're like, we need that. We need that. He's got one in his hand too on the.
Oh yeah, it's like slightly hidden there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So this is what Adara does the upgrades and downgrades and sector watch on. This is the green screen that we have there that you guys can't see. So Luca and I took pictures there. That was a good time. That was a good day.
Yeah.
Shout out to him.
Wild times.
Yeah, wild times. Absolutely, indeed. All right, what do we got here? Sharif, lift some heavy weights while trading. I don't know, man. I don't think I'm going to bring in my weights from home to do that. That's a lot of work. I do have a nice home setup, but that's just a lot of work bringing that in. What else we got? That moment was golden, says Ant. Yeah, that was a good time. That was a good time. No question about it. Good memories, too. All right, Nvidia back above 480, and so is the NQ. The NQ just reclaimed 400. Look, I could have said, oh, why didn't I get in at 15.4, this, that, and the other. It didn't show me what I wanted. What I wanted on the MNQ were wicks below 15.4 and closing prints north of that. It didn't give me that, even though now it's trending back up. It wasn't the setup that I wanted. It wasn't the setup that I looked for, so I'm going to miss out, and it sucks to be me. But the NQ pumping back up 0.18, and as a result of that, Nvidia now is pumping back up. We're starting to knock on the door of 481 again. We have, I'll tell you the high of day real quick here, 482.30 HOD on NVDA. We're about $1.50 away from that now. Here comes 481. There goes 481. Nice move back up.
Yeah, I mean, like Nvidia is insane. It cannot be stopped. It will not be stopped. It does not want to be stopped. Also, shout out to a comment that I saw in the chat. The Wolf of Sesame Street. So like literally, I like a good pun. That's funny with the costumes. I had to address it. I was like, so shout out to you, Well Sulfate. That is amazing. So I'm in Google right now, but I'm getting a little hand wavy about being in Google because we kind of keep pushing up to this 131.80, which would be 3 cents in from where I entered, 4 cents in, sorry. But if we continue not being able to break this, I'm going to get a little bit stressed out. I got in because I was mentioning this one earlier. We did have higher lows. We had higher, I mean, with the exception of this kind of dip here, we had like that kind of M formation. We didn't go any lower than that here. We're getting close to VWAP. If we continue to kind of fail this 131.80 / the VWAP area, I may have to make an exit from this trade. But I mean, I think we're looking pretty strong right now. so I'm going to stay in this for now. Also, Tesla emphasis on trying because it's not succeeding right now, on successfully breaking steadily above that 210 area. We keep kind of bumping up against 210. I mean, we'll see if we can have a full recovery, but honestly, it could be like, these situations where I was kind of scalping in earlier, where we see a little bit of recovery and then we have another swoop to the downside. And as I say that, we break below 210 again. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens on Tesla. It does not look like it wants to be positive. I mean, we're still down like 5.5. Also, I want to look back at Eli Lilly because I'm super happy where I exited this one. Basically, we have not gone really any higher from the point at which I exited with the rest of my shares. Looks like we could be having another short opportunity here, seeing, other than this big swoop to the downside earlier, these lower highs. I'm going to keep an eye on it because, like I said, if I can scalp a short like what we had earlier here or here, I will take that opportunity. Yeah, right now, I guess I'm just trying to trade within the trends. I was having a conversation with Sharif off camera earlier, too, just saying, like, trying to trade within the trends, because sometimes I feel like I'm worried, something's going to change, or I want to kind of preempt that, but it's easier just kind of trading with what we see.
No, but like tell them what we were talking about. So like what I said to her was like, there's a lot of successful mean reversion traders. And so mean reversion trading is really taking an outsized move and saying, look, it's just too strong. It's likely to come back into the mean, right? Yeah. And a lot of people do that successfully, but in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, there's no right and wrong here. It's a riskier trade because by definition you're against the trend. Yeah. Right? And so unless the trend has changed and it's not a mean reverting, then you're retracing or you're giving up the ghost. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah,
so you have to wait for the
that's just my
trend.
opinion, right? But I know that a lot of people, they successfully mean revert trade. I mean, you could end up doing it. Who knows?
That's
Maybe
true,
you could become a mean reversion trader, right? Like literally. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't be able to do it. Just to me, it's like it's tough to start off that way. Yeah. That's what I was saying to her.
No, and I appreciated the insight too, especially because I'm, obviously still pretty new and just trying to learn and see what works. So I really appreciated the insight on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm always happy to help.
But yeah, also just really quickly, Google now slightly breaking above that 0%. We kind of have slightly broken above where I was comfortable entering. Also, just a funny story, I accidentally typed GOOG instead of GOOGL and was like, where is my fill? So yeah, but it's all good here. We're in Google. Kind of confused about what we're going to do at VWAP here. I might actually just kind of make my exit, but all smiles right now in Google. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So we're doing that dance again at 15.4 on the NQ. We break up above, but we're above VWAP. We're above 15.4. So I like what I see here. Quite frankly, I'm still not going to jump into the trade. I'm talking about the MNQ trade that I want to take at 15.4. This may be presenting me with an opportunity that I'm not smart enough to see, and if that is the case, then that's fine. But the trade I was looking for was consolidation at the level with wicks below and closing prints above. That's not how it materialized. It dipped substantially below, coming into 15.380. And now it's kind of retracing back up. It gave up the 400 level. It gave up VWAP. So to me, the trade, it's a little tricky. Maybe others see something I don't see here and are able to pull the trigger at other levels that I wasn't aware of. But we're getting a nice move back up. Now I'm still in the Nvidia long, and here we go back above 481 again. It's not the only one that's strong though. Meta now strong again, 423. We're about a buck off the high. Let's bring in the side charts. Meta look at that VWAP dip on Meta. Look at that, holds it to the T. What a beauty. And what in addition to it's not just the VWAP dip, it's the higher low, right? And then we have two higher highs. Could we make a third? Could we get that 324.5 print? Because that'll be above that 324.18, which is currently the high of day. So Meta looking awfully nice right now. 1.15% coming in to that 323.5. Could we see 324 here? That's 4 5-minute green candles, uninterrupted, aggressive bounce off the VWAP area. Good look for META. Not as nice of a look for AAPL, but not bad in any event. We're knocking on the door of 184. We're 5 pennies below it right now. We've made a higher print than that 184 was at 184.12, but it was a quick wick. And look where the closing print is, like just a smidge above 184, 184.05. I do like the same pattern that I saw on Meta on here as well, where you have higher lows and you have 3 touches at the higher highs. Could we get a 4th here? We're going to have to break that 184.25 in order to get it. But Apple looking good. It's the story of the Mag 7 today, except if your name is Tesla. It's been a bad day for TSLA here as we continue to trend down. Look at how well it held the 7 EMA. Now the green on my screen here, I have 4 exponential moving averages. I typically use 2. I use the blue one, which is the 200, and I use the red one, which is the 50. But I got a couple of other ones. And let me just refresh it here for whatever reason. It's not showing me the 20. The yellow is the 20 EMA, and the green is the 7 EMA. I typically use the green, the 7 EMA, more for pullbacks on small cap gappers, especially the first or second pullback, to see if they're going to pull into the 7 EMA. I don't typically use the 7 EMA for these mega caps, but in any event, you know, I leave them on nonetheless. But in this case, holding the 7 EMA like a dream. Any pops into the 7 EMA have all been sold off subsequent to that 11:05 time slot. Guys, by the way, we are now 1 minute away from the 30-year auction. Look, investing.com says it's 1 bull out of 3. I tend to disagree with that. I think the 30-year note is looked at quite closely. Just to remind you guys, the previous print on the 30-year note was 4.837. So we'll see what this time it comes around as. Again, the higher the yield, the lower the demand. The lower the yield, the higher the demand on the note. So then it's indicative of the interest in the bond market. So that is like my little spiel for now. And let me just move back quickly into NVDA to see where we're at here. We're doing that dance at 481, so nothing for me to do here. I'm a little disappointed in myself for not having added at 478 on NVDA, especially because this was a clear area of support earlier on at around 1120, 1115-ish. It holds that level literally to a T and then marches back up another $3. So I could have reloaded here, gotten a bit more shareage, and printed a little bit more, but yeah, shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Yeah, I got out of Google, which we'll get into in a minute, but you know, I can't believe I haven't mentioned this one earlier, especially because I was in it for a very brief time. Shout out to Sharif because I was an AMC. Yeah, here's AMC. As you can see, we had a 5-cent trade here. Yes, I could have stayed longer, but this was kind of as my earlier Eli Lilly trade that I was mentioning was having a bit of a bad time. So I was like, I want to take profits while I can. Also, too, like I like where I entered. It was a bit of a dip, but as you can see, like the candle where I exited, it was kind of red throughout. So I was just getting a little bit nervous. That's why I left when I did. Came back, was kicking myself a little bit. But you know what? You know, I mean, I got profit, so I'm not going to sit here and complain. We took our 5 cents, and we're happy. But yeah, also, I was kind of, because I was waiting to see here what we did here. We did have slightly lower highs, as you can see, still very much down on the day, about 11.6%. We're kind of having a little bit of movement to the downside. I'd like to see what we do get when we get closer to VWAP. And sorry, when I say movement to the downside, we're obviously already negative on the day, but I mean, we're looking like we're kind of getting lower. If we break below VWAP, I think that could be a very entertaining short, especially as we are seeing lower highs. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, my eyes peeled, and we'll see what happens. Also, so Google, speaking of tiny trades, we had, I want to say 2 to 3 cent trade here. Basically, when we kind of continued to fail, and I mean, it could have gotten a couple cents more, but the longer that we failed that 131.84, the more squeamish I got. Super happy I got it where I did too, because we just tanked on the
Okay,
NQ.
so obviously something here to do with the auction. I'm still not seeing something. I tagged you, Darwin, if you're in the chat, because you seem to be able to get these ones quicker than me. I still am not seeing anything here, but I'm assuming it was probably met with low demand because we just moved down aggressively on the NQ and all the corresponding Mag 7 names.
Oh, yeah.
Big moves down on all of them. What are we getting here? 4.769 is being WBP saying 4.769. AK also saying 4.769. So that is lower than last time. I don't know why we're selling off so aggressively here. 4.837 was the last print. Yes, I'm seeing it here, 4.769. So that's more demand for the bond. Why are we selling off? I mean, I'm not intelligent enough to know, but that's the reaction that the market is doing right now. And we are moving down aggressively. Look at this move down here on the NQ. Big move down. This is almost a 100-point move, give or take. We're almost at day's low there, 15.345. We're about 5 points away from hitting out the low at the moment. My Nvidia trade is absolutely huadunking. I'm coming into my stop here.
my
As we
gosh.
come in, I'm going to hit the flatten button real soon, and there it is. That's the end of the Nvidia trade there. We give back a little bit. Actually, we don't give back anything, but we give back a lot because we didn't take it up here. But I only had one more out on the name. Big rejection here from the market as it does not like what it saw on the 30-year. I told you, investing.com, that the 30-year was important. You didn't know what you're talking about there. These analysts here at investing.com need to be fired, baby, because the market absolutely did not like what it heard.
How dare they say only one bull?
One
Because
bull out of
all the
three?
bulls went running away. It should
Right?
have been like 3 bulls running for the hills instead of 1 bull. Because yeah, like I just have
Nice,
Nvidia
Dan.
pulled up here because I'm trying to see what we're doing below VWAP, and it looks like crashing perhaps. I'm seeing a little bit of like trying to hold on to this 476, but I have no intentions of getting really in anything yet. Although Nvidia honestly so strong, as I say that, we're now almost at 477. So I'm going to let it do its thing 21, but I think I'm going to stay out of its way for now because I'm a little bit scared of the power it holds, quite honestly. Amazon also taking a nice sharp swoop to the downside. So I'm going to pull that one up too. Amazon, yeah, okay, so let's look at Amazon because, oh my God. So we were already kind of having a bit of a descending wedge form here. Lower high, lower high, lower high. Slightly lopsided bottom here, and then Amazon was like, yeah, no, goodbye. We tanked basically almost $1 here, swoop to the downside. We're gonna see if we can recover above this 141, maybe we can. But yeah, very interesting one to look at. Also, I was still considering that Eli Lilly short, and what I was saying to myself in my head is if we decisively break that 495, 494.50, 494, I would be enticed. We're getting close to breaking, sorry, 594. Oh my God, 494 would be a whole other story. But we're getting close to breaking that 594. We're having that stutter step to the downside. I could be enticed, keeping an eye before I enter for now. Also, we have a super chat from Kyle Burdett that I assume is addressed at you
why I
here.
hit the bang, baby. Shout out to Big Kyle. What's he got? What did he say there? Dump it. So Kyle's holding his shorts. Dan the Man Emmons is also holding his short at 15,450. I don't know if he's closing that out because he just made, well, it's still 100 points in the money. We're bouncing off lows right now, 15,318 and a quarter. We bounced up a little bit into 15,350. But I got to tell you, it looks like we're going to head south here. It does not look good at these levels. Everything dumping. Apple, Google, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, it doesn't really matter. Nvidia is still definitely the strongest of the bunch, but it is at VWAP. So if we get a move back up in the market here, I'm going to be really interested in an Nvidia long again, but not for the moment. Going to remain hands off to see where we move here. Now, a lot of people were not listening when I was talking, or you had the volume down or whatever. I don't know what you guys had, but there are people asking here what's going on. Guys, we just had a 30-year bond auction. It was met with greater demand because we had a lower yield. The market, for whatever reason, didn't like that, and we sold off. The 30-year auction, the 10-year auction, the 20-year, these are market-moving events. They typically come at 1 o'clock. Katina, man, come have a look at what just happened. Your Tesla went down to 207, my friend. 207.43 because the market's tanking.
Did it break 210.50?
I don't think so.
I don't
no,
think
it
did.
doesn't look like it did, unless there was like
no,
a
it
wick.
didn't. The high there was 210.41.
Still short AMD. What's AMD at?
I'll check now.
AMD, my friend, is at 114.25.
Ooh, that's $1.50.
The Katina man's $1.50 in the money on AMD there. Shout out Jaylee. Jay, I tried to tag you in the chat, but you weren't in the chat earlier. I had something to ask you, but I forgot what it is now. TQQ still strong, says Jaylee. I got to tell you, man, we're about to break 15.3. We made a newer low, 15.309. You got stopped. How's that possible? Oh, I thought you said 210.5. Okay. Yeah, 210.41. The Katina man got stopped out there at the 210, but that was still a nice $5 winner. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
yeah, no complaints there from him, I'm sure. What else we got in the chat here? Nasty rates are flying higher, says DJK. Yes, absolutely. Rates are pumping. You got now the 10-year up 2.9%. The 1-year the 2-year following not far behind 1.19. The 30-year pumping at 1 1/3. Rates are moving up, and equities and indexes are moving down, Adaro.
Yeah, speaking of moving down, bye-bye Stressla. I was trying to catch a fill for a short at 208, and then quite clearly it flew past me. I think my issue was we were already slightly below 208 when I went to go in. I think I set my my point of entry arguably too high, so we didn't get it. And at this point, now that we're kind of still dancing above that 207, I wouldn't get in right now, I don't think. Although if you're in a Tesla short, if you have anything to do with a Tesla short throughout the day, this was beautiful. Felicitations, congratulations. This is like quite the short today. We'll see what Tesla does at 207 because it looks like it's trying to hold on to 207. I suspect based on the pattern and the fact that we are down almost 7% of the day, I suspect it will continue lower, but we're gonna have to wait and see on Tesla over here. This one, yeah, crazy because we had basically an initiation of coverage from HSBC with a reduced rating and the 146 price target. It looks like Tesla is literally reacting by trying to get to 146. I'm joking, but yeah, we have like seen quite the fall here. We got from this is like 220.50 earlier in the day. We were kind of dancing around that. The second the market broke, we fell. Tesla broke with it. Yeah, and now we're kind of still holding on to that 207. I'm going to wait and see what happens here. Also, I'm kicking myself for not actually getting involved in that Eli Lilly short that I was mentioning because we did take a nice swoop to the downside. I had put a point of entry in here, and I think much like with Tesla, I set it too high, so we didn't get it. Then I got out. But yeah, I mean, if we break like below this like little kind of point I had mentioned earlier, this 591 area, if we go further than that, then I think another short opportunity could present itself because much like Tesla, regardless of whatever little bit of gains we have, we're still very much down on the day. This one, we didn't have a negative catalyst that I could find. We actually had a positive catalyst yesterday and lots of strength off of the FDA approval of its weight loss drug. So it could just be it's, kind of compensating for those gains yesterday, having a bit of a day to the downside. But yeah, just want to keep an eye on that. Also, I want to look at some of the earnings stuff from a couple of days ago or yesterday. We had Bumble. That was an earnings play from yesterday. I haven't really looked at much. Yeah, not much volume on this one. We had this kind of high right after open. Then we tried to get higher again. We broke down, I think, when the rest of the market did. Not much to talk about here, but just something I wanted to look at, given that it was an earnings play yesterday. And then also AMC continuing to kind of have a bit of a rough time. You know what? I think I'm going to get on this AMC short because I'm noticing we're kind of breaking towards VWAP. We have what decidedly looks like a descending wedge, and you know what? There we go. We're gonna short AMC. Let's see what occurs. Let's AMC what occurs. No, I'm joking. But yeah, what else is? Oh yeah, also Nvidia looking like it could be a long again, just below. I mean, it's been a long all day, but looks like we're forming potentially another area of support here at this 476.50 area. We kind of had a wick below here, held up, another wick below, held up. Now we're getting close to this 477. Nvidia does not seem to want to be shorted today. We had what kind of looked like a head and shoulders, but honestly, like we're still seeing tons of support. We haven't really broken below this 476 from what I can tell all day beyond where we were pre-market. So this is, I think, really interesting, a really interesting one. Even Meta still holding strong because that one, as you know, Sharif was mentioning, this one was crazy strong earlier in the day before we had that market swoop to the downside, and it's recovered a lot faster than a lot of those other, NQ names that we have here. We did have a, slight dip here, slightly lower high, a little head and shoulders-y perhaps, albeit very lopsided. But yeah, I mean, we're still looking strong. It looks like much like Nvidia, we're going to push above VWAP again. I have not gotten my AMC short, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. It looks like we're a cent away from where my point of entry would be. Let's see what I have in the chat here. Happening. Good luck to those still in Tesla short. Yeah, I think the Tesla short, it's still definitely short. Like we did hold at 207, which I mentioned I was watching, but 208 seems to be the next hurdle that this stock is struggling to overcome. Yeah, I think honestly, like all of these mega cap names are definitely ones to watch. Tesla, I think, could be the dead one. I think it's unseating Apple as the dead one. And let's take a quick look at the former dead one, Apple, quickly here. Apple, it's staying alive. It's just positive. And it kind of looks very similar to Meta and Nvidia, where we're hanging out just below VWAP, not really breaking much lower than our other lows here. So definitely interesting one to watch. We'll see what happens to my potential AMC short.
Yeah, I just got the notification here that Affirm is touching that $25 area that the Kenobi one and I were talking about, and Yeah, there we go. Coming into 25 and a third, and there's the base that we've been dealing with all day. I'm gonna take a long here, guys. Maybe against better judgment on this name. Let's see. I'm gonna give it about 25 pennies worth of risk. I'm gonna give it to the low end of the trough. Okay. So we're gonna give this one to 25.19. It breaks 25.19. We're gonna cut it. But Affirm has been an absolute monster on the day. It's an earnings winner, in exact contrast and opposite of how Upstart traded yesterday. Upstart was down 20 some odd percent. Affirm and Upstart are obviously competitors in the buy now, pay later space, the new fintech space that's emerging. Now nicely in the money on AFRM, about 10 pennies, 15 pennies. Here we go. Looking for that reclaim of 26 and a new high. So we'll have to wait and see what we get here on Affirm. But yeah, we're trying to take this bad boy long off it was a pre-made plan. We wanted to take this bad boy on 25, and I said to myself, look, Sharif, don't put it at 25, put it a smidge higher, so that you come into that level and you know you're aware of it ahead of time. So nicely here, about almost 20 pennies in the money or so as we run up on AFRM. I didn't actually have an opportunity to read the report on Affirm, which I really should, because there was just so much to read this morning. You had Disney, you had, what's it called, ARM, you had AMC, you had a lot of other names that we had to talk about. So I didn't, and there's only a finite amount of time that I have in the morning here, so I couldn't read the Affirm earnings, but I will make sure to read that tonight. And we are running up nicely on Affirm, about 20 pennies or so here. We're going to wet our beak through the $0.75 if we're able to make it up there. 17 and 2/3 or 17 3/4% here. Who just tagged me in the chat? Keon Johnny just got out of my QQQ longs from low a day for 25%. Can I get a bang paid for lunch the whole week? My friend, you can get a bang and a money spin for that.
Look at that.
Keon, baby. What's Shinobi? Buy the dip on the NQ. Maybe I should have, because we defended that 15,305 quite well. And now we're at 15,375. But let's see what we do here. We're obviously below 15.4. We're below VWAP on the NQ. So I'm not going to just jump into anything. Let's see how it plays out. But what a move down. I love the volatility. I love the intraday volatility. It gives you opportunities, right? I mean, without intraday volatility, then what the hell are we even here for? So good look there. Powell will likely turn it around, says IO. You're probably not wrong, man. Papa gets on the mic. He starts talking about maybe, you know, he's not going to say rate cuts. I promise you that. That's not going to come out of his mouth. I don't think so anyway. I'm willing to friendly bet anybody. Friendly bet only. But we'll see what happens here. Anyway, long Affirm had a nice winner on Nvidia earlier. Like, that's popping back up as well. Maybe I shouldn't have got out of that position, but whatever. Jay Lee, I'm holding my TQQ puts, but it's over 39 again. What the hell? This is a big bull trap in my humble opinion. I like how Jay always ends his statements in my humble opinion. Yeah. It's very, very classy.
Very polite, yeah.
Yeah, it is. I do agree with that. Jay, you know what, man? We had a really strong day. We got a big downturn off the what's it called? The 30-year auction, which I didn't really understand why, but I don't really know what to say to you at this point. I'm just going to play the price action, and we'll see whether or not we get above 15.4. I'm not going to take any other. I'm not going to take any Mag 7 trades or futures trades unless we can reclaim that level. I want to ask people in the chat, without going to Investopedia and copying and pasting in the chat, what is this bid to call ratio for the auctions? I didn't really understand that. CNBC had a headline with respect to that. Now I understand the yields and the demand, but I didn't understand that part. So if you can give me a layman's explanation so that I can explain it back into the chat, that would just be fantastic. Tag me, make sure that you tag me so that I can see it. D-Loaf, Papa Powell powerful enough to charge up Tesla. If NQ pushes, place a bet. I love how you just, that's a hell of a pun, I'm sure, Adira.
Oh, yeah.
Loved that one as well.
I really did. You know I did. We know
right?
I did.
Yeah, that's the look there. I'm pretty sure that, did they say put call? No, they didn't say put call. It was something like bid something or another for the auction. I'll look into it and I'll get back to you guys. But Dan, there we go. Dan wrote it. Bid to cover ratio is the dollar amount of bids received in a Treasury security auction versus the amount sold. The bid to cover ratio is the indicator of demand. Thank you for that, Dan. There you go. That's exactly what I was looking for, the explanation. In fact, I'm copying and pasting that bad boy. How do I copy and paste in the chat here? There we go. Thanks for that, Dan. I'm sure people probably appreciated that too, Adara.
Yes. Yeah, no, thank you very much, Dan, for that in the chat. I'm also very much appreciating this drop on Tesla, seeing as I did have a scalpy short here that we just completed. So I basically was watching. I was like, we kept failing to break above 208.60. So I was like, you know what? That looks like my scalp senses are tingling. Got in for a short. Got out, basically kind of picked a number that I was noticing we were kind of bouncing around here too, which is that 208.30. Really happy I got out where I did because it looks like we're not going much lower. My other short moment, although this one is a little less scalpy, is coming to fruition on AMC. And I have to admit, I got a little bit nervous here because we were kind of dancing around 8.85. I got in at 8.80, and then we got to VWAP, and I was like, whew. I basically said to myself, if we go above $9 or like 8.90, I'm out. Because then, you know, it'll be kind of too high for my liking. But I really stand by why I got in here. We were seeing lower highs. We were seeing kind of a descending wedge type pattern. And I was like, I want to get in on this at a decent point. I don't want to buy like in the middle of the movement to the downside. I would like to be able to have this short as we kind of cross over VWAP. I would like to stay confident in this trade. I would like to see us break below. First, I'd like to see a break of this 867. Then I would like to see a break of this 858 area. I'll be happy if I get out at 860. We know I like to, you know, make quick cameo appearances in trades. I like to say hi and goodbye. You know, I'm good time, not a long time, right? I'm here for a short visit. Also, something that is kind of looking like it could potentially be a flat bottom break type situation is Eli Lilly. Although it's kind of formed in a different way, right? So we had this bottom is admittedly slightly lower. So we had a slightly higher bottom. But if you look here, we had lower high, lower high. We have another sort of bottom forming here at 592. I can't really tell if this is doing more of the flat bottom break or more of that kind of thing where we have the little wedge and then we swoop to the upside. So I'm going to leave it alone for now. I did well with this name earlier after not doing as well with this name earlier than that. So we're going to kind of let that one be. Also, Tesla still kind of doing things around that 208. Happy I got it when I did because we were there to scalp anyway. But yeah, kind of Tesla really trying to hold on to 208, I do have to say. So yeah, that 208.30 to 208.60 range does still seem to have some power behind it. I could continue scalping in this range, but right now I'm going to focus on letting AMC run to the downside. The Swifties are not there to save it today. AMC got the earnings, and then we had the 350 million sell. So yeah, lots happening there. Lots happening there with AMC.
Yeah, I don't know. They keep these issuance, but yeah, that's a great short that you got there. Look at that.
Thank you. I'm so happy I got in here.
That's a good one. Good for you, Adara. Where are we at here? I was just about to mention something that someone was talking about in the chat. I lost my train of thought. That's fine. We'll come back to that. All right. There's no small cap gappers with which to speak about today, so I'm looking at my scanner. I see AAPL, the top on my list, but it's broken down below 2 and below VWAP, so it's no longer of interest to me. The trade that I'm in currently is Affirm, 17 1/3%, bouncing off that 25 and change, 25 1/4, and here we go right back into that 25.60s area. We're long 46s. I'm looking for a nice break above 26. Ideally, I'd like a 25.90 break. That's a newer high. That keeps me interested in a move above the trend. We also have VWAP just a smidge below that 26 level, that 25.95. We'll see if we get continuity on that. It's been a very strong name. The 5-minute will show that very clearly here. What I don't like about it, though, is obviously that we're south of VWAP, but that's more of a what's it called? A small cap gapper rule. I don't have a problem taking other stocks north below VWAP. It's the small cap gappers that I almost never do. I almost say almost because I took one like a couple of weeks ago and I paid for it. But yeah, 26. I'm keeping an eye on that 26 level on AFRM. We're about 20 pennies in the money on it now. Dan the Man Emmons was telling me in the chat he had a 15.375 stop on, a trailing stop, I should say, on his short on the NQ. They blew through that and then it came right back down. I told him volatility is crazy today. Jay Lee Coin short now at 95, question mark, question mark, question mark. Seems way too high, in my humble opinion. I sat down today and I told the Kenobi, I'm like, can you believe coin's up almost 12%? Jay, remember you and I talking yesterday about the short on coin? I said, look, man, it's the trend on coin is not something you really want to hold short. And then lo and behold, we wake up today, BTC is above 3,700, and ETH, no slouch. ETH just reclaimed 2,000, guys. It's at 2,015. So Ethereum holders, please there. So yeah, let's have a look at coin. Let's see what Jay's talking about here as apples pump into the high side, by the way. I see that from the corner of my eye, but we'll talk here quickly about coin and see what Jay Lee is talking about here. All right, big rejection off that one hundo on COIN. It comes into that 99.82, and that's as good as we could do on the day. Big move down. Danced south of VWAP, tried to reclaim VWAP. VWAP wasn't a level of support, but for whatever reason acted as a level of resistance there. We come into that 94, 93.5. It's not a level that I think is of any significance. I don't see any significance here at the 94 level or 93.5 level, at least not recently. Let's go to the daily. No. Even in June and July, when we had that big run up and Coinbase broke 100 and got up to that $1.14, even though the closing prints were all near that $1.10, 94 really wasn't a level. So I didn't expect anything around here. I gotta tell you, Jay, I don't trade Bitcoin or the related equities all that much, and that's probably for a reason, because I don't have a good beat on them. I gotta tell you, so I'm gonna stay away from this one, but that's all you, brother. Here we go. We're moving up nicely on AFRM. We're gonna wet our beak there through the the $0.75 break. Now we're about 30 pennies in the money as this one starts to run back up a dare at 18.5%.
Yeah, I also sort of starting to run back up, although run is a strong word. It might be more of a jog or a hop and a skip here. AMC, I like what I was kind of saying in my head is if we break back above VWAP, I'm outie. I decided to get out right at VWAP, although I'm only part filled here. We have a fifth of our shares remaining, so hopefully that fill can be completed post-haste, because the more we kind of creep above VWAP, the more I am sweating in my boots a little bit here. You know what? Also, a stock that I haven't looked at since I think I was first talking about my morning trades was Netflix. And Netflix, again, I was thinking about this because AMC, oh my God, Netflix is messy looking. I want to do a 10-minute. Okay, not much better. Basically, yeah, I was trying to short this. I got out exactly where I got in, so we lost and gained nothing. Pretty messy one to look at, but I was thinking about it with AMC, with I guess Disney as well to some extent, potentially being impacted by those, the SAG-AFTRA tentative strike resolution there. So actually, let's look at Disney now too, because we did have some mentions of Disney in the chat. We've talked about Disney pretty extensively earlier today. Sharif's giving like a really nice rundown of Disney, but let's look at what the stock is doing. We're up almost like 7.5% in the day. I think it would be interesting to see this one kind of break another, if we kind of decisively break above this 91, that'd be interesting. Right now, it looks like we have a bit of a ceiling at that 91. But holding up really nicely above VWAP. We'll kind of, get below, just slightly above VWAP, continue to kind of bounce off there. As I say that, though, we've dropped like 15 cents, I believe, something around that since I started talking about this stock. So we'll see. Super strong on the day, though, after those earnings. This is, I think as long as it kind of stays above VWAP, it'd be pretty interesting. But I think also in order to kind of, for me at least, to stay interesting, I would like it to see it decisively break above that 91, that it's kind of using a bit as, relative local high, a bit of a ceiling, if you will. I would like to see what we do at 91, because we've kind of been dropping a bit since I started mentioning it. So yeah, we'll see. Still very strong on the day, though. Not so strong on the day, and I don't think anyone's going to be super surprised here. Tesla. Shocker of the century. We still cannot break 209.
Yeah. Well, yeah, to the way up, you mean? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I meant. Yeah, we can't break above. Thank you, I appreciate that. I should have made that clear. But we cannot, as I say that now, I feel like it's trying to challenge me by getting closer to 209. But getting closer to 209 and breaking 209 are not necessarily the same thing. We're going to have to see what we do here. I could be tempted to do another baby Tesla scalp short at 209 because, Tesla and strength do not belong in the same sentence today. Today, right? It's been a very weak stock. So I will, I've been doing okay, too, with these little baby scalps on Tesla, so I could very easily be enticed if we continue to fail to break above 209 here.
Yes, ma'am. All right. We moved up here into that 25.86 on AFRM, but coming now back down into the $0.75. I'm trying to pack my patience here for a move back into that 26, 25.95 area where VWAP is. I've got a beak wetter there at 91s. We'll see if we get filled or not. But we're still, I don't want to say a firm is really going to trade with the NQ here, but we're still below 15.4, and we're rejecting off VWAP right now on the NQ. So keeping my eye here on this futures contract, obviously, because it's obviously dictating how the market goes. Look at this. So to go back green, we have a closing print yesterday on the NQ of 15.386, and that's where we found support on this move back down. Before we tanked on the 30-year note auction, and this is where we're finding resistance now on the move back up. So support becomes resistance and vice versa. We'll see if we get that break through yesterday's close and then through the 100-point level. Keeping an eye on that, hoping that we do move up because I'm in a long, and I feel maybe a firm runs a little bit here if we get along. Here we go on a firm. Are we going to get the 91 prints? I'm seeing 91 on the ask, but not on the bid, and we don't cross, and I don't get printed. So we're going to have to pack our patience a little bit more. About almost 50 pennies in the money now on this name on the move back down to 25. I'm very happy I used the alert to remind me about that 25 area. Shout out to the Kenobi. As well, as he was jiving with that level. So pumped about this, but we need that print. We need that continuity through the 90 into 91, and then ideally through 26 here to make that higher high. But we're gonna have to wait for that. 18.88%, looking to probably go over 20% today. It was well over 20% today at the highs when it was above that 27 area. Where did we get up to, by the way, on a firm? We got up to 27.16, so it was a good move up, no question about that. But we're going to have to wait and see whether or not we continue here. I don't see anything else going on in terms of movers. Let me just make sure that nothing else here on the side charts are moving. These are the other names we were looking at. We were looking at Rivian today, CART because of earnings. Also looking at AMC. Talked about that. Dara was involved in that. Affirm. We're in it right now, obviously. Disney, we talked ad nauseum about that. ARM, that was a great move there off VWAP. Love that dip on ARM into that 50-50 area and then right back up, dollar in the money there. But Rivian is kind of the surprising one. We have decent earnings, right? Here's the earnings print. The day before yesterday at 4 o'clock, we algo spike up and down. Then the aftermarket, we run up. 8 o'clock comes and we shut down the markets. We close it around 18:20, 4 a.m. the next day. We open up, we gap up in the pre to about that 19 area, 19 and 1910, and that was it. And now we're retracing back down. It was a sell the news type of event. I don't think there was really anything bad about the earnings for Rivian, but yeah, market selling it off. And yeah, sucks to be Rivian, I guess, or maybe not. Maybe people like this level because they're going to start, building their positions in there. Anyway, Affirm right back into that 25.90. I'm going to try to pack my patience for a 91 print.
Nice, yeah. If the 91 print comes in, that'd be gorgeous.
That'd be amazing. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Also, so I'm going to address, there are a couple things in the chat too that I'm seeing that I would like to look at. AKAK, I'm mentioning INTC, Intel. This is an interesting one with all the chip movement happening. Like I mentioned, we do have that conference in China, the China International Import Expo, which a lot of these chip companies are kind of presenting at. So I think that's what's probably moving some of these chip names here. Also sympathy with Nvidia and potentially with all of that strength there, as well as they are, as kind of Sharif put it, basically saying, ignoring the government and sending everything to China.
Yeah.
So, I mean, very cool stuff with chips. This one is looking a little bit retracey to me, for lack of a better term. That kind of a little bit choppy here, but earlier we did have this movement upwards, and then we kind of petered off a little bit. We kept touching that 38.5 and then backing away. Now we are, I would say, pretty steadily heading down. I'd like to see what we do close to VWAP. To me, it looks a skosh in a retracement mode, in my opinion. Also, someone mentioning in the chat, which I'd kind of like to because I find this interesting, Shah Rose 72 tagging me, can you please let me know the rationale behind the Tesla short? And I can, yeah, because I mean, I'm not sure if you mean like the one I was briefly in or what I was saying if I got in later. So I'll start, the one I was in, this was a scalp. I was noticing we were having a really hard time getting above 208.60 or staying above 208.60. So I got in at 208.60 and then I immediately set my out at 208.30 because I was noticing we were kind of playing within that range. I was basically there, as you can see here, this is the 5-minute candle. We were here very, very briefly. I was mentioning another potential Tesla scalp later if we fail to break this 209. We broke 209 though, and we're kind of staying above 209 decently. I say kind of because anything above 209.30 seems to be a bit of a struggle. But yeah, that was my rationale behind the Tesla short. I hope that answers your question in some way. But yeah, so yes, I hope that answers your question. That to me would be why I shorted it. But we did break above the 209, so I wasn't interested anymore, at least in a short right now. Basically, if that answers your question, I hope that helps. If we kind of break above that 210, then I would honestly think Tesla could be more of a long, because then we would be seeing a higher high, I guess. Yeah, a higher high. But we'll see what happens there. Right now, I'm just keeping my eye on it. I don't want to get involved right now though, because the 209 is still kind of dancing around, and we don't have anything to suggest a long for me quite yet. That's my rationale with Tesla. Also, AMC, I maybe got out of this short a little bit too early, but we still made profit, so I'm not going to be upset about it. Could be kind of breaking down lower, but we are seeing these kind of wicks at this 865 area that we're struggling to decisively break below. So I wonder if we're seeing some support at that 865. Like I said, I would get really continued interest in the short if we see a break of that the $8.06 area, which we didn't see, which is why I made my exit. Also, as we kind of danced around VWAP, right? So that is my take on AMC. Another earnings play, although AMC admittedly is not moving only because of earnings, we do have DNUT. Which also, I'd love to talk about this. We're down 7% on the day, but look how much lower we were earlier, which begs the question, I wonder what we opened at? Because if we're down 7% now, yeah, I'm going to put my hands in the shrug emoji because this is quite the move. We are seeing some movement upwards. I was kind of briefly considering a very short-term long here, but it would be like, what, like 8 cents? Because I highly doubt we're going to break above this 12.6. We are still down on the day. I'd like to see what we do at 12.6 before I put my hat in the ring there. Yeah, just kind of keeping an eye on stuff. Also, Nvidia is another one I would like to address here. Because we're seeming to have a little bit of trouble decisively getting above that 479. Yeah, we had a gorgeous, you're right, like right below VWAP was gorgeous. We kind of flew up here. I'd like to see what we do if we can break that 480 again, because otherwise I would be seeing slightly lower highs. Yeah.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit of soccer here as we wind down a little bit. Europa League on today. It's Thursday, so we know it's Europa, not Champions League. And Liverpool is playing right now, so I know my dad is watching, and he's probably not happy because it's halftime and they're down 1-0 ski here to Toulouse in Ligue 1. Anybody who knows a lot about soccer knows that Ligue 1, no, they're not that strong of a league. They used to call it the Farmers League because you could be a farmer and play on a Ligue 1 team, so a Ligue 1. Anyway, they're down here. But I think they're resting their players because I think they're absolutely in first and they've already qualified. Yeah, they're 3-0. They have 9 points, and the team below them only has 4. So I think they've already qualified given how many games they've already had. But yesterday was the big boy day, the Champions League day. Yes, absolutely. And Arsenal was playing. Oh, did they play? And they beat Sevilla 2-0. But I got to tell you, I want to complain because for whatever reason, Arteta keeps starting Kai Havertz. And this dude couldn't score if his life depended on it. The dude is playing with no confidence. Anybody knows, athletes, they need a lot of confidence, especially in soccer, especially in attacking roles. And he is very hesitant to take shots. He's not controlling the ball well. He doesn't see the field. He doesn't understand the dynamics with his forwards. I don't like the position he's playing in. They're playing him on the wing. He just hasn't materialized in the Prem. He was great in the Bundesliga, and there were a lot of hopes for him when Chelsea brought him into the Prem, but he hasn't materialized. And Arteta spent an arm and a leg on him in the summer, and you could tell he's getting pressure from the brass at Arsenal to play him, but he's just not doing it. He's not doing it for me. I think that there are other people that deserve to play in front of him, and they're not getting the time because he was the one that was spent on. So I'm a little annoyed about that, but nonetheless, Arsenal in first place in their group, and it will be the first time we advance past the group stages in the Champions League since 2016, and not a moment too soon. We have 9 points with PSV with 5, and Lens with 5, and Sevilla's last with 2. 2 more games in the group stages in the Champions League, and then we'll see how we do in the round of 16. I really can't wait. I got to be honest with you. I want to hear that Champions League music playing on the Emirates, for a knockout game. Yeah, I'm very happy about that. This weekend, Arsenal plays as well, and it's a home game, and it's an easier game than playing away at West Ham. I was really disappointed last week. I complained about that yesterday with respect to the officiating or lack thereof. And yeah, this week we are playing Burnley, and we are heavily favored to win, so pumped about that.
Nice.
Jay Lee, Liverpool is great. I love watching Salah when he's on his game. I guess he's also your father's favorite, obviously, right? Yeah, Salah, Mo Salah, baby, and I got a jersey. I haven't worn my jerseys in a long time, Katina, man. Remember when I used to wear the jersey? I had the Neymar jersey, the Salah jersey. I've got a Neil just threw some shit. Well, because their song, the Liverpool song, is called "You'll Never Walk Alone."
Okay, I just thought it was
making a reference to that, right?
Okay.
Neil is a Liverpool fan,
Nice.
and I think Liverpool's a great team. They're tied with Arsenal right now in the Prem. Tane, Odegaard injured, no choice really. They played him even when Odegaard was fit. Matt Booth, Chelsea kills players' careers, no idea how, but they just do. I don't disagree. I don't like Chelsea, obviously, because they're a London rival. Hayes Records, Havertz is such a half-ayer. Yes, he is. Even though I think he tries, but he's not playing with confidence right now, man. And it's not working. It's not working. All right, let's get back to some trading here. Affirm has been really struggling at that 90 penny level, and there's a reason for that. That's because if it breaks above that, it makes a higher high. Look where we crested out at here. We crested out at 91s, and all the prints have been coming into 90s. And every time they come into 90, we reject off that 90 level. I feel like this is very algo-based, right? Because it knows that that's a higher high pattern, so it's keeping it below. It's not touching VWAP. It's that literally higher high area. So we're going to have to pack our patience, see if we can get that print. We're 40 pennies in the money right now. Really nothing to celebrate too much here, but happy about this trade. Renata, I want someone talks to me like Sharif talk about Arsenal. You're hilarious, Renata. But yeah, I like Arsenal, you know?
Yeah.
I say, here we go, back into 90, Adara, on Affirm, and as quickly as I mentioned it, as quickly as it retraced. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Also, the NQ broke above VWAP, touched near 15.4. It got to 15.396, and then right back down we go on the NQ. We're having trouble, obviously, at this level. This was yesterday's close. I talked to you guys about that, 15.387 yesterday's close, and it's very near that 100-point level, also very near VWAP, so a lot of action in and around that area, acting as a level of resistance now when it was previously support. So we'll have to wait and see. About 20 minutes left on the show, and about 20 minutes until the reversion man, a.k.a. Jerome Powell, comes on the mic.
Yeah. That'll be really exciting. I'm also really excited about my little baby Apple short, which I would like to talk about because it actually went pretty well. I got in at 1862, got out the first half, 1850, and then basically I put in my fill, and then we dropped below 1850. So I was like, could have gotten out more, but c'est la vie. We got out the rest at 1838, just around VWAP, and that's kind of, I guess we did have a wick a little bit lower, but I'm happy with it. You know what I mean? I like being in and out of trades. This worked out well. I am all smiles, as you can see. Also, shout out to Mike Pena in the chat. Every time Sharif talks about football, pumps the market. So, yeah, that's actually pretty true. So I just thought that was pretty funny. Also, you know, I was mentioning Tesla. If we fail 210, I may be enticed for a short. Well, you know what? We initially didn't fail 210, but then we kind of did. And if you look here, we do have slightly lower highs. And you know what? It doesn't look like Tesla's going to go up right now. So I think we're going to try to short at 209.50, and we're going to see what happens.
Hey, I actually do like that short.
Thank you.
I do
so
like
do
that
I.
short. That
if I
does
can
make
get the
sense,
fill,
yeah.
then I'll be really happy. Yeah. I think the bigger issue is actually being able to get where I want to go, because I feel like my issue is I'm probably placing my points of entry a little bit too high. And as I say that, we're kind of flying below here. But yeah, we'll see, because I think this is a decent short, and I don't think Tesla shows any signs of going higher. Let's put it that way. And what I was looking for was a fail of 210. We had a fail below 210. So there we go.
All right, we're going to spend the money here on AFRM as we do get that 91 print. In fact, we got a 26 touch there, Adara. We got a quick 26 touch and a quick retracement, but we got 26.01 high there. No, it's not a high. Obviously, the high of the day is 27.16, but we do break through 26. We do make a newer high. We do get the print. Now I'm sitting at 99s for the next beak wetter. We never had a big position on this name to begin with, so we're not going to have too many outs. But nice move back up here now, 50 pennies in the money on AFRM as it holds at $25 level. 25 was not just a shot in the dark. It was yesterday's high. We talked about yesterday's high acting as a level of support for today. If we were to retrace, it's exactly what happened. Support and resistance, they flip. That's just the way it is. Like it or not, that's what happens over and over and over. So that's a look. Here we go. Back up to 97s. Do we get the print at 99s? We're waiting. We're up 19% on the name. Looking for continuity through the whole dollar level here. Hugo, take a look at bets. Possible big runner in the making. Absolutely. Let's look at bets. Why not?
I've definitely seen the name recently. I think I definitely some potential there, I think.
It's Bit Brother. I don't even know what this company, I'm willing to bet they have something to do with Bitcoin, and I'm wrong. Holding company, chemical manufacturing. Okay, all right, let's have a look at bets. Here's the 5-minute look. Let's put in the ticker. So this is exactly what I don't like on an intraday chart right now. I'm looking intraday only. I haven't made any decision about the prospects of it, but this is a very sideways day.
Very choppy.
Yeah, right. I mean, you had an outlying event here at around 10:15 where you spiked up into that 30. Sorry, I was about to say 30 penny. 3 penny area. This is 3 pennies, by the way. And then you had another outlying event over here at around 9:30 when you dipped back into 2.7 pennies. I'm not, dogging the price, but the price action, quite consolidative sideways here. It's not breaking out. Yesterday was the day to trade this bad boy because it absolutely really retraced off that 5 penny or 4 penny area, made its way back down into that 3 penny area. Now you got to take thousands and thousands and thousands of shares to make a good little profit here on this name. But let's have a look. So, geez Louise, what kind of a chart is this? Geez, this takes us back to January. We were trading around 12.5 bucks. I feel like this is probably earnings over here in early mid-Jan. We come all the way down to 2 bucks, and it's been lower highs and lower lows since that time. And then on the 26th of October, we had another big move down. I don't know if that was earnings or not, but you tanked from 45 pennies all the way down into the 6-7 penny area that ended the month, and now we're talking 4. I gotta tell you, chart pattern-wise, it's not something that I'd be interested in or to take long, either on a swing or on an intraday basis. But if you know something I don't know fundamentally, then all the power to you, my friend. But yeah, not something I'm interested in there. Back to AFRM as we do the dance, sell to 26, but we're accumulating with a series of higher highs and higher lows here. It's just a matter of blowing through that whole dollar level. We're definitely getting resistance at 26, much in the same way that we got it at that 90 penny area because it was that newer high that was holding us back. We're going to have to wait and see, but not looking too bad here for a firm. About 3 pennies here from getting filled at 99s a day.
Nice, that's awesome. So the Tesla baby short was a success. We got 20 cents, and I'd like to explain my rationale on this one because I think the intention was initially to stay way longer. Tesla hasn't been very strong. It did do what my qualifications were for entering a short. which was fail 210. It did fail 210. I got in probably a little bit later than I could have, 209.20, and then we kind of were dancing around 209.20 for a good while. We were just kind of bouncing around. I was getting a little bit nervous. We weren't really going higher or lower, and then I realized, you know what, I'm getting a little bit scared that we're going to form an area of support at 209.20, and I don't want to be caught in a long here. So basically, I said if we go above 209.50, I'm out. Then I put my exit at 209 even. We did have a wick below that. We had a quick little NQ flush. I got out right at the bottom of this wick here. Very happy with this trade. Happy I'm out. And you know what? Tesla probably still is a longer term short, but for my purposes, I just wanted to, get some profits and leave the trade. It worked out okay. Also looking like a pretty interesting short here in terms of these mega cap names, Nvidia. Which I was kind of watching as we got to 479. I was tempted to get in, and I was like, I want to kind of wait and see here, though. But now, if I had gotten in, it would have been like 50 cents in the money because we're kind of dancing now around that 478.50, 478.60. I would like to kind of see more movement to the downside before I dip my hat in the ring, dip my toe in the water, wet my beak, what have you. But, we're seeing these lower lows here on the 5-minute. It does look pretty weak, especially if we go kind of zoom out here, lower high, lower high, lower high, a bit of a head and shoulders pattern. You could definitely use like this kind of 476 area maybe as support or resistance, just keeping an eye on that. Also AMC, I was kind of briefly tempted to get back in this one as a long here with this 8.5 support, but I mean, this one's so weak on the day, I kind of don't want to get too involved right now. Also though, if you stayed in that short, congrats, because this was beautiful. I left early. I did leave the AMC party pretty early. I left in the middle of the screening, if you will. Didn't stay for the whole movie. But yeah, pretty interesting short there. We could have a little bit of recovery here as a long. We'll have to wait and see on that. But generally super weak, and we are seeing a lower low. Yeah.
All right, I'm just looking at what this speech is going to be about here. Jerome Powell speaks again today. What to watch, says this article here from Barron's. I just want to see, I wanted to see what the topic was about, if there's going to be a Q&A, what the format is. Is it one of those ones where he sits down, or is he taking questions, this, that, and the other? Jerome Powell slated to speak in about 11 minutes now, guys. Ooh. It's 1:49, and he's going to likely come on the mic at 2. Yeah, the panel kicks off at 2, part of the International Monetary Fund's 24th annual Jacques Pollack Annual Research Conference. Joining Powell at the table is going to be Jida Gopinath, the Bank of Israel Governor, Amir Yaron, Kenneth Rogoff, Chair of International Economics at Harvard University. It seems that every time Powell speaks these days, it's a market event. There's continued uncertainty around the Fed's next move. Okay, that's obviously stuff that we know. All right, I'm not going to read this in front of you guys, but I want you to see what was going to go on there. What's up?
Yeah, I'm just kind of, someone mentioned Uber in the chat. Uber is a recent earnings play, so I did want to take a look. Honestly, the word I have to say is chop. That's really the only word that can describe what's happening here. Very much dancing around VWAP here. We did have a high that we really did not kind of go any higher than. Bit of a lower low here, and then now we're literally just dancing around VWAP. It's honestly hard for me to say where we're going to go from here. This lower low makes me think we could go shorter, but I would probably wait and see if we can decisively break VWAP again before you make a decision here, because I would say it's pretty touch and go. If you are in this trade, I wish you luck, because this one is looking a skosh dicey to me personally. Also very much in chop mode here is Eli Lilly, which is, like I said, I wanted to see it kind of decisively break above 596 or below 591 for me to get involved again, and it didn't do either, so we did not get involved again. But yeah, we're kind of honestly like kind of petering out into this little tiny triangle here. We're going to have to see a wedge, I guess. It was the descending wedge I mentioned earlier. It kind of had a bit of that effect. We'll have to see if we kind of break up through this to the upside, or what I think might be more likely, we have a flat bottom break and we kind of go to the downside. We're going to have to wait and see on that. Also, not sure what it wants to do is Tesla, which is still dancing between that 209, 210 range. And as I say that, we continue to flush a little bit lower. Yeah, lots of stocks to look at. Also, another earlier point of strength that's kind of breaking down, although not like Tesla was a point of strength, but Meta breaking below VWAP. This actually, because we are seeing lower highs, lower lows, this one could go shorter. I might have a very, very brief, teeny tiny short here. Yeah.
James Choi says Powell might not even mention anything about the monetary policy. Yeah, it'd be interesting going to the International Monetary Fund and not mention monetary policy, but who knows? Big move down here on Affirm as we do reject VWAP. VWAP was the level that we were looking at as a resistance level essentially from earlier on. We broke above it, sure. At the 9:30 spike, we got to 27.16. Then the move back down. The move back down created, this long long consolidation area here, of which the top end is VWAP. Brendo's got something. Big desk.
Want to clarify? I just heard right now. We are going to get a written version of the speech that he is going to be delivering at 2 o'clock before he actually goes on. So there's that. There is also going to be a Q&A at this quote-unquote discussion. However, it is a panel discussion. So that typically means it'll be him and a whole bunch of other people participating in this. So Q&A might be nothing, but we will get a written version of the speech here coming up.
Yeah, we always get that nice written. I like that because the algos read it and then they front run all of this, right? Which is frustrating a little bit, obviously. But yeah, yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before, right? He spoke the day before?
No, it was yesterday. It was yesterday. But it was like so short and it did nothing to the market.
Yeah.
It was at 9:15, yeah.
Yeah, he released it on the Fed's website. So you can always get the copy there, read it for yourself. It's so funny, the way that he wrote it too. He's like, oh, thanks, whoever was introducing him. And that's exactly how they posted it on the website. So it was like the purest copy that you could get. But yeah, it's nice. I think Neil said this earlier. He's like, his goal is really not to surprise the markets, right? He wants to kind of telegraph what he's going to do so that there is, the market knows what to expect. He's not there to bamboozle you, or so says, or so goes the theory. All right, come back to the screen here because the firm is making a big rejection off 26, and we are about 4 pennies away from our entry, right? VWAP has been an absolutely great resistance level. This is what range traders dream of at night in their dreams. This is what they see here, right? Where you have, if you're a range trader, you're probably pleased as punch, as Jerry likes to say, between or with this type of trading here, because you have VWAP as that level which says, and then you get that rejection there. You ride it down till the bottom end of the range, give or take, prop 5-10 pennies. You get out, you recycle again to the north side, and so on and so forth. That isn't my style of trading. So we'll have to see what this one does. About 12 pennies in the money with a couple of beak wetters already through the north side. I had here one at 99s, which almost got filled, but not quite. So sucks to be me. Very small position though, guys. The trade really was on Nvidia, and I really haven't done much since then. Speaking of Nvidia, let's talk a little bit about the chart pattern here that's materializing. We've got a bit of a compression pattern going on here on NVDA with lower highs and lower highs and higher lows. Let's see how this one resolves. It's holding VWAP for now at 477. It's broken below it before, but that was a quick wick, and then it reclaimed it quite quickly. It put in a higher low here, but the lower highs are very, they're staring at you in the face. Let's see if we get a break through this trend line. Maybe something decisive over 481 in the afternoon period. If Papa Powell boosts this market up again, we could get a nice move back up, possibly into that high day at 482. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, compression pattern right now materializing here on Nvidia, and it's holding VWAP quite nicely. Let's see how long that lasted here.
Yeah, someone who's doing a scalp short in Nvidia, I hope at least in the short term that we don't go up too much higher, because I'm trying to get, some pennies here. For now, I've kind of set my out at this 477.80 because we seem to be having a little bit of resistance or support there, what have you, just because I kind of want out without losing too much money. So we'll see if that materializes. I would be pleased as punch to see that occur.
I'm going to start hitting the bang like I do when Obi says a confluence.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime you say that,
I'm okay with that being my phrase. I mean, it's not as cool as confluence, but I'll take it. Yeah. Also, Samuel Martin, thank you for the super chat, 199 super chat. Just test drove a Lucid Air, better than my Tesla Y. Those were the moon cars, right? The Lucids that we were those.
They're
that
very expensive.
They look really cool, but yeah, very cool that you got to test drive it. Also, though, Nvidia, it looks like I got out way too early because I had my point of, I couldn't even change my point of exit because we just swooped even lower. So yeah, too bad I got a little bit skittish and tried to get out there because now I would be like 50 cents in the money had I stayed. But yeah, c'est la vie, the market will do what it does. And right now, Nvidia looks like it wants to go below VWAP.
Yeah, that's a good look. Yeah, it's right at that VWAP area. So, I mean, I hope it prints for you to the sell side, baby, because you could get that 475 print, no problem. All right, Affirm, we're about to go 10 cents out of the money here, and there's like 3 minutes left on the show. I have a very small amount of shares. I don't really want to nurse this trade. So if it comes into 36s, it's at 39s right now. If it comes into 36s, I'm just going to cut it. We already got two nice moves up. Am I profitable on it or not? Yeah, I'm profitable on it. That's fine. We can let this one go. Yeah, I just wanted to see how much I gave back by coming out of the money there. But yeah, we're still good on it. Look, it was a great report. I think we could possibly see multiple days to the high side here for Affirm as you know, investors and bigger money digest the earnings report, make the decision as to whether or not to add it to their portfolio, go long or short, and go through the committee stage to decide what they're going to do with it. I like it. I mean, especially it's in stark contrast to how Upstart traded yesterday. We know that they're like kind of, I don't want to call them sister companies, but they're very much in the same biz. So for a firm to have blow away earnings like this and be up 16 some odd percent, and Upstart big move down yesterday, 20 some odd percent, is you know, it's very obvious. But I think that you're doing real good there.
I left. No, I would say because we were like above that 478 super briefly, and I kind of freaked out and I left.
Had $1 on
I
that.
know I would have. I'm kicking myself, but it is what it. I lost like 20 cents, so it could have been worse. But yeah, and it's sad because I was saying this too.
I just saw it tank and I was excited. I thought you were printing on it. That's okay.
I mean, honestly, you know what I will take away from this? I'm happy my instinct was correct. But the instinct was to short, the instinct was right, so you know what? I'm going to take that away as a win from this. Even though we did not actually win on the trade itself. And I appreciate Greg Moore. Thank you for mentioning the levels of short on this. Going to keep an eye on that. I find Greg Moore is really helpful with the Nvidia levels too. But yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on that one. Thank you.
All right, we have, how long do we have here? We have 10 seconds left on the show. It's been a great one today, guys. Nvidia was strong again. The market was strong, then it tanked off the 30-year. It's a quick synopsis of what happened. The 30-year bond auction came in at 1 o'clock. It sent the market reeling down, and now Papa Powell is probably getting on the mic. It is 2 o'clock. Adair and I, Obi and I, will see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brando is at the big desk.
Comments just coming through here, guys, from Feds Powell. Again, this speech has been released, so just a heads up on the overall market, saying they're not confident they have gone restrictive enough